identified took the stand and told the court that his security company provided personal protection services for Modek and his family from October 2019 to May 2020. Modek and 14 co-accused are on trial facing more than 100 charges, including money laundering, racketeering, extortion, and the 2020 murder of anti-gang unit detective Carl Kinnear. Aerial support has been dispatched to assist firefighting crews responding to the ongoing wildfire above Kloof Neck Corner and the Table Mountain Aerial Cableway in Cape Town. SANPark spokesperson JP Lowe says ground crews remained on the fire line throughout the night. Lowe has urged the public to avoid the affected area and comply with trail closures along the contour path and surrounding trails to the Table Mountain Aerial Cableway.
While conditions were favorable overnight due to lighter winds, potential flare-ups are anticipated for today as temperatures are set to increase, particularly in steep cliff and rocky areas that remain difficult for ground crews to access. To strengthen suppression efforts, Isuzu Aviation, contracted to SANParks, has deployed 2 single-engine air tanker aircraft from AG Aviation. This will be available from 8 a.m. this morning. The aircraft operation will focus on cooling hotspots identified through thermal imaging to reduce the risk of reignition. Additional rotor wing aircraft may be deployed should operational conditions require.
Firefighters in Greece are resuming their attempts to contain wildfires west of Athens. Yesterday, 2 firefighters were killed when their helicopter collided with another as they were both responding to the blaze. A British pilot and Greek colleague survived the accident, the BBC's Sarah Rainsford reports.
After France and Spain, now Greece is burning. The worst fire is to the west of Athens, fueled by high temperatures, bone-dry ground and high winds. People have been evacuated and hundreds of firefighters are battling the flames. 2 were killed when their helicopter was hit from behind by another and plunged to the ground. Just hours earlier, the country's Prime Minister had warned of the risks of flying to douse the flames in such strong winds. With fires still advancing towards Athens, he's warned of extremely difficult days ahead.
Recapping the top story, the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development says it is confident that the Expropriation Act will withstand the constitutional challenge in the Western Cape High Court brought by the DA, AfriForum and the Institute of Race Relations. I am Onde Lambana for SAfm News Headlines at 9:30.
Voices may have changed. Times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years.
My name is Dr. Sibongeseni Dlomo, wishing you SAfm many more years of good conversations. Congratulations on the 90 years of broadcasting, accommodating all of us in the country and in the world.
Wow, SAfm, a whole 90 years. Well done. In many ways, you mirror us as South Africans, SAfm. We're very proud of you. And this milestone must be celebrated. And as I said, we're very proud of you because you reflect us. This is Donovan E. Williams.
90 years of questions. 90 years of answers. 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
10 minutes past 9 on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome to our Monday edition of the programme. I'm Joanne Joseph. The team is with you, Melissa and Kinnear. We're producing the show and taking your calls, and Mpho is on sound. Remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can listen live on DSTV channel 814 or go to our website and listen there. We're also live streaming our broadcast, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. And don't forget, if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcasts onto our website. You can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. Right, let us remind you that we always start the show with an open line. And of course, our studio line number is 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Keep those voice notes short, sharp, audible, as clear as possible, please, so we can play as many of those out as possible. I'm hoping that you were listening to the show with Kathy earlier. And of course, Tim Modise was on there, veteran broadcaster. And it's so wonderful to hear his voice. So if you want to give us any feedback on exactly what it was like to hear him on this medium after decades, it really would be lovely to hear from you on that. I mean, all credit to our broadcasting veterans in this country who transitioned us to democracy. We must never forget the important contribution that they made and the grounds that they laid for us to actually be able to continue forward. All right, let me tell you what is coming up on the show right now. We are about to, in a very short while, I just want to take you, in fact, quickly to the steps of the Western Cape High Court. There's a DA briefing happening there before that court action against land expropriation today. The Democratic Alliance, AfriForum, and the Institute for Race Relations. And they are speaking outside the Western Cape High Court. Let's quickly dip into that to hear what they're saying.
Visuals there from the Western Cape High Court, the Democratic Alliance having brought an application challenging the Expropriation Act. They contend that in its current form, the Act cannot pass constitutional muster, going on to state that they will not accept a bill that allows for land grabs. But many would remember this Act was passed into law last year, that's 2025 in January. And many would also remember this Act, or specifically this Expropriation Act, is one main point that has been of contention when it comes to the standoff between the United States and South Africa. So about to be heard today.
That was SABC News anchor Mfundo Mabalane, who was giving us an idea of exactly what is happening there. That media briefing on the steps of the Western Cape High Court has just come to an end, and they were talking about their approach to that case. So also coming up on the show this morning, we're looking at what is really not good news for the business community and by extension the rest of the country. Close to 250 companies have closed shop in South Africa due to liquidation or insolvency in the last few months. We're going to be speaking to the BUSA CEO designate about exactly what this means for the turn that the economy is taking, and especially what it means for entrepreneurs who are trying to break into this. A little bit later on, we're having a conversation with the DA parliamentary leader about the Democratic Alliance challenging the appointment and the salary of the Secretary of Parliament. That's Xolile George. And they're saying that his appointment was faulty, as was the amount of money he earned. He's currently, I think, taking home a salary of 4.4 million rand a year, which is a sizable amount of money. And essentially, the DA wants to know how he was appointed and why he was appointed at that particular level. And then we're talking a little bit later about the issue of antibiotic resistance. This is something that's really, really worrying indeed, because it means we might actually reach a stage at some point where doctors prescribe antibiotics to us for certain illnesses, but they don't work because the entire population or a large sector of the population has actually become resistant to it. I mean, that would be quite a devastating thing, because antibiotics have their place in medical treatment. So we're going to find out how to avoid that and actually what causes it in the first place. And I would love to hear from you on this particular story. We're doing it towards the end of the show. But it's a story about a man who had a relationship with a woman, a sexual relationship with his partner, and did not reveal to her that he was HIV positive. In fact, he denied it. And it was only when she allegedly found his retrovirals that he confessed to it and said that the reason he hadn't wanted to tell her he was HIV positive was because he didn't want her to be with anyone else. And so she went to have a test. She discovered she too had become HIV positive and consequently laid a charge against him. So that case is going to court. And there are many legal precedents actually for that. And South African law certainly deals with that very, very interestingly. So we're going to have a conversation about that as well. And you're welcome to weigh in on any of those issues we have just spoken about. Right now, taking your calls. Lowered in Alberton is on the line to us. Lowered, hi. You want to talk about a Malema press briefing, that is. Sorry.
Yes, the press briefing. But let me preface by congratulating SAfm in its 90th anniversary.
Thank you, Lowered.
Which is a great milestone, my dear sister, which has been achieved. I was introduced to this radio station in 2001. I will never forget. as a 20-year-old, and I've never looked back ever since. Yeah. The Julius Malema's press briefing. Julius has dared the Madlanga Commission, and then he dared them to call or summon him onto that hot seat. And for me, on my side, he must be invited. He must be invited to testify in the commission. Because Rule 3 notice in the South African Judicial Commissions of Inquiry, it provides that the implicated individuals must be notified about the implicating evidence against them. Yes, he already returned to the commission to respond to some of the questions, but I think he has to physically appear in that commission. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi has alluded that there are politicians in the National Assembly who are infiltrating our our criminal justice system. Therefore, that must be laid to bear, and it is coming out right now. I, for one, will not forgive the Madlanga Commission if a person like Julius does not appear in person there. My last point, Joanne, President Ramaphosa has testified in both the Marikana and Zondo commissions, but he never expressed any spiteful remark against those commissions, none whatsoever. So Julius cannot stay us. He has to appear there and answer to the allegations against him. That is my point for this morning, my dear sister.
Lloyd, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for the greetings there. And of course, I mean, anyone who's implicated must appear before the Madlanga Commission. Can't disagree with you there. Let's take a call from Sintu in Midrand. Good morning to you, Sintu. What's on your mind?
Yes, how are you, my dear sister?
I'm very well, thanks, Sintu.
Yes,
Go
let me join the chorus and wish you a happy 90th year, SAfm.
Thank you so much, Sintu.
Yes. Listen, man, I'm coming with something different right now. It's not related to politics right now. Now, man, I got a complaint. It's not a complaint as such. Maybe you'll make a follow-up with Central University of Technology in the Free State Bloemfontein. I hope that they are listening, especially the finance department.
Mm-hmm.
My nephew applied there, and then he was accepted. I'm on the radio, guys. He was accepted, and now what they did, they said that he has been received. You see, I don't know what is happening with them.
All right, Sintu, we need to do some legwork on this, obviously. I'm going to put you back to Ginewe. And if you can just give her the background to this and the details of who you spoke to and exactly what happened when, we will try to follow that up for you, Sintu.
Yes, please, because I've got all the information in relation to that.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, let's take a short break. We'll take more voice notes and calls when we come back.
Missed your favorite SABC education program on SABC Radio? With SABC Plus, you can catch up on all your favorite SABC education programs anytime and anywhere. On your phone, simply open the SABC Plus app, tap on demand, select radio, find SABC Education, select the podcast of your choice and press play. Or if you're on your computer, visit the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Click on demand, choose radio, scroll to the SABC Education podcast section, select the podcast of your choice and press play. It's simple, convenient and always available when you are. Brought to you by the SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Before there was the SAfm you know today, there was the English service. There was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid.
I have to inform honourable members.
Through the states of emergency.
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
Through the release of Nelson Mandela.
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
Through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
21 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. And of course, it's a very special week indeed. And it's going to be a special month, as will the rest of the year be for SAfm, as we turn 90 years old. I walked in this morning and expected cake. There was no cake. I'm putting it out there. And Tony Soglo, station manager, Ferdinand Mabelane, programming manager, where's my cake? This team spins on cake, particularly chocolate cake. So any time that's forthcoming, we're ready to receive it. Listening to some of your voice notes on Women's Month as well. It's very important that we commemorate this. I mean, we do it as a kind of flash in the pan thing every year, right? But is there material change happening on the ground? And one of you says on the WhatsApp line, hi Joanne, earlier on Kathy's show, she interviewed the Minister of Women, challenging her progress on regarding female empowerment in the workplace, as she should be. However, and unfortunately, if patriarchy is not addressed at household level, influenced by religion, it is going to be difficult to materially change the workplace. A woman's struggle begins at home, and I believe organizations should address how women can escape patriarchy forced down their throats by males using religion to justify their oppression. No doubt we need interventions via government or the law, but true change will happen via the home, says Naveen in Durban. Naveen, that's a brilliant message to send this early in the morning. I think if you set the tone for the kind of conversations we want to have over the course of this month and beyond. And certainly it's not just religion, right? It's religion and culture, because often the two, I wouldn't say are conflated, but linked. And of course, it's such a contradiction when you have a world-class constitution saying to women, you are equal and you are worthy, and there is no one in this country who should enjoy superior status to you as a woman just because you are a woman or a girl. And then you go to your religious place during a certain part of the week, and they tell you the opposite. That kind of contradictory messaging, I think, is actually so dangerous. And a lot of women are able to compartmentalize themselves. When they go into their workplace, they expect to be treated a particular way, but they know when they go home, their husband is going to have certain expectations of them, as will the boys in their family, some of their children even, and consequently will shift that behavior regarding their rights according to how one operates in domesticity in that domain, right? So Naveen, I think what you're mentioning is hugely important, and thank you very much for saying that. And perhaps some of you would like to weigh in on that and say how that contradiction affects your life as a woman. The fact of being equal in some places and being inferior in other places, simply because that is the cultural or religious norm. Ngonde in Cape Town is on the line to us. Ngonde, you want to talk about immigration? Hi.
Yes, JJ, I know you well.
Yes,
Let me go right into it. Okay. This is a follow-up from what Kathy discussed with Msimang, Dr. Msimang, in the previous show.
Right.
I'm following up based on that, right?
Right.
Now, he said in the 3rd century already, right, the people that you call Bantus, a term that I don't normally like, but anyway, Africans in South Africa were coming from a place called Bakuba or Embo in Xhosa, right?
Yeah.
That place happened to be Congo. We're all coming from Congo, right?
Yes,
now,
correct.
From as early as 3rd century. Now, all these immigrants, legal or illegal, documented or undocumented, I'm talking about Africans now, right? Whether from Mozambique, from Angola, and beyond, blah, 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 right? They were actually brought here by the English Empire, not Afrikaners, English Empire, right? So to work as slaves, basically, in the mines, right? For years. So basically, Johannesburg was built by the legal, illegal, document, whatever, right?
Yes, by migrant labor,
by vulnerable neighbors, right, in these areas.
Yeah.
So that is why then, as we see now, they've got some sense of entitlement, right? Rightly or wrongly, right? Because even if they are from Mozambique, from Angola, they believe that we are actually from here as well. You know?
Yeah, I suppose there's been a history of migration, right? And I take your point that it's gone on for so many centuries that it actually isn't something new.
Correct. That is why Moleke Simbeki, as I close, said the ANC government, Moleke's brother to Thabo Mbeki, right, said about this topic, the migration issue has been caused mainly by the misrule and the corruption of the ANC government. Joanne, I think I will end it right there for other callers.
Okay, Nwande, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing those thoughts with us. I think the historical context certainly does matter. And lots of you are sending in some, would look to be some really fascinating voice notes here. I'm going to start with this one in regard to HIV status.
Good morning, Joanne and SAfm listeners at large. With due respect to the lady that got infected by the guy, is very much unfortunate, who was HIV positive. I mean, for me, person must take care of their own health. It is their responsibility. They are the masters of their own destiny. You have to ask for protection always. Until such time that you are sure, you have to tell the partner that can we go and test. If not, I mean, that's me thinking. The court case one assists the process. Now, the problem is now you must just go on medication. That's all, because you could have protected yourself right from the onset. That's me thinking. Please, from Pretoria. Have a lovely morning.
Thank you so much, and you too. And tell me what you think about that. Shame, it seems a bit harsh in some ways to say that. I know that people must absolutely take responsibility for their own health in that regard. But imagine that you keep asking someone you trust, right? Someone you're having a close, intimate relationship with, and you keep asking them, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" And they say, "No, I'm not." And you have fallen in love with that person, and you're having a relationship with them. You know, people dupe people in other people in all sorts of ways, and to me this is like one of the most destructive ways that I've seen it happen, and of course this is all yet to be proven in court, but these are the allegations that are being made, that she repeatedly asked and eventually stumbled upon his antiretrovirals rather, and that is seemingly the way that she found out. So we're going to see how it plays out in court, but there's a reason that the law is designed to actually be able to address that. I think you're right when you say the horse is bolted, you know. Unfortunately, she has she's now become infected herself, and thankfully we're living in a time where people can manage to control that and to keep their viral load down because the medication is all there. But imagine that someone close to you might do something like that to you. I think it is one of the cruelest things that you can do to another human being, where you jeopardize their health. I mean, how is that possibly considered loving or caring? It's just it blows my mind that there are people who would do that. But you can see, I mean, if a man wanted to have control over who she was with, and withhold that information, consequently because he wanted to control her choices, then you can see potentially what a dangerous man that could be. All right, that brings us to 9:30 on the Daily Discourse. I'll take more of your calls right after our latest news headlines with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Joanne, and a very good morning. On the news headlines, the Electoral Commission, IEC, says the final voter registration weekend was a success with strong logistical and operational performance across the country. Alleged political fixer Brown Mokhodzi is back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning after losing his third bid for bail. Mokhodzi is facing charges of defeating the ends of justice for allegedly faking his attempted assassination. And the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development says it is confident that Expropriation Act will withstand the constitutional challenge in the Western Cape High Court brought by the DA, AfriForum and the Institute of Race Relations. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time to lace up for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30 August. The race covers the beautiful tour of the city, combining urban streets, scenic coastal roads, and stunning beachfront stretches with views of the Indian Ocean. Catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. on Sunday, 30th of August. The Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race, brought to you by SABC Sports.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
9:32 on the Daily Discourse, and of course we're taking your calls and your voice notes at this hour. Our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Bonakele in Cape Town is on the line to us. Bonakele, hi.
How are you doing?
I'm so well, thanks, Bonakele. Tell me, you're thinking about Malema as well this morning, I believe.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
You see, when I want to talk about Malema, it reminds me of former President Jacob Zuma when he said he wants his day in court. So it's his day in Madlanga Commission this time around, Malema. But my interest and curiosity is to see how is he going to behave, because he said quite a lot of things about this Madlanga Commission, if you get what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
So, but if he misbehaves, I'll advise him not to do that. Otherwise, he will end up in jail. We saw people being arrested when they go there. When they become angry, they misbehave. They say things that are not what is required of them to say. So, all in all, I'm interested and curious to see what is going to happen. But his supporters, I strongly believe, they say, yeah, Malema is a bold man. He's going to go there and say quite a lot, seemingly as if Malema, it's political for him when he's invited to go there. But anyone who's actually suspected of anything wrong, they must appear in that Madlanga Commission.
Yes,
That's when Malema needs to explain. But all I'm trying to advise him on, to his supporters as well, he must behave.
Okay.
If he doesn't do that, he will end up behind bars.
Okay, but
am I right or wrong?
No, good advice. We must all behave. Yes, thank you.
I'm just giving him an advice. I'm not going to charge him. I'm not going to send him an invoice for that.
Kelly, thank you. So generous of you. Thank you. Thank you very much for that call. All right, let's listen to some of your voice notes now. Many of you talking about the army deployment in the Western Cape. Such a worrying thing to see those continuing deaths despite the presence of the police and army there.
Joanna, good morning. I'm Takatayo in Mangweving location. It is quite shocking to notice that the deployment of soldiers in the Western Cape
ARVs, then possibly he's not the one who actually infected the lady. Remember, HIV can stay with you for 3 or 5 years without knowing that you're HIV positive. So if you are using a medicine, then you can't transmit it to anybody. I've been following HIV since the 90s when it started. Or else you can ask one of the specialists. If you are taking ARVs, no, you can't pass it to somebody. No, it's not. The guy must win the case. Pastor Cape Town.
Pastor, we don't know all the circumstances of the case yet, but Ginewe and I have just been saying while we were listening to your voice note, it depends on how the medication was taken. If the medication was there but not taken or taken intermittently, that is going to affect your viral load, right? So we don't know how the medication was taken. But, the woman is obviously putting forward she only had one partner at that time. So we're going to have to watch how this case unfolds and what information comes out during the course of the case. But I think it's going to be a very important one for us to understand exactly how we manage this issue. Let's take a call from Mike in Newlands. Mike, good morning. You want to talk about the issue I raised earlier that we're going to do an interview about shortly in regard to all the companies that have either been liquidated or become insolvent in recent months.
Joanne, indeed I do, and good morning. Yes, it breaks my heart. 250 businesses closed. I don't know if that includes Goodyear as well. We are losing jobs which we can't afford to. And I want to quickly relate another problem, just to add to the burden we've placed on our country of our own making. About 2018, I went to Frankfurt, Germany, met with a property development company there because that's what I do for a living. And I managed to get them interested in a massive piece of land here in Cape Town, which is soon going to become quite famous. It would have brought in 200 jobs and about 100 million rand investment. The head of their group, which was based in Germany, although he's an American, he was a black gentleman, which I felt, let's be honest, color is important in this country. That would be a big factor. But unfortunately, when we were through the negotiations in Frankfurt, we had quite a few meetings. These are the issues I had to deal with. I had to deal with the fact that we've got quite tough unions, and that's concerned him. The municipalities were failing. That concerned him as well. And, of course, then I had to explain BEE, expropriation, and then EE, and, of course, just the general crime. Now, I'd managed to work my way, believe it or not, through all these because we're looking at 200 jobs, and I was obviously looking at a massive deal for my own person because I operate independently. So I was very excited and working very hard. Yeah. Unfortunately, he then produced the expropriation without compensation, which was then, I think, possibly a white paper, produced this at the meeting and said, Mike, now you've got to help me out. I went through that. I could not tell him why he must invest in a country that, A, can not just expropriate property, but anything at any given time, and why this government should be trusted, but the next one won't. He said, look, Mike, I run a $200-300 million investment company. I'm based in Switzerland. I would love to invest in South Africa. I have my heart's African. I'm part African. But he said, I can't get my investors to invest. So I then contacted Jackson and Timber in the presidency, got no reply. And luckily enough, Bongi Gwala, when he was running the morning show, had him on. And I managed to doorstop him on the radio. So I said to Minister in the presidency, Jackson and Timber, listen, this is my story. I've written to you. Please, just come back to me and tell me, Mike, you're wasting your time. Or give me some hope. I never got the courtesy of a reply, nothing. And that, sadly, is where it died. That was the end of the 200 jobs, 100 million rand investment. And I just, I want to keep this in mind. We are losing jobs like crazy. This expropriation without compensation is complete and utter madness. And when you're in the real world, such as I was for that time, no, it just, I can't tell you how sad it was. And, now we have 200 people sitting around here that could have had work, could be building their careers, but unfortunately, ideology is not allowed. Thanks, Joanne.
Mike, thank you so much for sharing that with us. I mean, it is very difficult to explain this to foreign investors, and yet we do have foreign investors in the country. I mean, I'm thinking of all the international companies that continue to invest in South Africa, and I understand. I do understand your potential investors' worries about this. It's difficult in some ways. I mean, it is a country where history has dictated that there's got to be some form of redress. And the law is not actually that uncommon. If you go to a country like the United States, you'll find a law called eminent domain that does exactly the same thing as our expropriation does in this country. But having said that, let's see how this plays out in the Western Cape High Court and whether we're going to see any tweaks made to this law at all, or exactly how it is going to be managed at this level. I wonder whether it'll end up in the Constitutional Court, but certainly it's going to be very interesting to see the outcome of this and what effect it will have on business. And as we head towards 9:45 to 10 on the Daily Discourse, that takes us right into what we've been talking about. Business Tech warning us that there have been 245 more business liquidations in the country in recent months. It says June figures have increased from May, and that in total since the beginning of the year, over 1,300 businesses have shut their doors. Kolekani Mate is Business Unity South Africa's CEO designate and joins us now. Good morning to you, Mr. Mate, and thank you very much for joining us on the Daily Discourse. What is behind the high number of businesses shutting down?
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to the listeners of SAfm. Thank you for the opportunity. Well, the factors are many, but I think in summary, the persistent low GDP growth is one of the major factors, because that results in weak demand for the products that the companies produce. But if you then add to that the fact that if you have interest rates going up, which means the cost of capital goes up, and if you are in a sector where you have to import some of the inputs, and with the rand volatility and even weakening at some point, means that your cost goes high. And then, of course, we've had persistent energy issues and logistics. And finally, the increase in what is often referred to as administered prices, that is electricity and rates and taxes, etc. So essentially what happened is that there's been a huge increase in the input costs and a weak demand for the products that are produced, resulting in companies essentially not making it.
Are these largely small businesses or micro enterprises that have been affected, Mr. Mate?
Largely, yes, but we know that there have been other large firms that have been affected. The case of ArcelorMittal that has been going on for a while, with government intervening to try and save those jobs. So it does tell you that this is not limited to small businesses. It can affect large firms as well, and this depends on your exposure to the various cost drivers that I've just mentioned. But indeed, small firms are less able to cushion and navigate their way through these difficulties than large firms are.
In what sectors were most of these businesses operating? Do we know?
No, we don't. But I think that it's if you take all of this together, it's fair to say that those sectors that are in the manufacturing space are more likely to be affected by these, because they produce something, which means that the cost, the input cost increase would affect them and lead them to non-viability. This is deduction from what we see. It doesn't mean that we have the hard evidence to say that these are all manufacturing companies that have closed.
Well, one can only deduce, of course, that very likely a minimum of hundreds of jobs were lost in the process.
Indeed, and not only jobs lost, but also a multiple of livelihoods or rather families that are dependent on those jobs. So the impact is huge. For every job that's lost, between 8 and 10 people who depend on that job are suddenly thrown out. So the impact is really huge.
I want to take a call from one of our listeners, Mr. Mate. JJ in Bulukwane is on the line to us. JJ, do you have a comment or a question for Mr. Mate, please?
Good morning, Joan. In fact, I understand what he's talking about, but I wanted to respond specifically because it's tied to what he's talking about now. What Mike from Cape Town was saying, it ties to that.
Yes.
But the biggest problem that we are faced with in South Africa when it comes to foreign investors and all those type of things, we seem not to be logical and not to be based on research that has been done. I can give you this example. He says there was an investor from Swiss who wanted to come and invest here, but because of land expropriation, the country has laws for people who want to invest here. Even if there is a land expropriation, why should the land for a person who's coming to invest be expropriated even before he comes? I can't understand. And these are the things that make us not to forge ahead and create the necessary jobs that we want to create.
All right, JJ, thank you very much for that. I think you're drawing attention to something important which I wanted to raise with Mr. Mate here, which is, Mr. Mate, I mean, in terms of foreign investment, of course we want that investment and desperately need it at that time. How do we balance our ethical responsibility of redress to our population while ensuring that that the laws are investor friendly?
Well, Joanne, I mean, that's a separate subject which I'm happy to go into, but I think to make the point, though, is that before you even talk about, future investments, which are absolutely necessary, here we are dealing with a situation where the firms have, in fact, gone ahead and made the investments, right? But they're struggling to cope, and they're struggling to keep their heads above water for a myriad of reasons, not the least of which is, in some instances, the uncertainty, about the future of their investments, or rather regulatory uncertainties and so on. And so the point I'm making is that we need to really understand the role that investment plays in an economy. Investment drives growth and it creates jobs, and we need to, at all points, really think hard about how can we not only attract but retain those investors. We don't seem to be doing a good job. On the one hand, we recognize the importance of investment, but our actions in terms of making the investments, retain those investments, we do poorly. Now, coming to the issue of how we balance our imperatives between investment and transformation. Look, I think that many investors would like an environment where they understand the lay of the land in terms of legislation up front. They can price that or factor that into their own investment decisions, and they would like that to stay that way for a reasonable period so that there are no changes in between that then introduce an uncertainty that was not there when they made the decision. So I don't think that the argument is for there to be no application of redress and transformation rules. We just need to make sure that we do not chop and change such that we throw out the information that was on which the investment was based, and I think that's the main thing we need to be mindful of.
Mr. Mate, please stay with us. We're going to take a short break, and we'll continue our conversation with you when we come back.
Being in construction has taught me that buying machinery doesn't come cheap. Loaders, excavators, graders, they're the heartbeat of the job site. Now, thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. This saving helps keep my machines working and projects moving.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your yellow metal machinery. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years, women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
9:52 here on the Daily Discourse. We're having a conversation with Khulekani Mate. He's the Busa CEO designate. We're talking about the issue of small businesses experiencing insolvency, liquidating themselves. It really is a very, very poor picture in terms of the support for local businesses. And I'm listening to some of your voice notes as well before we take a call.
Good morning, JJ. JJ, I'm not surprised that 200 companies are liquidating in this country. I mean, we've got a very dysfunctional government. You look at your trade industry, you've got ministers that are not supposed to be ministers as such. The question of policy, I know I was talking to one person that was saying that VWAG wrote a letter to Cyril in May. To date, that was up to September, and now up to July. He has not responded. Now you could understand if a president cannot respond to very small issues, what about ministers? And as a result, in 3 or 4 years' time, will be worse off than Zimbabwe. It's Ketimpi, Zoma, in Kat.
Morning, Johan and SAfm listeners. We don't have a problem with these guys. I was hearing Colin talking about one of his friends from wherever he was saying. We don't have a problem with that. The problem with these people who wants to invest in South Africa, they want South Africa to change its laws. We want investment, yes, but we cannot change our laws because you want to invest here and you must tell us which laws must be applied and which one mustn't be applied. We cannot allow that to happen. Then they can just keep their investment. You understand? We can't change our laws because of that. Good morning, it's Marumo in Mahike.
Morning, Joanne. Joanne, I understand how determined the minority who have the land are determined to keep the land for themselves as a minority. To avoid this taking of land, repossession of land by the government, why can't they themselves volunteer to share with the disadvantaged? Why can't they volunteer? They are not coming forth. I've got a piece of land. People who are squatting there, squatter camp there, have this piece of land which is lying there idly, not being used. Is that not being selfish? They are very much determined to keep the status quo. Why can't they volunteer themselves? Nomin Ndebe.
Well, thank you for that. Of course, we've widened the discussion a little bit, but the original point is in regard to the liquidations and the insolvencies of businesses. Many of them have been small businesses. Many of them have had to close their doors in the last few months. Dintwe in Tabanchu is on the line to us. You have a question on liquidations for Khulekani Mate. Dintwe, go for it.
Morning, Joanne. Yeah, no, what I want to understand, your guest, the figures that he's talking about, is the figures that he physically went through to see companies that are being liquidated, or are the figures that he obtains from the CIPC? Because if it's the figures that he obtains from the CIPC, that is not true, that companies are being liquidated. The CIPC is taking off the list or of their data companies that we have registered, thinking that we will have funding for them, and then we don't keep them active by paying our annual fees that to keep the company active. If you don't pay your annual fees, CIPC after a certain period will send you a letter to notify you that because you are not keeping the company active, we are going to deregister it. So many companies are being deregistered by CIPC because we don't keep up with the annual fees.
Thank you very much for that, Dintwe. Mr. Mate, of course, I mean, the origins of this article are business tech, and they've made these figures available to us. But can we confirm from an independent source that a number of businesses have experienced insolvency and have liquidated or have been liquidated?
Yeah, thanks for that, Joanne. So just to clarify the caller, so this information comes from a Stats SA report, which is based on a survey that is conducted periodically of how many firms are in distress and how many firms are liquidated. So this is not BAMSAC. This comes from our official statistical agency that has been doing this for a while and showing that we are having a problem and measuring it, month on month as well as year on year. In other words, comparing this time last year and this year, as well as comparing, month to month. And so the figure of 245 firms is in fact comparing, between May and June. It tells you that, in addition to all the factors I have mentioned, of course, the most recent is the cost of fuel because of the wars in the Middle East have had a disproportionate impact on the cost structures and the survival of firms that are dependent on that input into their production. So these are our official statistics that we are talking about here.
All right. A quick call from Gary in Bloem. Gary, good morning. A very quick one from you as we head towards the news, please.
Hi, good morning, JJ. I'm just talking to your producer. Okay. What's happening now? ITAC is limiting the importations of certain goods that are not manufactured in the customs union. And by doing that, they are strangling the downstream industries because of that's where your installations and all that kind of stuff happens, your downstream industries. Now, that's where your SMEs come in all in. That's where the workers are. They do the actual work, as opposed to the upstream, that is a factory that's mostly mechanized these days with the CNC machines and AI and all that kind of nonsense. Now, when I was listening to the other day to Matthew Parks, and when Donald McKay was on the show as well, look, I know Donald as well, but they're busy strangling the downstream industries.
Okay.
By all these limitations of the imports of stuff that is not made in South Africa. You must have a look how much stuff is not manufactured in the customs union. It's amazing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that issue in, Gary. Mr. Mate, your take on that?
So I think the main point to make there is that, while government policies taken individually might make a lot of sense and be justifiable, but the important thing is to then take them together and look at their collective impact on the economy. It's quite possible that in pursuing one really good policy, it has a negative impact on other objectives of government. So I think the lesson there is that let's take our policies and look at collectively what impacts they're having on the national objectives, in this case, economic growth and job creation. If we do that, we will start to eliminate those policies that are in fact working against some of the objectives that we are pursuing and start to stimulate the economy in a way that creates jobs. And that's what I take away from the comment, and it's absolutely spot on.
All right. Thank you so much for your insight into this, Mr. Khulekani Mate. He's the business CEO designate, and I wish that we could actually have a longer conversation with him because this investment issue is a very important one indeed. It brings us to just 1 minute after 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Slightly late for your news bulletin. Apologies, and good morning, Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, IEC gives feedback on final voter registration weekend, and UKZN and SRC concerned over the growing backlog of academic work. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good morning. On election news, the Electoral Commission says the final voter registration weekend was a success with strong logistical and operational performance across the country. This comes as South Africa concludes its final voter registration drive ahead of the upcoming elections. The IEC says the campaign aims at getting as many eligible citizens as possible onto the voters' roll. IEC Chief Electoral Officer Simon Mabulu says citizens can still register or update their details online and local IEC offices until midnight on the day of the election date is officially proclaimed.
We're quite happy with the overall performance of the system in relation to the logistical arrangements, in relation to the human capital that was working. Of course, in terms of the quantitative yield of registration, we are finalizing our analysis of the data. The online registration portal remains open, as well as those who may wish to go to our local offices to register.
Alleged political fixer Brown Mokgotsi is back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning after losing his third bid for bail. Mokgotsi is facing charges of defeating the ends of justice for allegedly faking his attempted assassination. He allegedly shot at his own car in Vosloorus, east of Johannesburg, in November 2025. His legal team is expected to consult with him on video footage the state says links him to the alleged incident before the court decides on the next step. Criselda Lewis reports.
So the state says it has footage of Mokgotsi staging that assassination, and during the last court appearance, you'd recall, the state had handed that footage over to the defense to view, but according to what I understand, the defense says that footage does not imply what the state alleges. So this morning, because the defense, you'd recall, during the last appearance, had complained that it was not able to consult with Mokgotsi in prison because those devices were not allowed inside a prison, the court then allowed that during this court appearance, his lawyers can consult with him on the footage here.
The Department of Land Reform and Rural Development says it is confident that the Expropriation Act will withstand the constitutional challenge in the Western Cape High Court brought by the DA, AfriForum and the Institute of Race Relations. The organizations are seeking to have the act declared unconstitutional, arguing that it threatens homes, businesses and investment. Land Reform Department spokesperson Kasim Khan says the law has followed all the required legislative processes and does not give the state unchecked powers to seize property. He says any decision to expropriate land with no compensation would be assessed on a case-by-case basis.
We acknowledge this right of the DA, the AfriForum and I think the Vaderland Institute to challenge the expropriation. And we look forward to hear what further arguments they are going to present, and we will be following the court proceedings closely. The Constitution has never required market value in every case. It requires an equitable balance between public interest and the interest of those affected. And it explicitly lists factors like current use, how the property was acquired, and the purpose of expropriation. So no compensation is not a default. It applies only in narrowly defined circumstances, such as abandoned land.
The Student Representative Council at the University of Zululand has expressed concern over the growing backlog of academic work caused by the ongoing water outages at the institution. This after teaching and learning was halted due to water issues affecting Umhlatuze and other several communities. The water shortages have been ongoing for over a month. Ongoye SRC President Sazindlela says if the situation is not contained, students might not make it to their exams.
As classes were suspended, it has affected negatively the teaching and learning process, which automatically means students have stopped going to classes to learn and lecturers have also stopped the process of teaching and learning, which has affected our students because by August they should be writing tests and by October they should be writing exams, whereas they also need to firstly get an average of 40% DP mark so that they can qualify for exams. And ultimately that process is affected as the process of teaching and learning was affected due to the suspension of classes.
U.S. President Donald Trump has confirmed reports that the U.S. Treasury jointly intervened with Japan last week to prop up the yen after the currency fell to a 40-year low. Trump said it was a signal of friendship but also benefited the U.S. financially, the BBC's Mariko Oi reports.
There are multiple reasons for this, but the biggest one is the difference in interest rates. So Japan was a pioneer in cutting interest rates to zero back in 1999. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many other economies followed suit. But since then, they've been raising the cost of borrowing, while Japan's interest rates remain extremely low. And usually, traders prefer currencies with higher interest rates.
Recapping the top story, the Electoral Commission says the final voter registration weekend was a success with strong logistical and operational performance across the country. I'm Wanda Lambana for SAfm News Headlines at 10:30.
If you're active on social media and love SAfm, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAfm page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAfm, leading the conversation. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the second hour of the programme. I'm Joanne Joseph. Lovely to be with you this Monday morning. Hope you've had a very good start to the week indeed. Let me tell you what we're chatting about in this hour. We're talking about the issue of the DA challenging the appointment and the salary increase for the Secretary of Parliament, Xolile George. We'll chat to them about that in just a moment. A little bit later on in this hour, we're talking about antibiotic resistance. Let's hope we're never going to get to the point where antibiotics are no longer workable as a medical treatment in society because of this increasing resistance. But we'll speak to a researcher who is aiming to make sure that the sources of this, the places where antimicrobial resistance comes into play, are actually addressed. So we'll have that conversation in just a moment. Right now, remember, our lines do remain open during the show, so you can send us your messages or you can give us a call. Our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Right, we are heading for 10 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and Times Live tells us the Democratic Alliance is going to court to challenge the appointment and the salary increase of Xolile George as Parliamentary Secretary. The DA says George received a 70% salary hike in the months just after he took up the position. This pushed his salary up to 4.4 million rand a year. Let's speak to DA Parliamentary Leader George Michalakis. All right, we appear to have lost our line to him. We're going to try and get him back on the line. And for now, I will just take one or two of your calls and perhaps listen to your voice notes. Let's listen to this one on the issue of companies closing down as a strategy.
Morning, Joanne. I recently saw a post on Twitter where a lady was saying that she lost a contract worth 600,000 because of BEE. And subsequently, what the comments and other people are saying is that they will shut down their companies until the government thinks otherwise. So some of these things, it's a strategy to twist the government's arm in terms of its policies. It's not necessarily that they are struggling.
I wonder, would people go to all that trouble to close down their companies to send out a message to government? I wonder what you think about that. I think that's a little bit drastic, especially in the presence of a government that's not always attentive to what's going on. All right, 11 past 10. I'll take a quick call from Brian in the Northern Cape regarding investment. Good morning, Brian. Hi.
our attitude towards investment is what needs to change. We have this handout approach to businesses. We do not have a business approach towards investment. Now, this is a problem because the business that comes into the country dictates how business should be run in the country. And they bring all these kind of practices. One can mention outsourcing. Outsourcing is one cause that destroys small businesses. It's a cause that we have seen, especially in the mining industry, that leads to insolvencies. It's caused by outsourcing. Now, our policies, it's not strict towards outsourcing as a business model that is harmful to the country. It's harmful also towards social development. So the attitude of our government and our people must change from a handout to a real business attitude that says, if you want to come and invest here, these are the conditions that you come and invest. These are the type of business models that we're looking for. Putting concrete guidelines for businesses.
All right, Brian. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting call indeed. And I think I want to tackle this on a wider basis. So I will incorporate some of what you're saying into our conversation about that. All right, let me take you back to that story about the Democratic Alliance going to court to challenge the appointment and salary increase of Xolile George as Parliamentary Secretary. The DA says he got a 70% salary hike just after getting the position, and he's now earning 4.4 million a year. So let's speak to DA Parliamentary Leader George Michalakis, who joins us on the line now. Mr. Michalakis, good morning, and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. Can you please start by explaining to us what the role of a parliamentary secretary is?
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to the listeners. Well, the parliamentary secretary is the most senior civil servant in Parliament. He's effectively the equivalent of a head of department in a government department. He is responsible for the daily operations of the entire Parliament as an institution. And he heads, obviously, then all the different departments that make up Parliament. As the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCOP are the political heads, he is the administrative head of the institution.
All right, thanks for just foregrounding that for us. On the face of it, it seems Mr. George was the most qualified for the job. On what grounds are you objecting firstly to his appointment?
So, Mr. George, on the second round, when the appointment was made, was actually not a candidate. There was a first round earlier where he was one of the two people that were shortlisted. Parliament then came to a conclusion that they cannot afford him at what was then proposed a 3.5 million rand salary, because Parliament capped the salary of the Secretary to Parliament at 2.6 million rand. The process was then reopened. 81 candidates applied, 9 were shortlisted, of which Mr. George was not one. And then finally, when the shortlist made its way to the then Speaker and Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, they halted the entire process, all 9 shortlisted candidates, and then came back and said Mr. George is now available for the 2.6 million rand, which is the understanding under which the two houses then approved his appointment. But ultimately it escalated to much more than what Parliament was made aware of at the time when he was appointed.
So I want to ask you about the salary increase, because it seems as though Parliament was implementing austerity measures at the time across the board. How exactly did he end up earning a salary of 4.4 million when there'd been cost-cutting measures in other areas of Parliament?
Well, that's the whole crux of the matter. I mean, 2019 Parliament went through an entire review of its wage bill because Parliament could not afford its wage bill across the board. It capped the salary of the Secretary to Parliament at between 2.4 and 2.6 million rand. How was it possible for him to get 4.4 million rand? Well, that is a question that needs to be answered by then Speaker Mapisa Nkakula and Mr. Amos Masondo, who was at that point the chairperson of the NCOP. The two houses were under the impression that he would receive the advertised salary, which is 2.6 million rand, which is the cap. It took them 3 months after his appointment to give him a formal contract. That was in September of 2022. And then by the next January, he received a letter from the Speaker and the Chairperson congratulating him that his onboarding has now been complete and that he will now go to a salary of 4.4 million rand, 70% higher. I'm not aware of any formal processes having been followed to give him that 70% increase only months after he was appointed. There are documents in our court papers where from the time that he was appointed, Mr. George still negotiated his own salary throughout the whole process, which does point to some of the reasons why he received such an astronomical increase. But none of that was approved by Parliament. That is a question for the executive authority. I believe that such a increase on his salary is unauthorized expenditure because Parliament has capped the salary at much lower than that.
So has this issue been raised with Nosiviwe Mapisa Nkakula or Amos Masondo, and have they given reasons for this decision to employ him in the first place, but especially to employ him at the salary you say he's earning?
Absolutely, it was raised. As you know, whenever there is a little bit of smoke and possibly a fire as well, that you don't always get answers as readily as you would wish. The DA back then in 2023 already took the matter to the Powers and Privileges Committee. There was an investigation by Advocate Pillay, who then indicated in her report that there is a prima facie question to answer by the Speaker. But the Powers and Privileges Committee at that point decided not to go forward with it because it said that it didn't anymore have the jurisdiction over the then Speaker because she was at that point no longer a member of the National Assembly or a member of Parliament. That process then stopped there, but we also pursued it within the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament, where these matters need to be interrogated. And as recently as earlier March, April this year, the DA took it to that committee, and despite the fact that we asked questions, the ANC members within that committee simply shut it down, in short saying there's nothing here to see, case closed. That's why the DA at this point is now forced to go to court, because through the parliamentary processes that we followed, the necessary answers weren't given. There are also two files of documents that were presented to that committee, which they then ultimately withdrew from the committee and said that they need to sanitize it for or for information purposes, in other words, protecting people's specific private information. It took them 4 months to provide us with those files, which we got last Friday, after we actually took the chairpersons of that committee to the Powers and Privileges Committee. So the short answer to your question is yes, it has been asked. It has been asked to the then executive authority as well, but no clear answers have been forthcoming, and I can only suspect why. It is because this whole matter was irregular, and they're trying to hide it.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you very much for speaking to us. George Mechalakis, he is the DA parliamentary leader.
In case you missed it,
the ANC has been opposing the introduction of this constituent system, and it has been using its majority in Parliament to oppose the introduction of constituencies. Well, as it now happens, the ANC has lost its majority in Parliament, so I see the day when the Parliament will hopefully vote and introduce a constituency system, and the ANC has no powers to veto that anymore.
And that is Moelis Mbeki, the chairperson of the South African Institute of International Affairs.
That was National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana. Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years.
Hi SAfM, I am Dr. Mvuisi Mzukwa, chairperson of the South African Medical Association and president of the Coalition of African National Medical Associations. Congratulations on 90 years of existence and excellence. Wishing you many more years of good conversation.
My name is Confidence Silime, Managing Director of Ascension Business Consultants, and I just want to say a big congratulations to SAfm on turning 90. What a milestone. 90 and still going strong. Here's to you, SAfm, and here's to 90 more.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
10:22 on the Daily Discourse, taking some of your calls and listening to your voice notes as well. There's a lot happening right now in the courts this morning. I'm just looking at what is happening in the Western Cape High Court. SABC News is running that live. The DA, the Institute for Race Relations, AfriForum are in the Western Cape High Court to have the Expropriation Act declared unconstitutional and invalid, and that is happening in one court. And then Kat Matlala is his trial is underway as well. The court is hearing evidence in this ongoing trial right now. And Brown Mokhotsi was in court as well not so long ago. You know, he had 3 failed attempts at bail. So that court action is also underway. I want to listen to a voice note on one of you speaking about Brown Mokhotsi.
Good morning, Joanne. I just want to share my thoughts, in particular with regards to Brown Mokhotsi. I hear he's appearing in court today for that case of his. That's, I don't know why people are not talking about it. Even Twitter, that always has a lot of things to say. Nobody's really just shaming this individual, the most foolish man who have ever existed in the existence of this country. Because the reality is that he never got a recommendation for an arrest warrant. But he plotted to make himself look like he was trying to get killed. Now look, he's in prison for that. This is the most foolish man ever, in my honest opinion, I would say. Daniel here in Bryanston.
Daniel, thank you so much for that. All right, interesting indeed. You may want to comment on that as well. Parks in Cape Town is on the line to us. Parks, hi. You want to talk about the Housing Tribunal?
Yes, good morning, Joanne. Trust you all this morning. Joanne, a while ago you did have a segment on the show where you were discussing the property prices in Cape Town. Now, with there's a body here in Cape Town which is known as the Municipal Planning Tribunal. In fact, one of your fellow media houses is currently covering the story on that. Now, this body is a group of committee that actually gatekeeps as to who can develop and who can be allocated land for development, as well as property that is prime property for private use here in Cape Town. Now, what that brings to the average person in Cape Town is that it's ever-increasing prices in property prices for either residential purposes or for business purposes. The reason why our property prices are so expensive in Cape Town, it's because of that very municipal planning tribunal. It allocates land that is owned by a municipality as it sees fit to the highest bidder. Now, the reason why Cape Town has so many private apartments that are so expensive is because of that very housing tribunal.
Okay, very, very interesting indeed. Parks, thank you for flagging that with us. I mean, we're often having conversations about how unaffordable Cape Town is becoming. And I think part of the problem is also the influx of well-heeled, affluent potential homeowners from overseas. Many people are able to come there. They were able to afford some of the best land in Cape Town, and that too is driving up property prices in very dramatic ways. Thank you for sharing that with us. Gift, it wants to talk about the ANC in the Eastern Cape. Good morning, Gift. Hi.
Good morning. No, I don't want to talk about the ANC. I want to express my views on this issue of the SAfm application, including the DA in the High Court in the Western Cape on the Expropriation Act.
Okay.
But before, let me just put a disclaimer on this issue. You know, in South Africa, many, many years ago, before 1994, there was something called Job Reservation Act. That Job Reservation Act was meant to give jobs to white people, and in particular white males. So most white females never had an opportunity to get those better jobs, including our own people from Indian community, from colored community, including African communities. And when the post-1994 new government came in, it produced or enacted laws such as the Employment Equity to seek redress on this issue. And most beneficiaries on that Employment Equity Act are mostly females or women, white, Indian, colored, and blacks. And so it's so sad sometimes when you see black apologists standing on the queue defending this white supremacy. I'm raising this deliberately as a disclaimer because this morning when I was looking at the doorsteps of the Western High Court, I saw many DA black faces speaking there on this Expropriation Act. And for the record, you and I and most South Africans understand very well that the Expropriation Act seeks to redress the imbalances of the past because many African people were dispossessed of land, not only African, but colored and Indian families. And up until today, they remain one of the South Africa's most enduring wounds. And this expropriation also, its legacies continue to scar most cities and towns in this country because most millions of South African people, in particular your black Africans, are still condemned in overcrowded townships and informal areas. So it's so pity that you will see black faces being used by the DA. And I want you to invite...
But Gift, may I come in there? You can tell me who you'd like me to invite in a moment. But I mean, these black faces, I mean, I take your point that they're part of this movement and part of this movement against the expropriation bill. But they're doing it of their own accord, right? It's all very well saying the DA is using them. They're free agents, right? They choose to be used, if that's the case.
Can I remind you someone who led the DA, Musumaimane? Musumaimane was one of those black faces who were used by the DA, but up until he repented and said, look, I've been used by the DA. Hence today he left the DA to form his own party. And I'm not apologizing in raising this, that they are just black apologists, because how do they allow themselves to be used as black faces in the face against fighting the redress? Because at the end of the day, they will also be the beneficiaries of the Expropriation Act, but they decided to be black faces being used by white people so that they suppress. In fact, they want to continue with the white supremacy. That's my issue with those black faces. That's why I want you to invite Madigizela of the DA just to explain this here on the radio so that he does not read from the script, just to understand if he understands what's the basis of this.
Okay, thank you for that Gift. He is from the ANC in the Eastern Cape, talking about expropriation. Do you agree with him? Have black faces been used by the Democratic Alliance to force this issue and get it to the Western Cape High Court? Or do you think that there are black people with a conviction that says, there are other factors that are more important, expropriation is not appropriate in the current climate? Give us a call on that. 10:30 right now on the Daily Discourse. Ondela Mbana has your headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, police in George in the Western Cape say a man has been taken in for questioning following a house fire in the CBD this morning where a body was found. The DA Federal Council Chairperson Asho Sarupan says the party will make strong arguments in the Western Cape High Court that the Expropriation Act was approved unlawfully by Parliament, and the Electoral Commission says the final voter registration weekend was a success with strong logistical and operational performance across the country. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
10:31 on the Daily Discourse, and thank you for joining us if you've just tuned in. We're having lots of conversations about very different things today. One of the big stories is the expropriation challenge that is in the Western Cape High Court that is underway as we speak, and you might want to comment on that. The other issue that we are looking at this hour is antibiotic resistance, right? We're all off to the doctor every now and then, and sometimes we are sick enough to be prescribed antibiotics. And what happens in a case where antibiotic resistance comes into play, where that medication is just not workable anymore because we've got to the point of resistance? We're going to speak to a researcher about that in just a moment. All right, let's listen into some of your voice notes, one of them on the issue of investors and misinformation.
Good morning, Joanne and the team at SAfm. Regarding the guy who called in and said he had an investor who was fearful of investing because of all our redress laws, I don't think it's accurate to say that our laws are keeping away investors, because we've had foreign investment for quite a while, even after the dawn of democracy. I believe investors are staying away because of people like that guy who called in, who are instilling fear in investors by, bending the truth a bit about how our policies and how our redress laws work. It's them who are spreading the fake news about dispossession of land, of private land, arbitrarily. Nothing like that is happening in South Africa, and that's why foreign investors continue to come in. So if these people, like the guy who called in, gave investors the actual truth of what's happening in the country, then they wouldn't be fearful of investing in the country. It's Boipelo from Krugersdorp.
Thank you very much for that. What are you talking about the DA's influence in Cape Town?
Morning, Joanne. I think DA is going to lose Cape Town one day, because they should have used the money that they sent back to Treasury for housing, almost 900 million rand that they failed to use to build houses that is so desperately needed in Cape Town. And DA's numbers are numbered because they're not looking after the people that are voting for them for Cape Town.
Thanks for that. One of you says, hi, Joanne, and this is about job losses and liquidations. It can also happen that some of them, in other words, some companies, are closing due to the government tightening up and closing off loopholes in municipalities. Remember, there's a lot of bribery there for tenders, says Simpiwe in Cape Town. And then one of you is commenting on the work of the SANDF in the Western Cape.
So having the army in the Western Cape was really just a knee-jerk reaction from Ramaphosa. Yes, people called for the army, but it was initially, he was hesitant until he declared that the army will be deployed in the Western Cape as well. I still believe it's a knee-jerk reaction, but there is no oversight. The army, they are beating up innocent people on their way to work. Why don't they go after the gangsters? We've never heard in the Western Cape of, shooting a gangster down, shooting or killing a gangster like we do with KZN. They are useless here.
Good morning, Joanne and your team. The soldiers are now breaking the law here in Cape Town. On Thursday evening, they assaulted my friends. They found them there in a place that is selling alcohol that's not supposed to sell the alcohol. And they assaulted the people they found there. So they need to go back to camp.
The kind of reports we're getting back from the ground is either that the SANDF is completely ineffective, or that they've been allegedly involved in incidents like this, and it really is very, very worrying. What is the point of deploying the SANDF to these areas when there's going to be absolutely no difference and people are going to continue to die in the numbers that they have been in the past? And if you and I, as ordinary people, are complaining about this, why is the president not looking at the same figures? Why is the acting minister of police, Feroz Kachalia, not looking at the figures? Why is the defense minister not looking at the figures and saying, hey, we're not making any progress here? What is wrong? Are they reevaluating what's going on the ground? I'm just astonished that this can go on for months and months after the SANDF deployment. Nothing happens in the way of progress. And we're sticking with it because we just decided that was how it was going to be. So no questions are being asked right now. Are they being asked behind closed doors? I don't know. We don't know if our leaders are agile enough to ask the questions they ought to ask. But certainly I think we need to pursue this to find out what else needs to be done to make this a workable partnership in the Western Cape between the SAPS and the SANDF. Just after 25 minutes to 10 here, to 11 rather, on the Daily Discourse. And of course, I spoke about this a little bit earlier. Imagine if the antibiotics your doctor gave you for an illness just didn't work anymore. The Conversation says antimicrobial resistance is increasing. This is a bad sign because it means the organisms that cause diseases are finding it easier to withstand treatments like antibiotics. Let's find out how serious this is. Postdoctoral fellow at the Department of Microbiology at Stellenbosch University, Dr. John Paul Makumbi, joins us to explain this further. Doctor, good morning, and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. In layman's terms, what exactly is antimicrobial resistance?
Good morning, John, and good morning to your listeners. Thanks for having me on. So as you just summarized a bit, antimicrobial resistance is when certain organisms, such as bacteria, evolve so that antibiotics no longer work against them. And then when this happens, it means that infections that were once easy to treat become much more difficult, where they sometimes need more expensive new antibiotics or sometimes really impossible to cure. And this has caused an increase in the number of deaths related to bacterial infections, and with millions more projected to occur over the next few decades.
All right. So tell me, how does this typically come about, that antimicrobial resistance actually occurs?
So it is a bit of a natural process that occurs within bacteria. Antibiotics themselves are natural chemicals that are released by bacteria to fight one another. But then, of course, humans, we have taken these and then used them to treat other bacterial infections. So there are certain bacteria that get genetic material that allows them to defeat the mechanism of action of these antibiotics. And what happens is that some of these genetic mechanisms can be shared in between bacteria. So the more we use antibiotics, the more the bacteria that are able to survive spread. It's a survival of the fittest mechanism. And so over the last 60 years, we've really overused antibiotics, which has led to those that are resistant to spread.
Are doctors overprescribing antibiotics, Dr. Makumbi?
Yes, without a doubt. There has been a lot of overprescription of antibiotics. The World Health Organization keeps raising alarms about this. In some countries, you can get these antibiotics over the counter without even a prescription from a doctor. And the more we use these antibiotics incorrectly, the more we are leading to the problem.
What types of patients are most exposed to antibiotic resistance?
It ranges across the board, really. A lot of times, patients that are admitted to hospitals are put on antibiotics as a protection against other opportunistic infections. People that are undergoing surgeries, for example, may face opportunistic infections because they are immunocompromised in the hospital. So you find that they're given antibiotics sometimes as a prophylaxis to protect them against any infections that might come up. But generally in the community, we also take a lot of antibiotics for things ranging from common colds, for which you actually don't need antibiotics, to other types of infections such as skin or other kinds of respiratory infections.
I want to ask about whether South African patients are worsening the problem by starting their course of antibiotics and not finishing the course.
That is definitely a big challenge. Anytime you start a course of antibiotics and you don't finish it, you have exposed these bacteria to some antibiotics, but you have not killed them off. This allows them to evolve and therefore become resistant. The next time you take that same antibiotic, it might just not work. And that is why doctors always encourage their patients that if you are given an antibiotic, please finish the course.
That's really good advice. It seems tackling antibiotic resistance is often focused on hospitals and clinics. Should this focus be extended to other areas, Dr. Makumbi?
Yes, John, definitely. So initially, when antimicrobial resistance occurred, it was mainly considered a healthcare problem. But recent research shows that the environment, especially water systems, are one of the most important vehicles for the spread of resistance. I will give an example. So if you look at wastewater, it contains a huge amount of bacteria and antibiotics from hospitals, communities, everywhere else, to be honest. And at the wastewater treatment plants, this is where these elements combine and cause the selection of more resistance and more spread. Now, the problem is that although treatment plants do an excellent job of protecting public health by removing harmful bacteria, they were not designed to remove resistant bacteria or the genetic material that may cause resistance. So sometimes globally, you find that treated water comes out of treatment plants containing resistant bacteria and their genetic material and is released downstream, causing the transmission of antimicrobial resistance.
Tell me, how many deaths occur annually as a result of antimicrobial resistance?
Recent studies show that about 2 to 5 million deaths occur directly as a result of patients not having access to effective antibiotics. But this number is projected to rise to the tens of millions within the next few decades. And if we don't find the solutions, both within the healthcare system and investigating how this transmission occurs in the environment, we will see these numbers go up quite exponentially.
Which regions of the world are currently the worst affected and are expected to be the worst affected going forward?
So naturally, regions of the world that don't have access to good healthcare or high quality healthcare, if I may put it that way, are most likely to be affected. And this is a lot of Africa and other low and middle income countries. So the problem is some effective antibiotics that we may have are very expensive, and a lot of public health systems cannot afford to have these on their schedule. So if this problem continues, a lot of low and middle income countries will suffer the highest burden.
Tell me a bit more about the work of the African Microbiome Project and how you're trying to solve antibiotic resistance with it, Dr. Makumbi.
Thanks, Joanne. So the African Microbiome Project at Stellenbosch tries to bring together a huge diversity of African scientists to solve a lot of health and environmental challenges. The work that we are speaking about today is aimed at understanding why, regardless of the treatment that occurs at wastewater treatment plants, why do we see antimicrobial resistance continue spreading via our waterways? So in a recent paper, we found that beyond removing the bacteria themselves, when the bacteria are killed and leave behind the genetic material, it can still remain viable and contain antimicrobial resistance genes that continue spreading in the environment. So we are looking at different pathways in which resistance can spread waterways being one of them, the other being via the diet that people consume, skin products that people use, and a lot of other ways in which we can understand why resistance continues to spread within the community, regardless of all the interventions that have been put forward.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today. That was Dr. John Paul Makumbi. He is a postdoctoral fellow at the Department of Microbiology at Stellenbosch University.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Continuing the conversation here on SAfm as we turn 90 years old, leading the conversations that move us. Our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Les in the Western Cape is on the line to us. Les, good morning. I believe you want to talk about the failure of the president on IDAC.
Yes, okay, Joanne. Thank you very much to give me this opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
The office of the president, there is a negligence that took place. More especially if I can check, in 2019, the EDIC was established, and then as an investigate directorate within the NPA to tackle the serious corruption. And then if you can check here, since 2019, the corruption was increasing here in South Africa, more especially in government, by the official of the ANC. So still Ramaphosa established the IDAC, but the IDAC didn't stop the corruption here in South Africa. And you can check it in 2024. The still Ramaphosa signed NPA Amendment Act on the 25th May 2024 to give the IDAC a permanent status, which means the corruption that was increasing, and while Ramaphosa, under the watch of the Ramaphosa, you can take it as sometimes some of the things were deliberate. So in this case, if I can check here, in most cases, according to me in my own research, most of the people who were appointed here, I can blame the Triple BEE as an influencing factor. Most of the people who were appointed in position of the NPA were Shamla Patroy and the IDAC and Rajensen, even you can check Feroz Khan and other people. The Triple BEE and Qaeda deployment are the influencing factors. If I can say they are influencing factors, I can check.
You're saying, yeah, Liz, sorry to come in there. I just want to ask you, you're saying that they were all appointed because they're black, not because they had the credentials?
No, they were all appointed just because they are black.
I don't know the background to many of the individual investigators there and so on, but I mean, Andrea Johnson, I would have thought would have been a good choice, right? She'd earned her stripes in her stripes in the National Prosecuting Authority. She had a very good reputation there. And she was considered to be a kind of a star prosecutor, even though I think she liked to be more in the background. I think she was there was a lot of respect attached to her name until she got into this job. So is that really true, Les?
Few, but if you can check, only Indians and the black have got an advantage, more especially to be appointed in most cases. And those are the people, I'm not saying all of them, and those are the people who are the corruption perpetrators. If you can check here in South Africa, most of the time, hence the white people are sidelined just because they don't benefit from the Triple BEE. This means I'm saying the Triple BEE is an influencing factor here in South Africa. Let's try people who are honest, not because of the skin color, because of the black. And we are getting nothing here in South Africa while we sideline the white people here in South Africa, which means the Triple BEE must be abolished.
Okay, thank you.
This is my point.
Thank you. Thank you very much for making your point, Les. I don't know how I feel about that. Because I think we're falling into a stereotype there, saying that necessarily black people are dishonest or black people are not competent enough in these positions. I think we've got thousands of examples of black people who are very competent, and I think it's about finding the right black people to fill these decisions. I think something that Mamaloko Kubai, the Justice Minister, said during that media briefing the other day is that the demographics of the NPA fall very much, and IDAC fall very much in line with the country's demographics. So I think we must be careful not to fall into those stereotypes where we assume necessarily that white people are honest and more competent. I think we've got people across races, and it's a matter of finding the most competent people while respecting the demographics of the country to fill these positions. So we were having this conversation a little bit earlier on about the issue of antibiotic resistance, and we hadn't had any calls at that time, and so I let our guest, Dr. John Paul Makumbi, go, but he's back with us on the line now. It's because we've got a couple of calls in and some voice notes as well. So I'm going to start with you in Johannesburg, Lee. You want to ask Dr. Makumbi any questions about antibiotics? Please go ahead.
No, before I speak to him, Joanne, something I've been meaning to say for ages. You've got the most exquisite speaking voice, the most exquisite diction, and I just love listening to you because you just know how to talk to people and everything.
Thank you, Lee. That's so kind.
Now
Much
I'm going to
appreciated.
put my foot right into the doctor's hand.
Yes, go for
I
it.
was brought up, and this is my first time on this program, so I'm going to be very naughty now. I was brought up alternative. If I've had 2 antibiotics in my life, I'm 77.
Wow.
It's a lot.
Okay.
I have never, ever been given antibiotics when I've been sick, and I've really been sick. And because I used to go, I still go to homeopaths, it takes longer to heal, but boy, when you heal, you are done. And I know at school, the children who had antibiotics, they were back at school the next day and then sick and back. And so all I can say is I'm so happy that I was brought up in that way. Sorry, doctors, I'm sorry.
Lee, thank you for sharing that with us. But I appreciate that. I mean, I think it's good to have the alternate view. Dr. Makumbi, there's an interesting thing that Lee's comment brings up here, and maybe this has to do with the overuse and the overprescription of antibiotics that you spoke of earlier. And by the way, thank you for coming back on to speak to our listeners. But here's an example of a 77-year-old woman who's barely had antibiotics in her life and has healed pretty well. I mean, is that an example of the kind of way that antibiotics should be prescribed for us? Or how do you respond to what Lee's had to say?
Thanks, John. And I would also love to get to 77 without ever having needed.
Me too.
But yes, there are definitely people who need antibiotics to, like I said, people who are immunocompromised, which is a huge part of the population. There are also people who are suffering from quite serious infections where you do need antibiotics. And then there's also the other side where sometimes people have very mild infections, and that's the first thing they go to is antibiotics. So you will have to strike a balance to know when is it okay to use antibiotics.
Do you ever compromise your body's own ability to heal itself by overusing antibiotics?
If you do overuse, that means maybe when you're taking them when you don't need them, or in some countries, like I said, where you don't need a prescription, taking a higher dosage than you need. You could compromise your own body's health by killing off the good bacteria. Bacteria are very, very important for our bodily functions. They help us break down some compounds in our diet that our bodies cannot naturally break down. They maintain skin health and all sorts of functions. So if you do overuse the antibiotics, you run the risk of killing off those good bacteria as well, which, yes, will compromise your body's health.
All right. I want to play one of our voice notes at this hour, and perhaps you'd like to respond to that, Dr. Makumbi.
Joanne, good morning. Mafuta here, Joanne. I think this issue of microbial resistance, because there's a delay or a lag between developing of new drugs and the reality on the ground. I don't think it's feasible to say we can depend on an antibiotic that was developed in the 70s or in the late 90s. That's not possible, Joanne. Every living organism does change in its characteristics and behavior, Joanne.
Interesting. Your response to that, Dr. Makumbi?
That is a very, very important point that the listener raises, and it is definitely true. Most of the antibiotics we use currently today were developed many, many decades ago, and a lot of researchers have raised the alarm about the drying up of the antibiotic development pipeline. We don't have enough new antibiotics that are coming in. Some of the new ones that are coming in are not really new. They're just slight variations of the ones already on the market. So we do need more research to identify novel antibiotics that could be more effective. And at the African Microbiome Project at Stellenbosch University, we are trying to do some of that work to identify novel compounds that could have antibiotic effects. But that doesn't mean that the old antibiotics don't work. We also need to keep them working, and to allow them to work for longer, we need to use them very carefully.
Very, very intriguing indeed. One of our listeners says, good morning, Jan. Please ask Dr. John Paul about his opinion that public hospitals, with the shortage of beds where people sleep on the floor, keep babies and their mothers in hospital for the entire time the baby is on antibiotics. Do they put babies on antibiotics in those situations where I suppose they're more exposed to illness, Dr. Makumbi?
I would imagine that is a case-by-case basis, depending on the views of the healthcare professional that is attending to the patient. So I wouldn't come out and say that they do put the babies on antibiotics or not. It's usually on a case-by-case basis. And I would like to say that a lot of healthcare workers are also very careful in the way that they use antibiotics. Many of them do understand the risks of overusing some of these drugs.
One of our listeners says, Dr. Makumbi, I'm HIV positive and I use antibiotics often because there's lots of opportunistic diseases that are taking chances on my body's compromised health. Right now, I'm being attacked by lymph nodes surrounding my neck. Do many HIV patients have to remain on antibiotics in cases like this?
A lot of times, yes, because HIV is known to compromise the immune system. So what that means is that you get a lot of opportunistic infections. Opportunistic infections occur when bacteria that may naturally occur on your body then become infectious. So in people with strong immunity, your body would naturally fight this off. But in people with compromised immunity, these may then cause infections, and HIV is known to cause a compromised immunity. So a lot of people would require antibiotics to help fight off those opportunistic infections. But in people with a low viral load, sometimes that's not necessary. But again, this is determined by the person's doctors.
I'm pushing my luck here, Doctor, but I'll take a quick last question and ask you for a quick answer on this, please.
Morning, JJ, and to all the SAfm listeners. It's Kisunge here in Port Elizabeth. Yeah, my question for the antibiotics. Can the guy answer us, does the food, like nowadays we see the processed food, tinned food, whatsoever, can also have any impact for the resistance of the body, the chemicals from the food?
That's a brilliant question. I mean, we know that our meat, our livestock are being fed antibiotics, certainly, Dr. Makumbi. What effect does that have on people who consume meat and other foods?
Thanks, John. That's also a very important question. The animal or the food industry, if I can say that, has been recognized as one of the big contributors to the problem of antibiotic resistance through overusing antibiotics as a prophylaxis. So they are added to the animal food to protect them from some future infections. What this does sometimes is select for resistant bacteria that can then spread via the food chain. That is one of the ways in which agriculture can contribute to antibiotic resistance. And over the last few decades, there has been a huge push to stop the use of antibiotics as prophylaxis in animal food. Other chemicals that may be in processed food having an effect, there is research, but it's still a bit in its infancy, on what other chemicals that are not antibiotics may have, or how they may have an influence. So some preliminary research suggests that if chemicals in food or in the environment also try to cause the bacteria to die, they may work similarly to how antibiotics work, and this may cause resistance. So I can't say for certain that some processed foods may increase resistance, but preliminary research kind of points to that direction, and we'll see maybe over the next 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your insights there. Kind of you to come back. Dr. Jean-Paul Makumbi, he's a postdoctoral fellow at the Department of Microbiology at Stellies. 11:02 on Delambana, standing by with your latest news bulletin.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, a man taken in for questioning following a fire in George, and IEC gives feedback on final voter registration weekend. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. Police in George and the Western Cape say a man has been taken in for questioning following a house fire in the CBD this morning, where a body was found. The fire started in the early hours of the morning. Fire officials discovered the body. Police spokesperson Chris Peace.
According to reports available at this stage, emergency personnel responded to a scene at about 5:30 this morning where a house was on fire. A body was later retrieved from debris. The cause of the fire is being investigated, and police have taken a man found at the scene into custody for questioning.
The DA Federal Council chairperson Asho Sarupen says the party will make strong arguments in the Western Cape High Court that the Expropriation Act was approved unlawfully by Parliament. The party, AfriForum, and the Institute for Race Relations are in court challenging the act, saying it is infringing constitutional rights, including the right to property. Sarupen says they want the court to declare the act invalid and unconstitutional. He addressed the media outside the court.
The Constitution requires that at least 5 provinces vote in favour of a bill in the NCOP, whereas fewer than 5 provincial delegations voted in favour of the expropriation bill with a lawful authority on the day. That means that the bill was passed through the National Council of Provinces unlawfully.
Northern Cape Police have arrested 270 suspects during the latest phase of Operation Chanela 2 conducted across the province. The week-long operation also saw officers close 30 illegal liquor outlets. Police also say the IEC voter registration weekend was also incident-free. Police spokesperson Mashay Hamaldin elaborates.
The multidisciplinary high-density operations focused on crime prevention, law enforcement, the tracking and tracing of wanted suspects, compliance inspections, road safety, and strengthening partnerships with communities. Police also maintained a heightened operational presence throughout the Independent Electoral Commission voter registration weekend, ensuring that registration activities at voting stations were conducted in a safe, secure, and peaceful environment.
On election news, the Electoral Commission says the final voter registration weekend was a success with strong logistical and operational performance across the country. This comes as South Africa concludes its final voter registration drive ahead of the upcoming elections. The IEC says the campaign aims at getting as many eligible citizens as possible onto the voters' roll. IEC Chief Electoral Officer Simon Mabulu says citizens can still register or update their details online and at local IEC offices until midnight on the day the election date is officially proclaimed.
We're quite happy with the overall performance of the system in relation to the logistical arrangements, in relation to the human capital that was working. Of course, in terms of the quantitative yield of registration, we are finalizing our analysis of the data. The online registration portal remains open, as well as those who may wish to go to our local offices to register.
The Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment is investigating reports of dead and dying sardines at several locations along the Western Cape Coast from Saldanha Bay to Gansbaai. Department spokesperson Zolile Nqayi says fish have been reported washing ashore, while dead and dying sardines have also been observed drifting at the surface as far as 8 nautical miles offshore near Hout Bay. Examination and diagnostic testing will begin on Monday. Nqayi says a precaution members of the public are strongly advised not to collect, handle or consume dead or dying fish found on beaches or floating at sea. Recapping the top story, police in George and the Western Cape say a man has been taken in for questioning following a house fire in the CBD this morning where a body was found. I'm Lambana for SAfm News. Headlines at 11:30 with Jolani Ngwebe.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Missed your favorite SABC education program on SABC Radio? With SABC Plus, you can catch up on all your favorite SABC education programs anytime and anywhere. On your phone, simply open the SABC Plus app, tap on demand, select radio, find SABC Education, select the podcast of your choice and press play. Or if you're on your computer, visit the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Click on demand, choose radio, scroll to the SABC Education podcast section, select the podcast of your choice and press play. It's simple, convenient and always available when you are. Brought to you by the SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Important message to all social grants beneficiaries. Did you know that SASSA verifies beneficiaries monthly? Did you receive a message to have your grant reviewed or to undergo eLife certification? Do not be scared. Just comply. For the month of August, older persons grant beneficiaries will be paid on Tuesday the 4th, disability grants on Wednesday the 5th, and children's grants on Thursday the 6th. If you do not get your grant on these dates, worry not. Do not rush to the SASSA office. Wait until Friday the 7th of August. Should you receive your grant on the 7th of August, note that your grant is under review and you need to visit your nearest SASSA office in August to conduct a review or life certification. This message is brought to you by SASSA. #SASSA Cares.
The Daily Discourse on SAfM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
The clock is nudging us towards 10 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the third and final hour of the programme. Lots of interesting conversations on the go, and I think it's about to get more interesting because we're dealing with a case that the kind of which doesn't come up very often in this country, but I'm going to tell you what it's about in just a moment. It really is, it is quite, these cases I think are quite groundbreaking in terms of how we manage health issues and what we owe to partners with whom we are engaged in intimate ways. And this is about a man who, allegedly, right, was not forthcoming with his partner about the fact that he was HIV positive, that she ended up contracting the virus and consequently has taken him to court over that. So we're going to have a chat about that in just a moment, and I'd love your feedback on that. Remember, our studio line remains open at all times, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line number is 0614 104 107. Let's get the details now. This very disturbing case returning to court today involving a 47-year-old man from Boskop who appeared in the Pretoria Magistrates Court last week on a charge of attempted murder. He's accused of infecting his 38-year-old girlfriend with HIV. It's believed that the man and his partner were in a relationship between October last year and June this year. It's alleged that the man misrepresented his HIV status to his girlfriend, telling her instead that he was HIV negative. She later found out, or rather discovered, antiretroviral medication in his bag, and she confronted him about it. It's thought that he then admitted that he was HIV positive and allegedly said he'd intentionally infected her because he didn't want her to be with another person. The woman found out last month that she was also HIV positive. Let's bring into the conversation Dr. Gillian Gardner, Senior Lecturer in Bioethics and Health Law, and Mr. Siraj Khan, also a lecturer at the Steve Biko Center for Bioethics at Wits University. Good morning and welcome to both of you, and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. Dr. Gardner, let me start with you. Do we have precedents for how cases of this kind have been treated previously in South African courts?
Yes, good morning, everybody, and all the listeners, and thank you for having us on the air with you. Yes, certainly there have been a couple of cases that have been dealt with by our courts. But I can also refer to Mr. Khan, who actually is the lawyer and can probably give you a lot more detail with regards to those cases.
Well, let's bring in. Yes, Mr. Khan, please go ahead. Tell us about other such cases of this kind.
So we have two cases in terms of South African law. We have the Firi case, a situation where a person didn't deliberately tell the victim whether he had HIV or not. But he didn't disclose his status either, and he was found guilty of attempted murder. And then more recently, in the Congo case, we had a situation where a person deliberately infected another individual with HIV. He misrepresented his status, and he was also charged with attempted murder. So there's precedence in South African law for finding convictions of attempted murder. In the first case, there was a 6-year imprisonment, and the second one, in terms of the regional court, there was also a conviction, but of course that was not a high court judgment, so it wasn't reported.
Now, Dr. Gardner, what happens if a doctor knows that an HIV patient is engaging in sexual intercourse with another person but hasn't actually disclosed their HIV status to their sexual partner? What do you do as a doctor in that situation?
I think this is perhaps one of the big challenges is the sort of lack of clear guidance, and I think we're seeing how this is all being handled also in the courts in very sort of varying ways. But I think just to touch on some of the key ethical responsibilities of healthcare practitioners is obviously to maintain confidentiality. As you know, this is a general rule with some exceptions. Also to obtain the informed consent before disclosure, encourage that voluntary disclosure. And I think this is the point that you're probably wanting us to touch on. We would encourage the practitioner to counsel the patient about the importance of disclosure, explain the medical and ethical reasons for informing their partners, and encourage that disclosure voluntarily, and obviously also to offer assistance with partner notification if appropriate. But those are sort of generally the health care professionals' ethical obligations. From the legal perspective, I'm not clear on that there are any kinds of rules with regards to that, but I'm going to hand you over again to Mr. Khan.
So Mr. Khan, let me ask you that, because there are cases where the medical professional becomes aware that this person is engaged in a sexual relationship with someone, and despite being counselled to inform their partner about their HIV status, is refusing to do it. What do you do then from a legal point of view?
I think our point of departure would be confidentiality in terms of Section 14 of the Constitution, but there are certain exceptions which are applicable. The first one is if there's a court order. So if the medical practitioner wants to assist themselves and not get liability in that respect, they can approach the court for the court to order the partner to disclose that information. And then, of course, if a specific piece of legislation actually says that disclosure needs to be made. For instance, if we're dealing with the Children's Act and there's evidence of abuse, then in those circumstances, confidentiality can be breached. So a similar argument could be made out to that effect. And then lastly, I'll draw on American case law. We had a situation back in the 1970s known as the Tarasov case, where a particular individual was dating a particular woman on campus. The relationship broke off, and he confided in the counselor that he was actually going to go and kill this woman. And the counselor did not reveal that information to the police. They merely reported it to campus authority. Campus authority investigated the matter, and they found that there was no threat. And the guy actually went and killed this woman in those circumstances. The family subsequently brought a claim against the counselor for failing to breach confidentiality in those circumstances where there was an identifiable third party and at imminent risk. And they were successful with that case in a civil court. So drawing on those principles, we could perhaps develop South African law to the point where confidentiality could be breached when there's an identifiable third party at imminent risk.
I have a medical question for you, Dr. Gardner, it talks to something that one of our listeners asked us a few minutes ago, and it was about the issue of viral load. My understanding is that if someone is regularly taking their HIV medication, then the chances of their partner contracting HIV in the first place are very slim. That or non-existent perhaps, but you'll correct me on that if I'm wrong. What could have happened in this case where the man was prescribed antiretrovirals, reportedly, and his partner still contracted HIV?
Thanks very much for the question, Joanne. But just to clarify to you and the listeners, I'm not a medical doctor. So I will try my best in terms of responding to the question. But as you know, the new approach is obviously undetectable and transmittable. So effectively, when somebody is on obviously their treatment and complying with taking the treatment and all other sorts of things, there really shouldn't be a situation where transmission should be occurring. But that's the science currently. Of course, I mean, one always has to factor in for these other exceptional circumstances. But as a general sort of rule, undetectable equals untransmittable these days. But yeah.
All right. So thank you very much for doing your best to answer that question under the circumstances. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, I'll take some calls and some messages from our listeners.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years.
Hey, it's a birthday, it's a 90th birthday to SAfm. You've just been a part of our lives for nearly a century now, and we're so proud to be a part of your airwaves as well.
My name is Dr. Errol Sweeney. I'm a former PSL referee and head of the referees at the PSL. I'd like to wish SAfm a very happy 90th birthday. With the wonderful staff and technical people, I have no doubt that the program will continue for many, many years to come. Congratulations to all concerned.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers. 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
20 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse. We're talking about the issue of HIV and the issue of ethics in terms of relationships. What do you need to tell your partner when you know you are HIV positive and you are about to enter into a sexual relationship with that person? And what happens from a legal point of view when you fail to do that, but also from an ethical point of view? I want to bring into the conversation one of our listeners. James in Durban is a lawyer. He wants to comment on this issue. James, good morning.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes. Sorry. I'm not not expert in criminal law, but what I do know, if someone obtains consent for sexual relations or sexual intercourse, and that consent was improperly obtained, that would be unlawful. So would it not be a case of rape or sexual assault if someone refuses intentionally to disclose their HIV status and then obtain consent to have sexual intercourse with someone? That's one position to look at. And the other is the medical practitioner who knows what is transpiring and the fact that the patient doesn't want to disclose it to their partner. I would probably say there's a strong case to make out that they have an ethical duty to disclose that to the other person, because it then becomes a life of health and life and death. Those are just my views on that.
Yeah, I think you make a great last point there, James. Thank you very much for that call. Dr. Khan, Mr. Khan, can I ask you to respond to James's assertion that potentially you might have a rape or sexual assault case here? In a case where health has not been disclosed, health status has not been disclosed.
Yes, and that's exactly what the two judgments have said, the Piri case and the Congo case. So if consent is vitiated in any manner, and there's two circumstances in terms of law where it can be vitiated, the Latin terminology is error in negotio. That means the person didn't understand the nature of the sexual act, or error in persona. They didn't understand who they were having sexual relations with. In those circumstances, consent can be vitiated. And if consent is removed from the requirement, then of course the definition of rape in terms of the Sexual Offences Act, person A has unlawful and intentional sexual intercourse with person B without the consent of B, is guilty of the crime of rape. So yes, definitely I agree. And in terms of the second point raised by the caller, I tend to agree there is an ethical obligation. The question is whether it is elevated to the point of a legal obligation. And that's to safeguard the medical practitioner. I would get a court order, and you can do so on an urgent basis in certain circumstances to absolve the practitioner of any liability for a medical negligence claim for breaching confidentiality.
Thank you very much for that. We're going to play a couple of voice notes from our listeners. One of you complaining that people don't disclose their HIV status.
Hi, Joanne, and to your speakers there on this HIV transmission debacle. It's so disgusting. But yeah, look, I am very worried that we jump onto slogans like undetectable is untransmissible. Look, science is never 100%. Look, it might be a general sort of a rule, but I don't really like the idea of rules, especially when it comes to living organisms. Living organisms break the rules all the time. So, look, if somebody knows that they have HIV, they must tell somebody. Even if their viral load is almost zero, they still have to tell somebody. It's really not on.
Yeah, I can't disagree with what you've said, and I'm sure you agree with that too, Dr. Gardner.
I think I think non-disclosure. I think my position is that non-disclosure on its own is not sufficient basis for a crime. Currently, there is no separate offence simply called HIV. A non-disclosure. Non-disclosure may, however, have legal consequences when combined with exposure, actual transmission, deception, recklessness, or an intention to cause harm. And I think the facts and the science cannot be separated from the legal analysis.
That's very interesting indeed. I mean, do you think it's problematic, Mr. Khan, that we don't have specific HIV legislation that talks to this, and that we're relying on other parts of the law to close these cases?
I mean, there's two sides to the coin here. I mean, recently Zimbabwe implemented legislation to deal specifically with HIV, but it was subsequently repealed for this very reason, because the law couldn't keep up with scientific developments. What do you do in an instance where the viral load is very low and undetectable? Does it mean the person cannot be prosecuted under that piece of legislation anymore? So that's potentially problematic. And this has been an issue that the South African Law Reform Commission has been grappling with since 1993, most recently in 2001, where they ultimately concluded that the general principles of criminal law are sufficient to cater for these circumstances. And I think the two cases that we mentioned at the start of the show that persons can indeed be charged with attempted murder, culpable homicide, and assault as well. There hasn't been any instance where a victim has passed away, so we haven't charged anybody with murder, but certainly attempted murder. And there's an argument to be made out that that will be sufficient to deter persons acting in this manner.
Right. Let's listen to another voice note on this.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Johan. Hope you're well. Listen, regarding this AIDS and infecting someone else and everything like that, I think the court has already ruled that that's a crime. So if a doctor or any person knows about a crime that's being committed, they should report that either to the police or to the Health Professions Council or whatever it is. You know, the fact is that there's a big difference between confidentiality and secrecy. Confidentiality, if a person is living alone, that's their own baby. But secrecy, when they are now causing damage to other people's lives, you can't be secret about something. You need to actually bring it out into the open. Mark from Cape Town.
Mark, thank you for that thought. And I think, Dr. Gardner, I'm going to bring you in here because I think as an ordinary person, we've spoken about a doctor's responsibility, right? But as an ordinary person, if you are aware that you have a family member, for example, you say for example you have a sibling who is engaged in a relationship with someone, you know your sibling is HIV positive, you know your sibling is having a sexual relationship with a partner, and you also know that your sibling has not disclosed that. Do you have any responsibility as an ordinary civilian to intervene in any way?
I mean, ethically, I think, we also need to talk about the nature of relationships. I mean, a lot of assumption is made around trust, for example, in relationships. And I think we need to separate and distinguish different sorts of scenarios under which HIV transmission or infection can occur. And I mean, I was listening to the one caller and the sense of what do we define as the crime. And I think we also need to distinguish different categories. For example, the failure to disclose one's HIV status from exposing someone to HIV, from actually transmitting HIV to someone, from purely reckless conduct or deliberate transmission. So I think we need to just as a point, just keep that in mind, that there are different scenarios, not just the failure to disclose one's HIV status, because again, there is also not a clear legal obligation to disclose one's HIV status. And that, of course, is grounded in the notion of autonomy. And here, I think we need to take into consideration everybody's autonomy as well. But from an ethical perspective, of course, we can persuade individuals to disclose, but we certainly cannot force them or compel them to disclose their HIV status. Again, Mr. Khan has outlined some of the legal situations under which one can lawfully breach confidentiality. And I would imagine, and again, Mr. Khan can come in, that even if I, as a family member, were to disclose my family member's HIV status, I imagine that I would also be acting unlawfully and could also be subjected to some kinds of charges with regards to breach of confidentiality. And here I'm thinking of a case a couple of years ago that had to do with the Miss Patricia de Lille, who exposed or revealed somebody's HIV status in public. So I think in those situations, yes, as a family member, you still also have to respect people's rights to make decisions for themselves. We are also then bound by the law with regards to disclosing even family members' HIV positive status. But I'll revert to Mr. McCann if he's got anything additional to add on to that.
All right, I'm going to just hit the pause button there for a moment because we do need to go to the latest news bulletin. Mr. Khan, I'm looking forward to getting an answer from you on this, so please hold that thought. Jwelane Tulunwepe standing by with your latest news headlines, and when we come back, we will continue the conversation.
Thanks, Joanne. Good morning. Making headlines. The Western Cape Education Department says an investigation is underway after the K word was allegedly used at an inter-schools rugby match in Cape Town over the weekend. Police in George in the Western Cape say a man who rather has been taken in for questioning following a house fire in the CBD this morning where a body was found. And finally, oil prices have fallen by more than 5% after US President Donald Trump decided not to follow through for now on his latest threat to launch a major new attack on Iran. I will have details on these and other stories at 12 o'clock.
Before there was the SAfm You Know Today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid,
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. From the voices that made history to the voices making history today. SAfm.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael. A very, very happy 100th birthday to you. Very distinct. This is Radio Today phoning you. You tell us about yourself a little bit, when you came to South Africa and what you did.
Well, I arrived in South Africa in very early days, and I worked here for quite a long period. And then I came to Johannesburg in 1902, and I worked there for a few years till I started in a business of my own.
And what was that called?
The fry pan.
The Little Fry Pan. Oh, that was in Johannesburg for a long, long time.
It was a crockery business. It
is quite a good business. I lived there for many, many years, and we pegged along.
Mm-hmm. And what are you going to do today, Mr. Raphael?
Yesterday, I had quite a huge party with a lot of the family here.
Mr. Raphael?
We had quite a pleasant time.
Oh, that's lovely. Mr. Raphael, they tell me that you're still laughing at the insurance agencies.
90 years of conversations, recaptured, relived, and projected. SAfm. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
11:35 on the Daily Discourse. And of course, we are continuing this conversation with our two experts. With us, Dr. Gillian Gardner, Senior Lecturer in Bioethics and Health Law, and Mr. Suraj Khan, also a lecturer at the Steve Biko Center for Bioethics at Wits University. They are colleagues there, and they've been answering some of our questions in regard to what I think is a very disturbing case that is back in court today involving a 47-year-old man from Boschkorp. He has appeared in court on a charge of attempted murder already, accused of infecting his 38-year-old girlfriend with HIV, not telling her about his HIV status. Now, before we went to the news, a question was raised about the issue of what happens if a family member is HIV positive, and you know that family member or a friend perhaps is in a position where they are engaged in a sexual relationship with someone they have not informed about their status. Right, from an ethical point of view, certainly one would persuade them to take into account what consequences this could have for the person with whom they are engaged. On the other hand, from a legal point of view, are you allowed as a family member or a friend to disclose that HIV status? Mr. Khan, I'm going to start with you on this because clearly there are legal issues potentially around revealing your sibling or your relative or your friend's HIV status to someone.
Yeah, absolutely. Our point of departure is the Constitution. Section 14 says that everybody has the right to confidentiality, and that's further reiterated in terms of Section 14 of the National Health Act as well, that says that a patient's rights must be protected. So there are restricted circumstances where confidentiality can be breached, and we've touched upon them already. For instance, if there's a court order. Secondly, if there's any law that dictates that that information needs to be breached. And I gave the example of the Children's Act. If there's evidence that a child is being sexually abused, for instance, then you can breach that patient's confidentiality in terms of Section 110 of the Children's Act. And then in terms of revealing information by a third party, remember, said South African law is not clear. The closest we can get is to that Tarasov case from the States. And if we were to import that into the South African principles, then potentially a family member could. But until such stage that happens, we are bound by the provisions of the Constitution and the law. And that, in my opinion, will be a prima facie breach of confidentiality, and they could potentially have a case leveled against them. So again, in order to safeguard oneself, a court order would perhaps be the best way to protect all parties' interests. And then it could be breached with the consent of the court and proceed on that basis.
All right. I think that's a very important question to have answered, Mr. Khan. And then we've got a call from Niall in Kruger Park. Niall, good morning. What is your question?
Good morning, Joanne. Thank you very much. It relates to confidentiality, and in the instance of a similar situation where a Catholic priest in confession is involved, and my understanding is that confession is sacrosanct. And I would expect, yes, the priest might say, look, we encourage you to go and disclose this. But if they do not do that, is there a criminal case that could be brought against the priest for this?
Great question, Mr. Khan.
Can I switch off now?
Yes, you can. You can listen on the radio now. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Khan, go ahead.
We need to differentiate just between disclosing any type of information and then information that's required by law to be disclosed. And then I specifically made reference to the Children's Act. If there's evidence that a child is being molested, for instance, then there's a legal obligation on a practitioner and persons listed. And I would argue that it extends to a priest in those circumstances to report that in those circumstances because it's provided for in terms of legislation. On the other hand, HIV is not specifically mentioned in terms of a piece of legislation, so a case could be made out either way. way. But ultimately, as I said, to safeguard all parties, the court order will be the best way to save all parties' interest in those circumstances. Approach the court by means of application, and if the court orders disclosure, then by all means you can do so. But if you do so without the backing of legislation, then you potentially open yourself up to civil liability. And then just to answer the question finally, because HIV is not specifically listed in terms of legislation as something that needs to be disclosed or to be communicated, that a particular individual cannot be held criminally liable per se.
All right, thanks, Nal. I hope that answers your question. We'll take a call from Lebogang in Rosettenville. Lebogang, good morning.
Morning, Jan.
Tell me what's on your mind.
Yeah, my question is, I'm HIV negative, né?
Yes.
And then I get someone, you usually call it one night stand. You're going to intimate for that day only, and then she went this way, I went my way. After some couple of months, I go again and check my status. It comes back that I'm HIV positive. Do I have a case against that person?
Very interesting question indeed. Mr. Khan, what would the answer to that be?
I struggle to share exactly, but I think I got the gist of it.
Yes, so essentially this
Ultimately,
is someone who's HIV negative, has a one-night stand with someone, discovers a little bit later that they are HIV positive. Do they have a case against the person who from whom they contracted it?
Potentially, yes, on the face of it. But of course, we need to interrogate the legal principles behind that. Was consent obtained in advance? Was he aware of the person's HIV status, etc.? And then, very importantly, we need to differentiate between having a case and actually being found guilty at a criminal court at the end of the day. Those are two different principles. Any person can open up a charge at the police station against any particular individual, but that's just a charge. So nothing prevents the caller from going and laying a charge at the police station on the basis of this matter. However, whether it's sufficient to sustain academic or legal rigor at court is a different situation. All the elements will need to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, including causation. You need to show that individual X caused the HIV infection, in addition to the other elements that were listed in terms of the Sexual Offences Act as well.
And Dr. Gardner, I mean, what level of responsibility does the HIV negative person have to take in a situation where they are either engaged in a long-term relationship or even a one-night stand with someone with whom they intend to have sexual relations?
I think, Joanne, I think, and this has been a message that's been consistent over the years, is that each one of us also have the responsibility to take the necessary precautions. And obviously for men, that has generally been using condoms. We've had the female condom for women as well. In light of treatment options availability now, I certainly think the science is also changing. And so it is incumbent on even the HIV negative person to also, in the same way, if you get into the car, you're supposed to put on your seatbelt. I think those are the messages also that individuals who are not infected with HIV and who know that they are not infected with HIV, if you want to keep it that way, then there are certain things that you can do to prevent or protect yourself from HIV infection. So it is incumbent on individuals to take responsibility for our own prevention methods and not to burden or place the burden solely at the hands of individuals who may be HIV positive, to ensure that we don't get infected or that they don't transmit this. So it's a two-way thing. And I think, like I said earlier, trust, relationships. The one case that you referred to earlier was that of a one-night stand. And generally, people don't ask questions at those occasions. And things happen afterwards, as the gentleman said earlier, with regards to his example. But as Mr. Khan also said, this is when these things go to court. You have to also show that you knew you were not infected with HIV, that you've also gone and done testing, that you've also taken certain kinds of precautions. And so yeah, I think it's a two-way street, and that we all should take responsibility also to try to ensure that we are taking the necessary precautions, and that turning to wanting to lay cases against individuals who are HIV positive is not the shortcut to your own responsible actions.
All right, thank you for that, Dr. Gardner. Let's take a call from Carol in Santon. Carol, hi there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. Go ahead, Carol.
I'm good, thanks a lot. I have a question. I have a sister who is positive, and then the thing is the relationship is still new. So she's not yet ready to disclose the status. However, the subject that she opted for is, let's rather use protection until further notice to their partner. And then after my sister, when she's bold enough to disclose her status, she will tell the partner the whereabouts and what's going on. So I just wanted to know, does my sister also gonna face the legal charges regarding that? And then if yes or no, does the government give a period to a person saying, we will only give you 6 months or 1 month or 2 days. You can date for 2 days. After 2 days, then you can disclose your status to your partner.
Carol, can I just get a little bit of clarity from you? Is your sister planning to engage in sexual relationships using prophylaxis like a condom, for example, before telling her partner that she's HIV positive?
Pardon me?
Is she going to have sexual relations with her partner using a condom before revealing her HIV status?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Carol. Mr. Khan, what would you say is the way to proceed here?
Yeah, thanks for clarifying and asking that question, John. I think it's important to understand legal intent. So I might not have the direct intention to harm somebody, but however, in terms of South African law, we have a principle called dolus eventualis, and this was popularized during the Oscar Pistorius matter. And we ask ourselves, in the event that the person does become HIV positive, did the person infecting that individual subjectively foresee the possibility of infecting that person with HIV, and did they reconcile themselves with that possibility? And if the answer to those two questions are yes, then they have legal intent. And if the person subsequently becomes infected, then legal intent is satisfied and they could potentially be charged with rape or attempted murder, as the case might be.
And Mr. Khan, there are no specifics exactly on who how long you have before you reveal your status. I take it that's left up to your discretion.
Yeah, there's no piece of legislation that particularly defines this. And we know with criminal cases as well, there's no statutory provisions that prevents a person from reporting a crime after a certain period of time. However, if it's a civil case and you're suing somebody for damages, it's normally a 3-year period. But in terms of criminal law, no such time periods.
I want to thank you, Siraj Khan, attorney and lecturer at the Steve Biko Centre for Bioethics at Wits University, his colleague, Dr. Gillian Gardner, senior lecturer in bioethics and health law. And that has brought us up to the end of our program. I didn't think it was going to last that long, but I think you had the most wonderful questions and comments to make, and we had to give you the space to do that. So that is how we wrap up our Monday show, our first one for the week. We'll be back tomorrow, joined by Fiona Ramsey. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. And thank you for joining us today from the team and me. Take care. Catch you tomorrow at 9. Bye-bye.
SAfm presents another episode of the book The Invisible People by Putuma Ntleko, read by Simpiwe Kwana.
Introduction continues. India, China, and Nigeria will be the world's most populous countries, with Nigerians projected to number almost 400 million people. A visit to the mega cities of Lagos, Shanghai, or Mumbai already brings home the reality of these numbers. Every time I travel there, I'm struck by the overwhelming oceans of people, whether in the airport arrival lounge, in local markets that stretch as far as the eye can see, or in the incessant traffic of cars and motorized 2- and 3-wheelers that clog the streets.
People are everywhere. The density of human life is palpable. To put this into perspective, the population of Nigeria, a single African country, will be larger than half of Europe's. According to some projections considering different growth rates and migration scenarios, Nigeria could even be more populous than the United States. Indeed, as the population proliferates in Africa, it declines in richer parts of the world, such as Europe, the Americas, and Asia. Of the top 30 countries by fertility rate globally, an astonishing 29 are African, with only Afghanistan representing the rest of the world, according to the United Nations Population Fund. No country in Europe, for example, is above the replacement fertility rate of 2.1 children per woman, and no African country, except for Tunisia, Cape Verde, and Mauritius, is under it. Looking further out to the year 2100, the demographic projections and their ramifications are even more sobering. By then, Asia and Africa would have a population of 4.7 billion and 4 billion respectively, dwarfing the 1.7 billion souls who will make up the rest of humanity. China's population has already begun to contract and is expected to drop to under 800 million by the year 2100, by which time Nigeria's population could very well be larger. If they come to fruition, these demographic projections will reshape the world almost beyond recognition in the next decades. One would have to suffer from desperate poor imagination not to wonder about the economic, social, and geopolitical realignments and probable ructions that this tectonic change in the demographic profile of the global population will trigger. I found Charles Goddard and Manoj Pradhan's book, The Great Demographic Reversal, enlightening with respect to the consequences on labor, inequality, aging, inflation, and therefore the value of everything that this demographic realignment will bring about. This tectonic demographic shift among continents mirrors a shift happening within countries too. French historian Fernand Braudel's observation several decades ago that Paris is a great North African city and New York City the biggest Puerto Rican city in the world becomes even truer by the year. By 2050, Hispanics, Asians, and African Americans will make up more than half of the United States' 438 million people, which will reshape the country's social, cultural, and political landscape. Over half of the more than 186 million people who live in Brazil, the largest population in South America, are of mixed race with some African heritage. Western European countries are undergoing a similar transformation, which, as in the United States, feeds the ongoing fierce and divisive debate about immigration. The tensions resulting from this demographic shift are becoming self-evident and difficult to escape. If that radical demographic realignment alone does not capture your attention, consider that it will occur as humanity navigates a brave new digital world that could usher in an age of superintelligence, making the future even harder to predict. Black swan events and their outcomes in a more digitally integrated world are difficult to fathom, but their impact will most likely be significant. After all, it took only a few months for the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic to transform our lives and shatter our confidence. The world suddenly had to rustle up $10 trillion of stimulus packages, 3 times the amount that was required during the 2008 global financial crisis. A hitherto unknown virus, whose origin remains in contention, exposed our human importance and frailties, robbing families of their loved ones, exposing and exacerbating gaping economic, social, and geopolitical inequalities, and cutting millions of dreams short. As I complete this book, the consequences of the war between Russia and Ukraine and the conflict between Israel and Gaza are still felt around the world. Underscoring once again the unpredictability of global events and outcomes. Political analysts and historians, diplomats familiar with these regions, from George Kennan, Henry Kissinger, and John Mearsheimer, and Noam Chomsky, would probably argue that these conflicts were not unexpected. Former U.S. Ambassador to Russia and CIA Director Bill Burns, for instance, warned in an embassy cable back in February 2008 that the prospects of Ukraine joining NATO was a red line for Russia and carried significant risks, including a military response. In an unexpected twist, U.S. President Donald Trump seems to broadly agree with him. Yet, these conflicts have resulted in geopolitical, economic and financial shockwaves around the world that felt largely unprepared for the disruption of grain and hydrocarbon supply chains that has threatened food and energy security, as well as the resulting inflation. Similarly, the major IT outage that paralyzed much of the world in July 2004 highlighted how integrated and vulnerable our world has become, with a problem experienced by one single cybersecurity firm grounding flights around the world and paralyzing banks, doctors' offices, and broadcasters. Yet, although black swan events such as pandemics, wars, and IT outages are likely to become more frequent, they are unlikely to significantly alter projected demographic trends, save, of course, for an event of cosmic proportions. This leaves us with the prospect of Africa being home to a quarter of humanity within one generation as highly probable. Why should this prospect give us all a pause? Because if it maintains its current trajectory, Africa seems ill-prepared to cope with the predicted rapid population growth, which will be felt well beyond Africa's continental borders. In the absence of a radical transformation, the continent appears poorly placed to master the economic and geopolitical power required to sustain and speak for 2.5 billion people, which in turn would push over growing numbers of migrants to seek a better life elsewhere. The African experience of pillage, plunder, and torment at the hands of the outsiders over 5 centuries has been exacerbated by Africa's own political and economic failings, particularly in the past 65 years. Most African governments lack a cohesive long-term vision and are woefully ill-prepared or unwilling to lay the ground for the continent to sustain more than 2.5 billion people. Planning for the next 3 years, let alone the next 30, is already hard enough. So, how can the continent transcend its heavy historical baggage and self-inflicted wounds to unleash the kind of renaissance required to successfully embrace its demographic future? What is Africa, and what could it be? This is what this book is about.
There was another episode of the book The Invisible People by Phuthuma Nhleko, read by Simphiwe Gwana. The book is available online and in all leading stores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAfm at 11:45 Monday to Thursdays on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, technical production Wiseman Mangele, Nanda Khoza, and Tato Mapuru.
Every generation has a story, Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm.
O'clock on Monday, the 3rd of August 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAfm. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
We will not accept a bill that legalizes land grabs. It is not acceptable in a constitutional democracy. The DA's case is built on a very specific set of legal grounds.
The Democratic Alliance is challenging the constitutionality of the Expropriation Act in court, and
Chinese funders have always looked for opportunities to support this big program in South Africa, and the intention here, led by the DE, is to really showcase what opportunities are there. Yeah.
Electricity and Energy Minister Dr. Kgotshietso Ramakgopa is leading a South African delegation in China for talks on energy investment and infrastructure partnerships. Coming up in sport.
More scandal when it comes to FIFA. Now the president's not being supported for the next elections. I'll explain what all of that means. And the World Cup kind of makes sense in a little while. I'll explain that. And then we'll look back at the Commonwealth Games. Great result for athletics and swimming.
John Kirika with those details just after 12:30, the second half of the show. Let us know your views in the meantime. 41391 is the SMS line number. You can also get in touch via X at SABC SABC News _radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 0826923909. These and more stories coming up on this Monday edition of Update at Noon. First, though, here's the latest news with Jwalane Tulong Ngwepe.
Thank you, Sakina. Top stories. Asawa Matlala's lawyer argues unlawful arrest of one of the accused in murder trial, and oil prices fall by more than 5%. Good day. The High Court in Johannesburg has heard that police did not follow the correct protocols when arresting accused number 1 Mosake Kana in the attempted murder trial of Vusumuzi Kat Matlala and 4 others. The claim was made by Matlala's attorney, Annelien van der Heever, during cross-examination of Captain Pimi Sekgobela. Sekgobela is testifying in the trial within a trial, detailing the sequence of events on the day Kakana was arrested after the murder of Vereniging engineer Armand Swart. The case relates to the botched hits on businessman Joe Sibanyoni, music producer Sienki Mukubung, and Matlala's former girlfriend Debogo Tobejane. Van der Heever has argued that police contravened the Criminal Procedure Act when effecting Kekana's arrest.
Any person who is arrested with or without a warrant for allegedly committing an offence or for any other reason shall, as soon as possible, be brought to a police station or, in the case of arrest by a warrant, to any other place which is expressly mentioned in the warrant. Correct. Not only did you contravene the national instruction that I just read out to you, but you also contravened Section 50, Sub 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act by not making sure these people are immediately taken to a police station. Correct.
The Johannesburg Magistrates Court has ordered that the names and addresses of witnesses in the case against Brown Mokgotsi not be disclosed for security reasons. The matter said before the court for consultation earlier today after the defence complained that they had not been provided with all witness statements and that the names and the addresses were redacted. The defence has argued that this would prejudice Mokgotsi in preparation for his trial. The High Court in Johannesburg denied the alleged political fixer his bail bail appeal last week. The Johannesburg Magistrates Court has postponed the case to the 20th of August. Mogotsi's lawyer, Makau Sikhacha, has told the court that the state was delaying the matter.
We have received statements today, and we expected to actually also consult with accused persons today. Again, it's not all the statements. This will only just cause a delay. An accused person is in custody, and it appears as though the state does not appreciate that particular fact. They are not treating this particular matter with the urgency that it requires.
The Western Cape Education Department says an investigation is underway after the K word was allegedly used at an inter-schools rugby match in Cape Town over the weekend. The referee ended the game between Fairmont and Settlers High Schools. Video of the alleged incident trended on social media. The department's Brona Hammond.
The matter is currently under investigation. The WCD will provide any necessary support to those involved, including counselling services where required. Both schools are giving the matter the appropriate attention and are following the necessary processes. We respectfully request that the schools be afforded the opportunity to conduct their investigations without interference or disruption. As part of the investigation, available video footage is being reviewed and monitored.
Police in George in the Western Cape say a man has been taken in for questioning following a house fire in the CBD this morning where a body was found. The fire started in the early hours of the morning. Fire officials discovered the body. Police spokesperson Chris Spees.
According to reports available at this stage, emergency personnel responded to a scene at about 5:30 this morning where a house was on fire. A body was later retrieved from debris. The cause of the fire is being investigated, and police have taken a man found at the scene into custody for questioning.
Oil prices have fallen by more than 5% after US President Donald Trump decided not to follow through for now on his latest threat to launch a major new attack on Iran. In his latest comments, Trump has said that the US and Iran will begin new talks today. He did not say where the negotiations would take place or who would be involved. The BBC's Yonan Dinel has the story.
United Arab Emirates, Qatar and Saudi Arabia were mentioned, who had requested that he hold off on hitting Iran very hard in the way that he had threatened. That's what led to his turnaround, he said, on Saturday night. And we know that he did speak to the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who's been pushing for de-escalation. And what we understand is that US allies and mediators have been trying to revive that June Memorandum of Understanding between the US and Iran.
Recapping the top story, the High Court in Johannesburg has heard that police did not follow the correct protocols when arresting accused number 1 Mosake Kana in the attempted murder trial of Vusumu Zikat Matlala and 4 others. The claim was made by Matlala's attorney Annalene van der Heever during cross-examination of Captain Pimi Sekgobela. For SAfm News, I'm Jolani Tulo-Wepe.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Thanks so much, Jwalane. Good afternoon, everyone, and happy Monday and happy August. First time that we're together in the month of August. It's the 3rd of August today. And, of course, this ushers in Women's Month. It's 8 minutes after 12 here on Update at Noon. And some of the stories, quite a few court stories that we are tracking. And for the past few weeks, court stories have been dominating. And this is because there are quite a few high-profile court stories that are currently underway in our courts. Some are at the trial stage and at various degrees regarding, depending on which particular case you are following. So in the Western Cape High Court today, the DA is challenging the Expropriation Act, and the party wants the court to declare it unconstitutional and invalid. And it alleges that the process to pass the Expropriation Act was actually faulty and unclear, and it went against the constitutional protection of private property rights. And you'll remember President Cyril Ramaphosa signing that Expropriation Act in January last year. So we'll take you there to the court there just to check on proceedings. And also staying in Cape Town, the mayor, Jordan Hill Lewis, is expected to make an announcement regarding more policing powers to the Metro Police. The mayor says that following extensive engagement with the acting police minister and, of course, his predecessors, many of which we've reported on this show and many others, the city has now onboarded senior counsel to accelerate crime investigation powers for the Metro Police. So looking out for that one. And then there's also the corruption and money laundering trial of the former National Assembly Speaker and former Minister of Defence, that's Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, and that is continuing in the High Court in Pretoria. And also the alleged underworld kingpin, Vusmuzi Katmatlala, and his 4 co-accused are back in the High Court in Johannesburg for the continuation of that trial within a trial at this stage. And Northwest businessman Brown Mokgotsi also back in court today for consultation in the Johannesburg High Court. Well, those some of the stories, and of course we'll also just check in with our reporters. We had Sam Kelemaseko as well as Busi Chimombe just completing a sit-down with the Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana. So we'll see if we can speak to them with regard to the outcome of that engagement.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. And we'll call you back. SMS now. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
It's 11 minutes after 12 now. Electricity and Energy Minister Dr. Kgosietswe Ramokgopa is leading a high-level South African delegation in China this week, and they're there to attract investment in electricity infrastructure as well as new generation projects. The visit follows Cabinet's approval of key electricity market reforms, and it also comes as government begins implementing the Integrated Resource Plan 2025. South Africa's transmission expansion program is expected to require more than a 2.2 trillion Rand in investment, with discussions focusing on financing and strategic partnerships there in China. SABC News reporter Katlego Legodi joins us now. He's in China with that delegation. Katlego, good afternoon. So just give us a sense first and foremost of who has joined Minister Ramokgopa on this particular mission, and of course the specific investment commitments that South Africa is hoping to secure in China.
Well, a very good afternoon to Sakina and to the listeners of SAFM at home. It's good to have you or be with you this afternoon. I guess it's an afternoon for you, but an evening for us here in China after wrapping up a day of high-level negotiations, discussions, panel meetings that the minister was conducting here. He's not alone. He's joined by a delegation, Sakina, of high-level, personnel from South Africa, those in business, the DBSA, the Development Bank of Southern Africa here. We also have the IDC that is here as well. And we also have premiers from various strategic provinces like your Limpopo, Popira Matuba is here. Alan Windy from the Western Cape province also here. We also saw Oscar Mabuyane from the Eastern Cape. He's also here. And the message is here. South Africa is open for business. And this is where we see the minister giving meaning to the integrated resource plan as coming through with the generation mix of energy, where, South Africa's energy security is concerned. So today we've seen just commitments coming through from various of those that are here. the minister revealing that there are 6 Chinese companies that will expand their operations into South Africa. And he's saying that government is aiming to really just source 40% of the country's electricity from renewables by 2030, while lowering power tariffs, while driving local job creation through this integrated resource plan, and just ensuring that we keep the lights on. Eskom is also here, the CEO, Dan Marokane, taking an opportunity to address those that are here. Remember, Sakina, that Eskom not so long launched the Eskom Green. That will be their renewable energy vehicle. And this is what, the CEO of the group executive of Eskom is presenting here, Dan Marokane, to say that there are opportunities also in going green as per the targets and the ambitions of South Africa. But you're right there in your intro. It's a 2.2 trillion rand pipeline that is aimed on energy generation. At the same time, we see a 400 billion rand that will move into transmission. And this, South Africa is opening up its prospectus just to investors here to ensure that at least in the coming or the near future, we see developments, infrastructure developments at large scale there at home.
Katlego, are there any specific electricity infrastructure and generation projects that are being prioritized specifically for Chinese investment?
Yes, most definitely. The minister starting his day with a meeting with the Chinese energy administrator, that is the Department of Electricity and Energy here in China, to say that it starts with solidifying the relations between the two nations before we can see things moving here. But also at the same time, we see them just coming through to say South Africa has special economic zones. Some of those special economic zones have gotten licenses already. So we need to see the project starting to really move into that space. They're talking about building data centers in line with also where the country is moving, where artificial intelligence is concerned. But all of them just looking at ensuring that all of these plans are not just plans, they move into projects. And I'm sure you've heard the president as well, Sakina, who often says that we need to turn South Africa into a construction site. So these are the conversations that will move then to ensure that there are projects at scale on the ground and jobs are created. At the same time, we see the high price of electricity arrested due to the diversity that will come through from different of these energy sources.
And if we talk about data centers, they are known to be energy intensive. So we've just come out of a period of extended load shedding. We've just about stabilized, base load in South Africa at this point. How far into the future is this being projected? And if it is soon, what are they saying in terms of the sort of projects that will enable this without necessarily taking us a step back?
Well, trust me, this is going to be soon because as we, earlier on I was interviewing even the CEO of Eskom, Dan Marokane, who also spoke about the President Cyril Ramaphosa, asked him a question about the fact that there is a task team that will now move to ensure that there's an unbundling of Eskom, where the National Transmission Company of South Africa is concerned, as a whole standalone company. And this will then give meaning to the electricity wholesale reform market. And this electricity wholesale market will then come through to ensure that at least there is a diversity in terms of how these sources are powered. They have taken that into consideration in terms of the high intensity users. And the minister even saying that there are policies in place that are moving into that space. Remember that, not so long, we had an issue with the smelters. And the minister even saying that as much as we try by all means to address the issue of the high energy intensive users, we need to also look out for, me and you, those that are, searching deeper into their pockets month in, month out, that are buying electricity that is so high. So all of these interventions and the different sources will see the price of electricity go down, working, of course, as well with various of these municipalities, some of them even represented here, that will ensure that as we go along, we we see the issue of the high, price of electricity addressed through various of these components and sources that are coming going to come through, mostly from the private sector working with Eskom.
Katlego, please get us the specifics on exactly how they intend to bring down the exorbitant price of electricity. But thank you so much. And of course, hopefully we'll speak to you again tomorrow if you're available and if we're not keeping you up too late. That's SABC News reporter Katlego Lekgodi, who's out in China accompanying that delegation. And very interesting this. And of course, we heard last week when we spoke to Professor Padiachi speaking about, again, decreasing the cost of electricity. Katlego is mentioning it again today. We keep hearing it. It's a bit of a buzz phrase, but what we need to do is see the impact of all of these interventions that actually result in lower electricity prices. Let us know your thoughts.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana says that the Public Investment Corporation is facing governance failures rather than financial difficulties. In an exclusive interview with SABC, the team of Samkele Maseko and Busi Bopela, Minister Godongwana says that several institutions, including the Financial Sector Conduct Authority and the Auditor General, as well as the Special Investigating Unit and Public Protector, are probing governance concerns at the asset manager. He says that the PIC remains financially sound, but that the newly appointed board must restore confidence and strengthen governance.
No. I'm not fighting with anybody in the PIC. What has cropped up are governance issues. Now, let me just give you, not me, the regulator, which is the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, is doing an investigation. The Auditor General has raised issues what he called material irregularities, which have been submitted to the SIU. The board, the board chairperson, Umasonde himself, has asked the president to appoint an SIU to investigate. The public protector is investigating the PIC. All of those things point to a governance failure. Don't worry, the PIC is liquid. We don't have a liquidity problem in the PIC. We've got governance failures which have been seen by other institutions, not only by me. So you can't attribute it as a kind of a fight between the two of us. There's instability over there. Last Friday, I got a letter from the Reserve Bank governor. Although they did not regulate the PIC, they are pointing an important point that the PIC, by its very nature, is tentacles throughout the economy, is becoming a systemic risk in the economy. Therefore, they want to regulate it as well. So it's a point towards a governance failure, which the new board has got to work hard to change the reputation and implement proper governance in the institution.
Patrick Dlamini, the CEO, has been at loggerheads with the previous board and ultimately was fighting to be retained in this institution. Is he the right man to continue leading this investment asset?
I can't answer that question because there's a new board now. The new board has got to make an assessment because Patrick is finishing a year this month, right in July. Finishing a year. Can he be held responsible for all of this government failure? Which you must know, PIC has been a subject of investigation since the Party Commission. So all of those point to government failures which Patrick has inherited. But that board has got to make a judgment call.
But it has been alleged that you have been the one who's been protecting Mr. Patrick Dlamini against the insistence of the former board chair, Dr. David Masondo, for him to be removed.
How did I protect him? They will not tell you. All that I've called on the board, I've said, can you guys appoint an independent investigation? Because all of you are clouded in this issue. It is better that to have credibility of the process, we need an independent investigation. That's all that I've called for.
Are you not worried that he who used to be a board member in the company that is the holding company of Lanseria that is doing business with the PIC now administers the PIC, which may be a conflict of interest?
No. let me just say, Patrick was not a shareholder. Patrick was a board member of a company which is not under investigation. The company that is under investigation is a different company called Acapulco, all right? And when he joined the board of PIC, the executive of PIC, Patrick did the right thing and resigned from that board.
But is enough due diligence being done about the PIC? I mean, you talk about the fact that it's a company that is far too big to fail, and yet these governance issues have been going on for the longest time.
Let me just say, it's an interesting thing about the PIC. The most controversial part of the PIC is 5% of the total portfolio of the PIC, is the unlisted portion. The listed portion, no problems at all. The problem with the PIC is the 5% unlisted part of the portfolio, which is 5%. That's a portion we need to keep a closer eye on. And we may have to take a decision, do we need it? Those are the kind of challenges we need decision we need to think about. In the current environment, is it not an irritation enough that we may have to shut that part of the business? I don't know. So the investigation and the board will have to advise me moving forward.
And that, of course, Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana in an exclusive interview with the SABC team of Samkele Maseko and Busi Bopela. And that literally just ended as we came on air, maybe around 20 minutes ago. So you can actually go and look out for that podcast and all the questions that were asked of the minister about what's happening at the PIC. And this, of course, also against the backdrop of a court challenge and the overhaul of the PIC board. So you're always welcome to let us know what you make of all of these developments.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 107 FM in Kroonstad. Sakina Kamwendo on SAfm.
26 minutes after 12. A dispute over the ward demarcations resulted in community members in Ward 6 in Masutle 2 village near Mahikeng boycotting voter registration. And aggrieved community members say that the redetermination of their ward boundaries was done without consulting them. The process led to some households being shifted from Ward 2 to Ward 6. Our reporter Simtandile Ntombela filed this report.
Community of Masutle too are unrelenting in their resolve to boycott voter registration and elections come November 4th.
We will never agree to go to that ward until Jesus himself comes back. We are not going to register to vote. We are not going to Ward 6. Yes, we are fighting, but we are not violent. If our needs are not going to be catered for, it's okay. We'll wait another 5 years for a councillor. We are not going to Ward 6.
However, nearby in Tlapeng village, in the same ward, residents are set and ready to make their vote count.
I managed to register so that I can vote on the 4th of November because I want government to provide services.
I want to see our village develop with roads. Our biggest challenge in Tlapeng is poor roads.
This, while the Northwest IEC official, Bonolo Mudise, described the last registration weekend as a success.
Don't want to focus on the disruptions that are not related to the work that we do as the Commission. We are happy that We prepared well for the registration weekend. We made an effort to open all our stations to allow those who are interested to come to our station. So our focus is on encouraging South Africans to register, to be included on the roll. Other issues, we would allow government and related departments to deal with those issues, but our focus remains on ensuring that South Africans are given the right to participate in the electoral democracy.
Every 5 years, the Municipal Demarcation Board updates ward boundaries to ensure fair voter representation. Simthandile Ndobela, SABC News, Masikhe 2 Village.
And of course, these always somewhat contentious, these demarcation issues. But I'll tell you what, don't forget that you can still register. You can still go online. And the IEC has now made sure that that facility is zero rated. So you don't even need to buy data or anything. You can go online to the IEC website and you can still register. And you may do so until the proclamation of the election that will be done by Minister of Kokta Velenkosini Tlhabisa, and that's expected to happen sometime this week. And once that proclamation is made, you have until midnight on that website to continue registering, and that will also mark then the end of the opportunity to register and the closing of the voters' roll. So if you haven't yet been able to do so, that is register or update your details in case you have moved or you've been demarcated into another ward, as was the case here in Mahikeng. Please go and check your details as well on the IEC website. All right, that brings us to 12:30, and here's Twalane Tulongwepe with your latest headlines.
Thanks, Akina. Good afternoon. Making headlines. Sabelo Nzondwa, brother of a key witness, Nombasa Nzondo Ndlovu, has testified in the corruption case against former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula. He told the court that 200,000 rand was hidden under the passenger seat of a car during a 2017 armed robbery, allegedly en route to deliver money to Mapisa Nqakula, but was not found by the robbers. Accused number 3 in the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial, Mtobi Simncube, says not being taken to an identity parade when he was first charged with Meyiwa's murder case denied him justice. The High Court in Johannesburg has heard that police did not follow the correct protocols when arresting accused number 1, Mosake Kana, in the attempted murder trial of Vusumuzi Kat Matlala and 4 others. The claim was made by Matlala's attorney, Annalene Vandayeva, during cross-examination of Captain Pimi Sehobela. I will have details on these and other stories at 1 o'clock.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
It's a Monday. We're joined by Preetu Makan, who's FNB Wealth and Investments Analyst. Good afternoon, Preetu.
Good afternoon. Good to be here. Looking at the markets today, we see that the top 40 index is trading in positive territory, and we've seen this being supported by solid gains across the board. Overall, we see that sentiment has gained some traction this morning, following news that President Trump had called off a planned military strike, and this raised hopes for an eventual truce once again in the Middle East. This also helped to lower oil prices and ease concerns about inflationary pressures. However, investors are noting that this could be a very fragile development, and they'll monitor and watch the headlines very closely. If we look at some of the company news, we see that it's been a relatively busy morning with a few major releases out locally. Telkom was in the spotlight, and they delivered a resilient first quarter performance. We saw revenue was up 2.6% and EBITDA rose by 10%, which was tracking ahead of full year expectations. And the group basically stated that this was driven by continued strength in their data-led businesses. Overall, we saw revenue in the data business was up 8.8%, and it was supported by strong mobile data and fiber growth. OpenServe as well continued to perform well. They continue to boast an industry-leading fiber connectivity rate, which was another key highlight. And on the downside, we did see some pressure in the BCX business. However, management did highlight that there was encouraging growth in the cybersecurity and cloud businesses. Moving on, we also saw a good result out from Ghana, MTN Ghana. They delivered a strong interim print, and this was delivered on the back of strong growth in data, fintech, and their digital businesses. So we saw service revenue delivered high double-digit growth, supported by strong data demand and continued momentum in their mobile money business. EBITDA also saw healthy growth, was up 40%, and we saw further expansion in the margin, which was definitely another key highlight. And overall, management remains very upbeat about the future prospects, and they noted that this is likely to be supported by improving macroeconomic conditions in Ghana, as well as sustained demand for their digital and financial services. If we move on to some of the general commodity price movements, we see that gold is up around 0.4% and is trading around $4,056 an ounce. Platinum, on the other hand, lost some traction, but we did see the improvement in Brent crude prices, and they dipped sharply to around $84 a barrel following the positive news in the Middle East. And lastly, from me, we see that the rand is stronger compared to last week and is currently trading around 16 Rand 50 to the dollar, 19 Rand to the euro, and around 22 Rand 20 against the pound. And that's the market update for this afternoon.
Well, thanks so much, Preetu. Preetu Makan is an analyst from FNB Wealth and Investments.
SAfm Sport with John Gerika.
I'm looking forward to all of the information, especially what's happening with FIFA.
Okay, let's start with that then. Because now the UEFA, right, so that's European football's body, they have threatened legal action over Gianni Infantino's scrap plans to sell off stakes to FIFA competitors or competitions to private investors. His leadership's already been publicly questioned by football's governing bodies in Europe, North and Central America and the Caribbean, UEFA and CONCACAF releasing statements criticizing the plans. Well, Wales has become the first nation to withdraw backing for his bid to continue as FIFA president, and the English FA also withdrew their support this morning.
Oh, that's big.
UEFA added it once, quote, immediate steps to identify, locate and preserve all documents and electronically stored information described in the notice that are in your or FIFA's possession, custody or control. They're lining up a court case here.
Yeah, I think, as they would say, his goose may be halfway cooked here.
Yes. Also, it adds up all the dots, right? Think about this for the 26 World Cup. It was a brochure for private investors. The ticket prices, the way they move the tickets up and down, the hydration breaks, like advertising, the halftime show, bending of the rules. Not quite sport, was it? It kind of seems to make sense. All right, let's get on to the field. Final group matches of Group A of the Women's Africa Cup of Nations today. Both start at 10 o'clock. Kenya against Algeria, Senegal against Morocco. Senegal coach Name Moussa Cisse agreeing with one of his players who said that the nation needs their side to win.
I think I cannot answer any better. Your answer is there. I come back to what I said. Beyond the two teams, there's the image of African football to promote. We must show tomorrow that Africa is a great football continent, that women's football is growing, and it will be up to each of the participants to fully play their part.
Let's go to the PSL over the weekend. It was the start of the Premiership. Surprise, surprise, without any VAR. As promised a couple of seasons ago. Kaizer Chiefs, Pirates, Polokwane, Amazulu and Sekhukhune all starting with wins. Pirates coach Abdeslam Ouadou explains the management of players who came back from the World Cup.
There are many clubs that are in the same case as us. Clearly we can see it. We can see it, and it's normal. We knew that they can have this difficulties to start because they just stopped the World Cup. They had maybe 1 week of rest. So I can say it's not even physically. I think it's mentally to have the opportunity to have a break for at least 3 weeks. It's necessary for a professional footballer. But unfortunately, we cannot afford because they are such important in how we want to play. So we have to manage that and to accept it.
All right, we'll see what happens there. Let's go to Glasgow now. The Commonwealth Games all over. Australia winning with 171 medals, 70 of those gold. England finishing in second place, Canada in third. South Africa managing 11th overall, 7 gold, 11 silver, 10 bronze. Nathan Hendricks picking up a gold. Peter Kutsia had 3. Laura Finikak and Christian Sadie all in the pool. The only gold from not in the pool was the men's 200 metres, Sinasipo Dambile winning the men's athletics 200-metre run there. In fact, the swimmers winning the majority of the medals. medals. Dean Price, who's the Swimming South Africa coach, explains how well the swimmers performed compared to the much better funded countries.
Australia won. They get a budget of $260 million per year for their swimming. We beat Scotland, who get $118 million per year for swimming, and England. We came second. So I think that level of success is unbelievable.
Yeah, and we just forget about swimming now until the next Olympic Games or a Commonwealth Games comes.
Well, I'm glad to see that Chad has an academy, and hopefully hopefully we'll see more happening, because it's really looking good and good talent coming through.
Let's go to hockey. South African women play Scotland this evening at 8:30 tonight in preparation for the Hockey World Cup. That tournament starts on the 15th. The Proteas are drawn with England, China, and India. Here's SA Women's coach Inki Zondi.
Yeah, for us, it's important that, one, we compete in every single game, and secondly, we take the pool stages as a platform to launch to the end of the tournament where actually rankings matter. It would be great for us to get into the top 12. We haven't played in those playoffs in a while, and so that's a big focus for us. But the main focus was the international readiness. That's what we tested last week when we played Namibia, as well as combinations and form. That was a big focus for us because we were away for a long time, and actually the Namibia series was so close to our actual World Cup phase that we could see form as well as technical skills and specialist ability. So we broke it down into those 4 pillars.
The men are up against Australia, Ireland and Spain. Tough group for them. Let's go to the Tour de France, the female Tour de France called Le Tour Femme. Lorena Wiebes-Lee, she's got a sprint on her. Kim Lecourt is African. She's from Mauritius. She's 14 seconds back. Demi Vollering, 16 seconds off the pace. Lecourt is taking the 9-stage tour step by step.
Yeah, I think we focus on stage wins first, and then we see how it goes. And if I'm placed well in the GC, then we keep on pushing. But the ultimate goal is to definitely do the highest position as possible in GC. But first we want to tick off stage wins, and yeah.
2,400 metres of climbing in today's third stage, 156 kilometres long. It starts with an 11.4 kilometre climb at 6.3%. Yeah, they also have it tough. Speaking of great cyclists, today Pogacar will ride the Vuelta a España starting on the 22nd of August, aiming for his first appearance in the Grand Tour since 2019, and he's looking for an historic Grand Tour Triple Crown. And some cricket for you. Stumps on day one of the Stumps on day one of the second test between the West Indies and Pakistan. The West Indies 239 for 5. They managed 74 overs. The West Indies decided to bat first.
Uh-huh. So Pogacar there, I mean, he should make a go for it, given that Vingegaard is injured.
Yeah.
So
it's really Wout van Aert that'll challenge him a little bit.
A little bit.
But yeah, it's good luck to. It'll be interesting to see how tired he is after the Tour.
That's the one thing. Yeah. Is going to be conditioning, but also why are the women going afterwards?
You see that. They were kind of doing it towards the end of the third week, and then the women would start. And I think it's a decision to have it as a standalone event, to not have them on at the same time.
As long as they don't, let us down in terms of the visuals, the coverage, and all of that.
It looks great. I forget her name now, and hopefully it'll pop up on my Instagram. There's a great, I'll find it, I'll talk about it next week. There's a great lady cyclist, South African lady cyclist. She's a comedian as well, who's following the Femme Tour. And she does these very funny things. Like she was asking questions of the men's tour the way journalists would ask about the women's tour.
Yeah.
So a good example is like today Pogacar is one of the greatest cyclists ever. He's won all these tours. What do you think about his hairstyle? Yeah, and she's raising awareness of just the way that it's covered.
Because AFCON. Don't get me started on WAFCON at this point. Even the lighting is poor.
Yeah. There's both the fans are there. The commentary we spoke about isn't great. So do yourself a favor. Don't watch it on the Pay One. Watch it. SABC commentary.
At least we make it better. We make it bearable. Okay, bye.
Being in construction has taught me that buying machinery doesn't come cheap. Loaders, excavators, graders, they're the heartbeat of the job site. Now, thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. This saving helps keep my machines working and projects moving.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your yellow metal machinery. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Hi, Sakina. Hope you're well. Errol here, Durban. You know, this expropriation without compensation, if it goes through, it could affect all races in South Africa, white, coloured and Indian, especially the middle class who own properties and businesses. And of course, overseas investors won't invest in South Africa because, I mean, who wants to invest where in a country where your business or property could be taken over by the government without compensation? That's my take. Errol, Durban.
We're in court at the moment. Well, the DA is with other parties fighting expropriation without compensation, which has led me to lose a massive contract in South Africa simply because the company could not invest in a country where the property and assets that they accumulate through their investments will remain on their balance sheet and can possibly be removed at the pleasure of the president of that country. So when the minister in China says South Africa is open for business, that minister is lying. Mike Newlands.
Good afternoon, Sekina, to the team and the loyal listeners across the globe. I wonder why the electricity minister is unable to decrease the cost of electricity for us. We struggled a lot during load shedding. Many businesses shut down, small businesses, etc., even household, fridges, etc. We kept quiet because we believe that leadership will mitigate the issue. And now that load shedding is no longer active, the least that ESCOM can reward us is to give us cheaper cost of electricity, but not always increasing it. It's Bramoro in Bloemfontein.
Good afternoon, Sister Kena and your team. Happy 90 years birthday. Happy Women's Month. Sister Kena, it's not only in Mafikeng there is a problem of community. Even here in Matlosana, it's a chaos, especially in my odd level. We have a councillor who's been leading us for 15 years, never implement service delivery. Community are angry for him. They don't want him. Even myself as the ANC member in the coach standing, we don't want this guy. Failed us big time. Keep see, Momatosana.
Thanks, everybody. And of course, do keep sending them. Love hearing your views on various matters. And also, if there's anything else that's on your mind, let us know.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m. Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 104.6 FM in Kimberley. Sakina Kamwendo on SAfm.
It's 14 minutes before 1. ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa says that governance issues at the Public Investment Corporation need to be addressed. The Deputy Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, CSO Mopai, was this week appointed as the new PIC chairperson, replacing the Deputy Minister of Finance, Dr. David Masondo. Now, Ramaphosa was on a campaign trail in Emalahleni in Mpumalanga ahead of the local government elections in November. This report by Zara Groenewald.
Workers' money is safe with the Public Investment Corporation. That's according to President Cyril Ramaphosa, following governance issues at Africa's biggest asset manager. Several PIC board members, including the chairperson, resigned while the CEO, Patrick Lamili, faces a suspension dispute. Government has moved swiftly to overhaul the board, but this has caused a new rift within the Government of National Unity between the ANC and the DA.
So it's a very important institution that we need to safeguard. It manages almost half of the worth of our GDP, 3.6 trillion rand. So when there are governance challenges, we have to act so that there is no instability. So there is no crisis at the PIC. Our actions are aimed at just solidifying the stability and getting the PIC to move forward in a much stronger way.
On political matters, the ANC president has lauded South Africans for showing a huge interest in the upcoming local government elections. Ramaphosa says those who feel dejected must know that government has not forgotten them despite service delivery challenges plaguing communities.
Well, what I would say to a person who has been discouraged in the past because of failures of service delivery, I would say they should look at the new developments. The developments on infrastructure are ticking up. There's a great improvement. We said at the beginning of the year that we are deploying 1 trillion rand, and we're beginning to see that money now beginning to flow.
The ANC is hoping to gain over 300,000 new voters in Mpumalanga, but it could prove a steep task after it faced a tough challenge in the last general elections in 2024. Over the next few days, government is expected to proclaim the election date and finalise the voters' roll. I am Zara Groenewald in Emalahleni.
Now, the Western Cape High Court is today hearing the DA's constitutional challenge to the Expropriation Act. The party wants the law declared unconstitutional and invalid, arguing that the process leading to its adoption was flawed and that it infringes on the constitutionally protected property rights of South Africans. And President Cyril Ramaphosa signed the Expropriation Act in January 2025. DA Member of Parliament Ashur Sarupin says that the party is in court to protect the property rights of all South Africans, and it opposes what it describes as a legislation that legalizes land grabs.
So the DA is here in court today to protect property rights for all South Africans. We will not accept a bill that legalizes land grabs. It is not acceptable in a constitutional democracy. The DA's case is built on a very specific set of legal grounds. Firstly, that Section 19 of this Act is irrational, and that the final mandates before the National Council of Provinces, when the Act was voted on, was unlawful. In terms of Section 19 of the Act, the DA is to argue before the court today that 19(2) and 3 of the Expropriation Act is irrational because it contains an irresolvable circularity that renders the Act inoperable. It is not possible to give effect to this. So let me unpack this clearly. Section 8(3)(g) of the Act says that a notice of expropriation must reflect the amount of compensation agreed on or approved or decided by a court under Section 19. But Section 19 then says that the timeframes for the institution of court proceedings runs from the date of the notice of expropriation, the purpose of which is for the court to decide or approve the amount, time, and manner of payment of just and equitable compensation. What this basically means is that the notice must reflect compensation determined by a court, but the Act also says that you can't go to court until a notice has been issued. It can't be both ways. Parliament did not properly consider this Act. Therefore, the one can't happen without the other, and the other can't happen without the other. This is a circular law. Then, of course, in the ANC's rush to ram this through Parliament in the dying days of its majority, their provincial delegates in the National Council of Provinces were not lawfully authorized to vote on behalf of their provinces in favor of this Act. Now, my colleague Bongi Medikizela has referenced the route this followed and the flaws in the NCOP. The Constitution requires that at least 5 provinces vote in favor of a bill in the NCOP, whereas fewer than 5 provincial delegations voted in favor of the expropriation bill with a lawful authority on the day. That means that the bill was passed through the National Council of Provinces unlawfully. And the DA will make 2 arguments for why provincial delegates lack the authority to vote for the Act. 4 delegates were given a final mandate by the Speaker of their legislature, which lacks the power to confer a final mandate. And 3 delegates were given a final mandate contrary to the rules of their provincial legislature. On either argument, the Expropriation Act was passed unconstitutionally and it must be declared invalid. So the DA is fighting today for property rights because that is what we have always stood for and will continue to fight for. Thank you.
And that was Democratic Alliance Member of Parliament Asher Saripin for the latest on the story. We joined now by SABC News reporter Andile Mbanjwa, who's currently following that story for us in the Western Cape High Court. Andile, good afternoon. So set the scene for us, if you will. What's the latest from the Western Cape High Court?
Good afternoon to you, Sakina, and the SAfm listeners. Yes, indeed, I can confirm that the lawyer for the Democratic Alliance, who's representing the party on this matter, we've been listening to her, Karisha Pillay, who's been presenting the heads of arguments for the party. Basically, the party is, as we know, is challenging the act on the basis that Section 19, because that has been the main issue this morning up to now from Pillay, that Section 19 of the Act is irrational and incoherent. And therefore, Pillay has asked the court to determine, how the court will deal with the remedial action on its court challenge. Also saying that, the court has a jurisdiction on this matter and therefore should exercise it. Pillay has been the one who has been making heads of arguments. We know that there's respondents in this matter, such as the President, the Minister of Public Works, the EFF, amongst others. But we've only, from the morning until now, been listening to her. It has only be her.
Right, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much for that update. And as you get back into court, Andile Mbanjwa, our reporter, watching that story unfold for us in the Cape Town High Court.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 105.8 FM in Knysna. Sakina Kamwendo on SAfm.
Now, 13 families displaced by the 2022 floods say that they've been left homeless after being evicted from temporary accommodation in Durban's Point precinct. The families have been sleeping on the pavement outside one of the buildings on the Mahatma Gandhi Road since Monday. Now, they claim that other flood victims have been relocated to permanent housing while they were told that they do not qualify. And our reporter, Ginoguhle Malinga, is following this story for us and joins us on the line for more. Good afternoon. 13 families evicted from that Point Road precinct. Why are they not finding shelter?
It's quite a sad situation indeed, and greetings to you and the listeners. Regarding the 13 families we've seen been living on the pavement on the side of the road since Monday last week. We did get a query reply from the municipality that we sent to them about these families, and they mentioned that the families, all the families that were taken in went through a verification program, where they were checked if they qualify for government housing assistance. So they found that they don't qualify because either they earn more than 3,500 or they have previously benefited from a government housing program, therefore cannot qualify for this opportunity to get permanent housing. And I think this is the issue here, because when we spoke to the residents, they mentioned that yes, they did benefit from government's housing programs previously, but it's the very houses that got swept away. Therefore, they feel like they shouldn't be treated the same way as somebody who's simply applying for an RDP house.
Which is very interesting, and also with regard to future placement, as the government indicates that they don't qualify now. So what are they saying? Do they not have any alternatives, or are they simply waiting it out, hoping that government will come up with an alternative? Going to go there?
Most of them don't have alternative options, Sakina, because they are still sleeping outside. They mentioned that, especially when it comes to the issue of the amount that they say they earn, is that they say that most of them got jobs whilst they were staying at the flat. It's been 4 years since the 2022 flood, so some of them have to find ways to sustain themselves. So now, hence they say they earn that amount of money, or that threshold of money. So they're saying even though they earn more than 3,500, most of them don't earn above 5,000, so they can't even afford to get proper housing for their families. Whereas in the RDP homes that they got before, they were able to shelter everybody because of the size of their families. So it's quite difficult, because also when we spoke to them, they mentioned that they would have appreciated it if government was transparent from the beginning, because they said they were very willing with the verification process, giving government all the documents that they needed for the verification process. They felt as though they should have alerted them sooner than later to say, please, you don't qualify, can you please find alternative accommodation, because when we move the larger cohort to housing, you will not be counted amongst them. So that's another issue that they are fighting for, saying that they were told at the last minute, saying they were told now in March about the outcomes of the verification process, and they had to simply find accommodation within months, and some of them can't find any alternative.
What has government's response been to the claim, the assertion by the residents that it is the very same RDP houses that they were issued by government that were swept away?
We've been trying to get hold of the municipality to ask them and probe them more based on the statement that they issued. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to get somebody to answer these type of questions, because I think it's quite a fair question to ask, to say, are these flood victims treated the same way as a person who's simply applying for an RDP home, or this verification process considered the status or the conditions why these people lost their homes, or if in any case the systems that they use to check and verify does reflect that if this person's house, this person previously benefited from a RDP program, this house was swept away, if the system is updated or not, and how do they then help those victims. But hopefully we'll be able to get hold of them, and they'll be able to expand on the verification process, what they looked into in terms of the affected victims.
Please come back to us once you have those answers. Thank you so much, our reporter Ginogutle Malinga in Durban there, and I'm really looking forward to hearing government's response to the claims by the residents who are now homeless. Well, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Thanks to the production team. And of course, it's time now for your latest news with Trolane Tulongwepe.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
And accused number 3 cries foul in Mayua trial. Good afternoon. The Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources has announced adjustments to fuel prices that will take effect on Wednesday. Petrol will decrease by 52 cents a litre, while diesel will increase by between R1.23 and R1.38 a litre. Illuminating paraffin will rise by 2.3 cents a litre, while the maximum retail price of LP gas will decrease. The department spokesperson Robert Make says lower crude oil prices has led to the reduction in petrol costs, but diesel prices have increased due to supply shortages linked to the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
The average Brent crude oil price decreased during the period under review. However,
The prices of diesel and illuminating paraffin increased due to supply shortages caused by the escalation of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which resulted in the export restriction by Russia. The rand weakened slightly against the US dollar during the same period. The prices of propane and butane decreased during the period under review. The slate levy decreased by 52.56 cents per litre from 113.94 to 61.38 cents per litre in the price structures of both petrol and diesel.
Sabelo Ntsondwa, brother of key witness Nombasa Ntsondwa Ndlovu, has testified in the corruption case against former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula. He told the court that 200,000 rand was hidden under the passenger seat of a car during a 2017 armed robbery, allegedly en route to deliver the money to Mapisa-Nqakula, but was not found by the robbers. Ntsondwa could not recall what happened to the vehicle afterwards or whether his sister was in the car when he and her husband drove home. This differs from Ntsondwa Ndlovu's earlier testimony that the car was towed away as her husband drove her home. Her husband, Noel Ndlovu, is expected to testify. Accused number 3 in the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial, Mthobisi Ncube, says not being taken to an identity parade when he was first charged with Meyiwa's murder denied him justice. Ncube is testifying at the High Court in Pretoria about his alleged involvement in the murder of the former Bafana captain. He and 4 others are on trial for Meyiwa's murder after he was shot dead in October 2014. Ncube says the way the lead investigator linked him to the case without conducting an identity parade is questionable.
The absence of the ID parade, to me, is the miscarriage of justice. People that were inside the house, they know very well who they saw, so they were going to go there and say and point out to the person that they saw. The fact that he did not approach the other people that were in the house, it's clear that they were saying something else to what he wanted them to do or to say.
Still in the courts, the High Court in Johannesburg has heard that police did not follow the correct protocols when arresting accused number 1, Mosake Kana, in the attempted murder trial of Vusumuzi Kent Matlala and 4 others. The claim was made by Matlala's attorney, Annelien van der Heever, during cross-examination of Captain Pimi Sekgobela. Sekgobela is testifying in the trial within a trial detailing the sequence of events on the day Kana was arrested after the murder of Vereniging engineer Armand Swart. The case relates to the botched hits on businessman Josie Banyoni, music producer Sienki Mukubung, and Matlala's former girlfriend Deboho Tobejani. Van der Heever has argued that police contravened the Criminal Procedure Act when effecting Kekana's arrest.
Any person who is arrested with or without a warrant for allegedly committing an offence or for any other reason shall, as soon as possible, be brought to a police station or, in the case of arrest by a warrant, to any other place which is expressly mentioned in the warrant. Correct. Not only did you contravene the national instruction that I just read out to you, but you also contravened Section 50, Sub 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act by not making sure these people are immediately taken to a police station. Correct.
The City of Cape Town's Fire and Rescue Services says the wildfire above Kloofneck Corner and the Table Mountain Aerial Cableway has burnt itself out. Spokesperson Michael Abrams says they are awaiting aerial support organised by the Table Mountain National Park to waterbomb any remaining hotspots to ensure the blaze is completely extinguished. Fire crews will also remain on scene. The cause of the fire that broke out yesterday is not yet known. Abraham says no injuries or property damage have been reported. And finally, South Africa has made history by finishing 4th in the inaugural World Spelling Bee Championships in Shanghai in China. Pretoria Boys High School learner George van der Weingaard who represented the country at the competition, says being part of the first ever global tournament came as a surprise and was an unforgettable experience. He says competing against learners from more than 20 countries has strengthened his pride in representing South Africa.
I'd say follow your passions. Spelling is really linked to reading, and if you read more, you'll be able to spell better. So read a lot, read what you want to read, because that's important. You need to be able to comprehend and understand what you're reading. And yeah, make sure to have fun, because that gets lost sometimes.
Recapping the top story this hour, the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources has announced adjustments to fuel prices that will take effect on Wednesday. Petrol will decrease by 52 cents a litre, while diesel will increase by R1.23 and R1.38 a litre. For SAfm News, I'm Jolane Tulo-Wepe.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Lucky Dube, the legend himself. Remember Me is the name of this particular track. And we play Lucky Dube because today we're hoping to catch up with his son, Thokozani Dube, who is out in Mpumalanga, actually at the official handover of the Lucky Dube Secondary School of Performing Arts, which is officially being handed over to the community today. So hopefully a little bit later on in this hour, we'll be able to touch base with Thokozani Dube and reflect on the school as well as the legacy of his dad. How are you doing? I hope you had a great weekend. Hope you managed to sneak in some rest here and there. Don't you find the older you get, the more weekends become about to-do lists? Less about resting and more about scheduling the things that you actually couldn't get to during the work days. And so now you have to get to all those tasks during the weekend. And before you know it, snap, it's 5 p.m. on a Sunday night, and it's time for you to start winding down and getting ready for Monday. Jeez, it's a crazy thing, right? We've got lots of show today. We're going to be talking to Joburg Child Welfare, and we're reflecting on the state of child trafficking in South Africa. We also have an opportunity that is coming up, and we're looking at the circular cement program that's offering young builders an opportunity to cut costs and grow. So if you are in the construction space and you are below the age of 35, this could be an opportunity for you. You need to listen closely to this. And then on the other side of two, we're going to be catching up with Yolanda Aronsa. Remember, we spoke to her last week, author of Gentle, A Healing Journey in No Particular Order. So we thought we'd bring you part 2 today, looking at life after corporate. But today we're going to be focusing more on the essential tools of wellness in your work life. That conversation is coming up after 2. It's beautiful to see that over 46% of new registrations that were captured this past weekend speak to first-time young voters that are under the age of 29, and female voters representing 50% of total activity, while male voters are around 44%. And that briefing being held as we speak by the IEC. This was the second and the last voter registration weekend, the physical voter registration weekend being conducted by the IEC across the country as a lead-up to those elections that are coming up in November. It's less than 100 days now until we get to the local government elections. If you didn't get an opportunity to go check your registration details, make sure that everything is in order, or perhaps change your your voting location or voting region, you can still check all that stuff by simply logging on to www.registertovote.elections.org.za. That's www.registertovote.elections.org.za. Or you can send them an SMS on 32810. That's 32810. I know they also have a very active WhatsApp line that you can WhatsApp them on. 061-410-4107. That's our WhatsApp line, not the IE's. That's ours. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. Feel free to be a part of any of the conversations today. It's just gone 1:15. A quick pause, and then we come back and we get into our first conversation.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
In case you're on the highway, driving to your first big maize delivery, and something mysterious happens. You stop at the garage to scope the damage. You realize the fuel system is kinda dear my car. You panic. But then you take a deep breath, because you know Hino Care Gap Cover is there to cover anything outside the standard 6-year warranty. From steering columns to ABS control modules, it's the unseen essential in your business. Speak to your Hino dealer. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Smart business moves save money. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Stephen from the Villa Rosa.
I was with my previous insurer for 8 years and then I switched to Outsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with the premiums and switching was the best decision we ever made.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Being in construction has taught me that buying machinery doesn't come cheap. Loaders, excavators, graders, they're the heartbeat of the job site. Now, thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. This saving helps keep my machines working and projects moving.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your yellow metal machinery. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Important message to all social grants beneficiaries. Did you know that SASSA verifies beneficiaries monthly? Did you receive a message to have your grant reviewed or to undergo eLife certification? Do not be scared. Just comply. For the month of August, older persons grant beneficiaries will be paid on Tuesday the 4th, disability grants on Wednesday the 5th, and children's grants on Thursday the 6th. If you do not get your grant on these dates, worry not. Do not rush to the SASSA office. Wait until Friday the 7th of August. Should you receive your grant on the 7th of August, note that your grant is under review and you need to visit your nearest SASSA office in August to conduct a review or life certification. This message is brought to you by SASSA. #SASSA Cares.
Did you know that you can buy SABC programs to enjoy at home and at your own time? From your golden oldies like Ashifa Shaba, Inyaga Nyaga, Okni Snokni, to box sets of Isidingo the Need and other soapies for binge watching. Or it could be the legendary old games or programs from our radio stations that you are looking for. Well, we have you covered. For more information or to place an order, you can send an email to contentsales@sabc.co.za, or you can give them a shout on 011-714-6650.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, it's just gone 20 past 1 o'clock on The Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on SAfm. So we thought that we'd begin today by having a conversation reflecting on the state of child trafficking in South Africa. We're joined by the CEO of the Joburg Child Welfare, Abu Bakr Hattis. And last week, Thursday, marked the commemoration of the United Nations World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. And the Joburg Child Welfare has cautioned that South Africa's presence on the Tier 2 watch list in the 2025 United States Trafficking in Persons report should serve as a serious warning for the country to tighten security for child protection and be more vigilant. Abu Bakr joins us now. How are you doing this afternoon?
Hi, Bridget. I'm doing well. Thank you, and thank you for having me.
It's only a pleasure. We appreciate the time. I guess perhaps maybe let's just start with contextualizing the objectives by the UN to observe World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. And then coupled to that, perhaps you can also bring us into understanding the Tier 2 watch list.
Oh, thank you. I think that we celebrated Child Protection Month a month ago or so, and like this, we particularly raising the spotlight and putting the spotlight on human trafficking, child trafficking, particularly our interest, and it allows us to look at some serious gaps in identifying issues related to human trafficking within our country. And I think that what being placed on the Tier 2 watch list means that we have some serious gaps that we need to consider as a country, that investigations need to be tighter, prosecuting traffickers and supporting survivors are also of concern, and that we do not necessarily lack the laws within our country, that the implementation and accountability are still inconsistent.
Honing into that sort of cautionary tale of being on the tier 2 watch list, just so that we also understand the severity of these and the positioning, perhaps, to paint us a picture. I'm assuming if there is a tier 2, there is a tier 1. And what sort of measures or matrix maketh the difference of where you are placed in these tiers?
Yeah, so tier 3 is obviously the most serious classification in terms of United States Trafficking in Persons report, right? It applies where government does not meet the minimum standards at all for combating trafficking, and is not making significant efforts to improve. In South Africa's case, and I mean, this is the story of South Africa, we have brilliant legislation. So there is efforts being made. We do have laws. But unfortunately, the implementation of those laws and holding people accountable and consistently applying those laws are of grave concern. So the difference between our tier 2 and tier 3 effectively comes down to implementation, and not necessarily that we do not have the laws within the country to ensure that we can prevent and prosecute human trafficking.
The serious gaps that you mentioned, Abu Bakr, that need to be considered, what do those gaps speak to? Perhaps if you could just outline for us what those gaps are. Obviously, implementation, as you say, becomes a huge one. We have the legislation, we have the necessary policy and paperwork. But the implementing part, and where does it begin to let us down? At which level?
Yeah. So what we observe within Joburg child welfare, and I think the child welfare sector at large, where we can speak to it with very much on an experience basis, right, is that we see children that are vulnerable can easily be exploited. And although we have human rights, particularly surrounding documentation of children, a lot of children who are born and abandoned at birth go undocumented from the age of 1 up until 18, finish matric undocumented. A lot of those children in unstable care arrangement and moving between adults and communities, traffickers don't even need to use force because these children remain invisible to the system, right? They're invisible. You can't trace them. You can't track them. You can't identify them. So really, it comes down to, and it's twofold actually, the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Social Development. Are we offering adequate assistance to ensure that children are protected from human trafficking? And are we implementing laws around ensuring vulnerable children are documented post-birth despite being abandoned? So the system around vulnerable children has to be implemented with stricter controls to ensure that they are safer and that this is more preventable.
And as you speak on vulnerable children, I guess this conversation can't be held in isolation or specifics to South African children born of South African citizenship, because no problem exists in isolation of another. So the vulnerability of children even speaks to the vulnerability of immigrant children, migrant children who are in this country, lacking the same kind of documentation, can't be tracked, and obviously being now open to the same vulnerabilities and the same exploitations.
Absolutely. And I think for South Africa, and particularly, as I said here in Johannesburg, we're a destination and a transit country, right? Well, we're a very large economy in Africa, if not the largest economy at the moment. Our regional borders with SADC, we have transport networks, we're exporting minerals, we're importing. So there's all this movement across our borders, and obviously people coming for a better opportunity to create a better, safer, and more economically positive life. And when traffickers pick up, obviously, these gaps when it comes to documented individuals and undocumented individuals, and I want to separate undocumented from children of migrants, right? Because children of migrants might be immigrants coming into the country, might be documented in their country, but not documented in South Africa. And then you can get children who's undocumented, but they're actually children born in South Africa, who are South African but been abandoned at birth and never had a birth registration, right? These children, traffickers exploit this vulnerability of children of immigrants coming into the country who are obviously impoverished, unemployed, unable to get formal employment, family breakdowns, children traveling alone. And for South Africa, our responsibility is heightened because of the role we play within the African continent as a large economy with opportunities and almost a transit into Africa.
Sure. I mean, it's a very complex. It's a very complex issue, this of child trafficking, and again, reiterating that not isolated to South Africa, but obviously we have our own nuanced circumstances that also add and put us in a rather precarious situation. I want us to, I'm just looking at the time and I'm just thinking we're going to go into the headline news in just under a minute. So before we even get to why South Africa has become a hub for children and human trafficking, because I think that's probably going to be a very expansive answer. Our lines are open if you want to be a part of the conversation on 061-410-4107. That is our WhatsApp line. Or you can give us a call on 086-000-2032, our in-studio line. And obviously, we're also on social media, on Twitter, and wherever you are, we are there as well, at SAfm Radio and at Bridget Masinga. You can also catch our live streaming via our social media platforms. We'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation with Abu Bakr Hattis, who is the CEO of the Joburg Child Welfare, looking at the state of child trafficking in South Africa and perhaps what kinds of conversations we need to begin to have if we are to turn the tide on this very, very serious situation.
Good afternoon. Making headlines. Motorists are in for a mixed bag of fuel price adjustments in August, with petrol users set to see some relief, while diesel users can expect price hikes at the pumps from midnight on Wednesday. A key witness in the corruption trial of former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula has given testimony that differs from earlier evidence presented in court, and 3 people have been killed and 7 others injured in a shooting at a shopping area in Twin Falls, Idaho, in the United States. I will have details on these and other stories at 2 o'clock.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, we're continuing our conversation. Our line is open on 061-410-4107. That is our WhatsApp line. And of course, you can also call us on 086-000-2032. We're talking to the CEO of Joburg Child Welfare, unpacking the state of child trafficking in South Africa. And Abu Bakr, let's look at, I think in part what you've outlined about just the movement patterns of, continental populations, people migrating from one place to another in search of better opportunities, in search of, whatever it might be, really. It's positioned South Africa as a destination and a transit country, as you highlight. And this speaks in part, I guess, to why we've become a hub for child and human trafficking. But are there also other factors that leave us bare, leave us vulnerable to such?
Absolutely. And one of them is obviously poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Those factors, vulnerable people, susceptible to false job offers. We're in the era of digital. We're in the digital era where we have ongoing scams, online scams, recruiting people through our busy land borders. They recruit people to come in with opportunity for work, and often those jobs can be scams, and young men and women can be lured into trafficking through those things, and that's largely because of some socio-economic. Then we also have a large gender-based violence issue within South Africa that we address within Joburg Child Welfare, and we see those statistics. You can look anything between 200 and 400 cases per month, which is just within Johannesburg, right? And then when a family breaks down because of that, often a woman and a child becomes displaced and then becomes vulnerable to traffickers offering accommodation and opportunities for shelter, a home plate of food, and a place to stay. So the digital era significantly accelerates these scams, right? Third, I think South Africa, we have to acknowledge that it's a profitable market for exploitation, right? I spoke about women and gender-based violence. This includes the sexual exploitation, as well as the other issues within the informal economy, such as drug and substance trafficking. We know those statistics in the country are extremely high when it comes to crime, drug and sexual abuse, and prostitution. So those and sex work, particularly in this case, non-consensual. And so those are the factors, I think, right? But those numbers, fully, the real number.
Abu Bakr, we're just losing you there for a second. Every couple of words, it's just dipping out. I'm not too sure if you've shifted position or perhaps there's something just glitching with the network at the moment. We're just trying to see if maybe there's anything that can be done in terms of changing the line. It was holding beautifully until the headline news, but we'll come back and continue this conversation. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. And of course, you can also give us a shout in studio, 086-000-2032. That is our studio line. We're on social media as well, if you find it a little bit easier for you to communicate via social media, because really every child is our child in terms of ensuring their protection, their safety and security. When we speak of the spirit of Ubuntu, it extends itself also to such conversations around child trafficking. We've got Abu Bakr Hattas back on the line. Apologies for that, Abu Bakr. You were outlining just, some of the factors that come into play here: displacement of families, the vulnerability of single mother-headed households, of course, and, digitization and digital connectivity also becoming a factor.
No, absolutely. And perhaps I lost you at the third point, which was the fact that trafficking is profitable, right? Exploiting vulnerable people is profitable, whether you're trafficking them in the informal economy to sell drugs, be sexual exploitation, domestic work, even for that matter, right? It's profitable because these people have no rights, and this is not just perception. I think that, and I don't want to misquote the statistics, even though I believe the statistics are significantly underreported. But we had 234 identified trafficking victims rescued and assisted during the 2024-2025 period. And by July 2025, there were another 67 ongoing cases. So the challenge we have here is that these numbers sound low, but in context, this is extremely high. And underreporting, like the case of Jocelyn Smith, we had somebody extremely close to her, the mother itself, right? The loved one, the caregiver, those cases go unreported. So what do we know and what don't we know as to how big the problem is related to trafficking?
And we obviously know, even with our strategy and continued highlighting of GBV, if we are to use that sort of just as a loose juxtaposed case study, we know that underreporting continues to be a big problem. So I can only imagine that in the case of child trafficking particularly, that the data that is out there probably doesn't paint a very accurate picture. given just how vulnerable the vast majority of the communities that we are talking about here are, given the fact that they are displaced, are isolated, are without a support system, are without people who would particularly say, hey, wait a minute, so and so has not been accounted for in X amount of days or weeks or months.
Exactly, Bridget. And I think to sum that up, trafficking follows vulnerability and profit. And South Africa has both a large vulnerable population and a sizable formal and informal market of substance as well as sexual exploitation, in which exploited people can be hidden, and undocumented people are the easiest to do this with.
Sure. So, as Joburg Child Welfare, I mean, being a part of this conversation, you've highlighted the Jocelyn Smith case, for instance, which illustrates why human trafficking must be reduced, and beyond just it being sensational headlines. What are we to now begin to do, or where should we take the conversation in order to shift the needle? We've spoken about the fact that one of the biggest gaps is in the implementation.
Yeah. And it's very unfortunate that Joburg Child Welfare is not necessarily a law enforcement agency, right? Our role is to make sure vulnerable children are identified and protected and not lost between different government systems. So our social workers assess reports of abuse, exploitation, and abandonment. And obviously, if we do suspect there's suspicious movement of children, we get involved immediately. But I think we need to hold our government agencies and departments accountable, particularly the Department of Home Affairs, to say vulnerable children should be given preference and cannot be subjected to the same red tape as a child born to two parents who can sit in a Home Affairs line and get an unabridged birth certificate, whereas a child abandoned at the hospital who has to sit with a social worker with 54 cases to 60 cases in the same line and then get scrutinized and sent back until the child's 18 years old, right? So we need to create pathways to ensure vulnerable children are protected a lot more and create access, right? I think access is extremely important. Secondly, to the general public, be vigilant. Be vigilant. If you see something, say something. Joburg Child Welfare is accessible. Anybody can report cases of suspected child abuse, abandonment, neglect, or potential trafficking in that case. I think, yeah.
No, continue.
Our objective is kind of straightforward. Identify the child early. In terms of a child that's vulnerable, identify them early, secure the child's safety, and investigate whether there's potential suspicious movement of this child so that we can report this as quick as possible to authorities. Because trafficking is a lot more organized than we think it is, right? So the response from us has to be equally as organized. So every child that comes to us is investigated to ensure that their movements are not suspicious. And one example of that would be a child that, particularly child from undocumented children that come to Joburg Child Welfare. We do open up police cases to make sure it's not an abandoned child or is it potentially a child that has been trafficked.
Abu Bakr Hattis definitely bringing some insight into this conversation and hopefully also igniting a sense of agency amongst ourselves as South Africans to do whatever we can in our little corners. That was a CEO of the Joburg Child Welfare as we unpacked the state of child trafficking, and we can actually do our little bit in our little corners with heightened vigilance from our part as well, and where you suspect something is amiss, contact the necessary authorities, even if you are contacting the Joburg Child Welfare or a similar NGO in your region, just to say, you know what, just go do a wellness check there. Something does not seem to be going all right or does not sit well. Rather you be accused of being nosy after the fact and ensuring that a child is okay. It's 2 o'clock, a quick pause. We'll come back on the other side.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years.
Hello everybody, it's Bongi Kwala here. Happy 90th birthday, SAfm. It's a privilege to celebrate 9 decades of a station that has informed, educated and challenged generations of South Africans. I'm so proud to have been part of its journey and to have shared so many memorable conversations with listeners over the years. It is really encouraging to see public broadcasting continue to play such an important role in shaping informed public conversation and strengthening our democracy. Congratulations, SAfm, and the entire SABC family on this remarkable milestone.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa.
Outsurance knows that when it comes to insurance, trust isn't built on clever advertising and promises. It's built on how fairly an insurer pays claims. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So make today the day you switch to Outsurance, where you always get something out. Call 08 600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, the conversation continues. Josh Cox is joining us now, CEO of Fix Forward. And as the rising cement prices continue to squeeze small construction businesses, a new circular cement entrepreneurship program is giving young builders and brick makers the opportunity to reduce production costs, strengthen their businesses, and adopt more sustainable building methods. How are you doing this afternoon, Josh?
Yeah, very good. Thanks. Good to talk to you, Bridget.
Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Firstly, I guess maybe let's get just a little bit of background on Fix Forward and the work that you guys do.
Sure. Yeah, we are a non-profit organization. We've been operating since 2012, and our focus really has been on entrepreneurs from low-income communities, specifically in the building trades. And we run programs that support them to strengthen and grow their businesses to create jobs in their local community. So we do that through training, through coaching, through mentoring, compliance support, access to seed capital, really building an ecosystem of support for these entrepreneurs to thrive. And we've been doing this across 5 provinces in South Africa.
Very important work, and maybe also the kind of work that gives insight as to some of the challenges that are faced by these young entrepreneurs, coming out of these lower income communities who are really trying to start something that can be sustained.
Yes, definitely. It gives us really good insight into the daily challenges that entrepreneurs face. And I think in any business, being price competitive is a key challenge, it's a key obstacle to getting more customers and so on. And so any advantage that we come upon that gives the entrepreneurs that we work with some advantage in that regard is something that we really grab with both hands and try and make available to them.
Are the barriers, and we're going to definitely get into unpacking a little bit more about the price competitiveness of these young entrepreneurs, because I think it speaks to this entrepreneurship program that you're having a call out for. But I'm wondering also, are there barriers to entry for young entrepreneurs in these trade spaces? What those might look like? Because do they add yet another difficult layer of challenge? or it becomes more of a socio-economic situation where perhaps they come not resourced and so not being able to penetrate industry?
Yeah, definitely. I think for us, the word that we give a lot of emphasis to is around access. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs don't have access to the things that they need. And so that might be capital, that might be expertise and mentorship, that might be business know-how. And it's even the sort of so-called soft skills, just around the mindset. So a lot of our training focuses on developing an entrepreneurial mindset. So I think there are a whole host of challenges that emerging entrepreneurs face really out the gate. And that's where we see ourselves and others really trying to play a critical role in helping them get on the road and really strengthen their businesses to grow.
Let's talk about the 9-month Circular Cement Youth Entrepreneurship Program.
Yeah, so it's a program we're very excited to launch it's a collaboration with the University of Stellenbosch, the Department of Civil Engineering there, as well as Impact Hub Cape Winelands, an amazing impact incubator. And so the three of us are coming together. It's funded by the IDC, and we are looking to support 100 entrepreneurs across 4 provinces. These are people that already have existing or the early stage businesses and are either already making bricks or are working with concrete daily. And we are helping them get set up with brick-making businesses or expanding their existing brick-making business using industrial waste materials as an alternative to cement, being able to replace up to 50% of cement in their concrete products that they make.
Oh, interesting. I just want to take this commercial break and then we'll come back on the other side and you'll give us more information and school us a little bit more as well about the cost element to brick making. That's coming up just after this news. Not news, our commercial break.
If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Durban is ready. Southern Africa is coming together. This August, South Africa proudly hosts the 46th SADC Summit in Durban, bringing together leaders united by a shared vision of regional cooperation, industrialization, economic integration, and sustainable development. When we work as one, trade flourishes, investment grows, jobs are created, and families enjoy opportunities. The 46th SADC Summit, one region, one people, one vision, shared prosperity.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
More on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier, that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm. The conversation continues. You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Definitely feel like we should be having a big party as SAfm and SABC. I mean, We're turning 90. We are turning 90. Josh Cox, CEO of Fix Forward, joins us now with an opportunity for you if you are a young circular cement entrepreneur. There's a program that could be of great service to you. And Josh, you were saying that you are aiming to assist 100 young entrepreneurs, those folks who are in the early stages of an existing business, and part and parcel of what the program is also aiming to do is introduce the usage of industrial waste materials in the production of cement and bricks. Talk to us about that, and perhaps maybe help us understand also the current state of production, and just how financially intensive it is for a young entrepreneur.
Yeah, for sure. So cement is incredibly costly. I think the prices have been going up quite steadily, and it's obviously a critical component of any concrete product. It's one of the most expensive ingredients that go into making a brick, and so yeah, anything that can be done to reduce that is incredibly helpful. And we have, through the University of Stellenbosch, identified a whole range of industrial waste materials that can be used to supplement cement or replace it in part. So things like fly ash, slag from steel manufacturing. Even they burn the biomass from sugarcane. It's called sugarcane bagasse, and the ash from that can also be replaced. And the beauty of it is a lot of these materials are freely available. They are available very locally. So we have working with entrepreneurs in the deep rural northwest, and they're able to access these materials themselves. So it's readily available. It's a huge cost saving. It's producing a product that is as good or often better quality in terms of strength than a product that is made with full cement for that component.
Very interesting. So right now you're looking to select young entrepreneurs in 4 provinces, namely Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and the Northwest. Any particular reason on focusing on those 4 provinces?
Yeah, so those are provinces which we've got quite a strong footprint in already, and we've gotten a few of our alumni who have joined on to this program, but we also just have relationships and networks in those provinces. And yeah, we wanted to make it widespread. There are also provinces where we have some sense of the material availability on the ground. So there were a range of reasons, but yeah, obviously the goal is beyond this program. It's very much a pilot, and beyond this, the goal is to really scale this up nationally, and in fact to take it into other countries. We're already having some early discussions around taking it into some other parts of Africa, into South America, even parts of Europe. So there's huge potential that we see in this.
And the impact for young entrepreneurs here, you've got some alumni that have already partook in the inception stages of this piloting program. And what have been the conversations in terms of the impact?
It's significant already that we're seeing, even though it's in its very early stages. I'll give you one example. There's a gentleman, Vuisile, who's from a small village in the northwest. He was on a previous program of ours, and he's joined the pre-pilot that we ran with 4 entrepreneurs just to test out the model. And he, for the last couple of months, has been taking his brick-making operation over to using about 40% fly ash compared to cement. So he's replaced 40% of his cement consumption with fly ash. We've tested that brick. It's making a brick that is stronger than what he was making previously, and as a result, he's able to sell his bricks for R4.50 a brick, compared to the hardware store where it's selling for R5.50 a brick. And so that's grown his customer base tremendously. It also has a knock-on effect in terms of access to affordable housing. 'Cause
Yeah.
a lot of people in the communities are, needing to purchase these materials to build their houses. And if some of the cost saving that Vuisile and others have can be passed on to the consumer, then it increases the rate at which people can build houses in their community.
Absolutely. Well, it sounds like a fantastic program. Josh, thank you so much for the time. Fixforwardacademy.co.za is where you can reach them if you have an interest in this. Fixforwardacademy.co.za. A quick catch up now with Thokozani Dube, a son of the legendary Lucky Dube, who's out at the handover of the Lucky Dube Secondary School of Performing Arts. How are you doing, Thokozani?
I am well, thank you, Precious. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Listen, your dad would have been turning 62 years old. And on his birthday, we are really celebrating by launching this incredible school. Give us some background on the Lucky Dube Secondary School of Performing Arts.
Oh, wow. Where would I even start?
Just the highlights.
No, so basically, it's the first kind of its school the first school of its kind in Mpumalanga province. Where it's a non-paying school for the arts, and obviously for it to be in the area where my father was born, the area where my father grew up, is absolutely amazing for us. Yeah.
So it's located in Emelo, if I'm not mistaken, right, in the Msugulingwa local municipality.
Yes.
And why was it so important for a school that not only honors your dad, but also a school that focuses on performing arts to really cater to the Mpumalanga region? I don't think there is one in Mpumalanga, no?
Well, now there is. No, now there is. Look, I think it was quite important, because one, like I mentioned earlier, my father was born here. He was raised here. His early childhood was here, and from this particular community, there came a voice that spoke not only to people of this community, but to people across the world, and his messages still continue to resonate and speak to the people around the world, so it was quite important, I think, for the school to come back here. I remember growing up, we would hear stories of my father where my father and my aunt would have to travel from the small village this side of the railway, by the way, and go all the way to the location to go to school, and that was quite some distance. So by the time you got to school, you're already tired, the day's already long begun for you, So for the school to be in this particular environment, I think is quite encouraging, enabling access to the type of education that's needed within that particular area, and hopefully, give light or give way to another voice that will maybe speak to South Africa and the world.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to you, the family, and the Department of Basic Education for coming together and keeping your dad's incredible legacy alive, and also ensuring that the community from which he came from really is the beneficiaries of his excellence. So that is the Lucky Dube Secondary School of Performing Arts, now officially handed over to the community of Ermelo. In fact, the school has been operational, so the kids are well settled in. It's just that we're doing all the pomp and ceremony today. Thokozani Dube, the son of the legend himself, Lucky Dube, representing the family. It's just gone 2 o'clock. Joalani Tulo Ngwape is coming up with the top of the hour news.
Top stories: a sour mixed bag at the fuel pumps this Wednesday and a fatal shooting in the US. Good afternoon. I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe. Motorists are in for a mixed bag of fuel price adjustments in August, with petrol users set to see some relief while diesel users can expect price hikes from Wednesday. Minerals and Petroleum Resources has announced that both grades of petrol will decrease by 52 cents per litre, while diesel will increase by between R1.23 and R1.38 per litre. Illuminating paraffin will rise by 2.3 cents a litre, while the maximum retail price of LP gas will decrease. The department's Robert Maike.
The average Brent crude oil price decreased during the period under review. However, The prices of diesel and illuminating paraffin increased due to supply shortages caused by the escalation of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The rand weakened slightly against the US dollar during the same period.
Over 29 million voters are now registered on the voters' roll. The Electoral Commission has updated the media at its headquarters in Centurion on the outcomes of the last and final voter registration drive that took place this weekend. The IEC says approximately 1.7 million citizens interacted with the Commission by either visiting the registration stations or using the online voter registration portal. IEC Chief Electoral Officer Saima Mabolo says KwaZulu-Natal recorded the highest volume of registration transactions, followed by Gauteng and the Eastern Cape third.
Properly understood, 2.1 million new voters have been added to the voters' roll since the last general elections in 2024. This is despite the fact that we regrettably lost 884,000 voters, owing mainly to mortality, because on average per month we lose 34,000 people.
A key witness in the corruption trial of former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula has given testimony that differs from earlier evidence presented in court. Sabelo Ntsondwa, the brother of state witness Nombasa Ntsondwa Ndlovu, testified that 200,000 rand was hidden under the passenger seat of a vehicle during a 2017 armed robbery. The money was allegedly being transported to Mapisa-Nqakula but was not discovered by the robbers. However, under cross-examination, Ntsondwa told the court that he could not recall what happened to the vehicle after the robbery or whether his sister was still inside the car when he and her husband drove home. His evidence contradicts Ntsondwa Ndlovu's earlier testimony that the vehicle was towed away after the robbery while her husband Noel Ndlovu drove her home. Ndlovu is expected to take the witness stand as the trial continues. The eThekwini municipality says 13 families displaced by floods do not qualify for government housing assistance under current housing policies. They currently sleep outside a temporary accommodation facility in Durban. The families are part of a larger group of flood victims from Zwelisha, Umlazi and Isipingo who lost their homes in the 2022 floods. Other families from the same group have since been relocated to housing developments in Kanubi and Montclair. Nomvula Mguni is one of the affected residents who do not qualify for government housing programs.
We don't know how we don't qualify for housing because we lost our homes during the floods. Another thing is that we did not deny or hide any information. So the question that we have for the municipality is that if they knew we don't qualify for housing programs, why didn't they let us know while we were still at the community halls so we could have prepared alternative options for ourselves instead of moving us with people who are going to get houses, because we wouldn't be here today.
2 people have been killed and 7 others injured in a shooting at a shopping area in Twin Falls in Idaho in the United States. Police say the 24-year-old suspect, Chad Williams, died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound after acting alone. Authorities say an off-duty state trooper and a member of the public returned fire. Investigations into the motive are continuing. Twin Falls Police Chief Matthew Hicks.
At this time, we can confirm that there are multiple victims. Based on the information currently available, there are 3 victims that are deceased. 7 others are injured. 2 of those patients have been treated and released. 3 are in stable condition. We can confirm that the suspect, 24-year-old Chad Williams, is deceased from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Investigators are continuing to review the incident timeline, process evidence, and conduct interviews. Detectives are working up on following leads and working with assisting agencies.
Recapping the top story, the Sawa motorists are in for a mixed bag of fuel price adjustments in August, with some petrol users set to see some relief, while diesel users can expect price hikes from Wednesday. For SAfm News, I'm Jolani Tulo-Wepe.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Before there was the SAfm You Know Today, there was the English service. There was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
I still feel like 16, wide-eyed and full of dreams, thinking about what can be, what can be. Wish someone else would pay my bills, give me a pill for all my ills, to a bank account, deposit 100 mil. I just feel like I'm in crisis. Nothing's wrong, just don't know where my life is. Going on 30, but nothing suffices. Tryna be happy with the life I live, setting up for future kids. But I need strength nobody can give, so I'll just wait. I will be patient and hear what you say. When there is trouble coming my way, down on my knees, hear me, Lord, when I pray. I will be patient, I'll patiently wait. Patiently wait. I've been comparing this and that, counting other people's money and fell flat on my face. I should be further than where I'm at. I wanna make my parents proud, invite them to shows in front of an actual crowd, people singing my songs out loud. But until then I'll wait. I will be patient and hear what you say. When there is trouble coming my way, down on my knees, hear me, Lord, when I pray. I will be patient, I'll patiently wait. I will be patient and hear what you say.
Manana, Patiently is the name of this track, and he's going to be performing come the last weekend of September. He's going to be out at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. You don't want to miss it. Hopefully by now you've gotten your tickets. We're getting closer and closer to that. Is it a 2-day, 3-day festival this year? I think it's a 3-day festival this year again. All right. We are going to be catching up with Yolanda Aronson, our author of Gentle, A Healing Journey in No Particular Order. And we were first in conversation with Yolanda last week, talking about exactly that, actually, healing yourself and getting on the path of life after your career, after your corporate career. And so we thought we'd ask her to indulge us again, even though she's out in the world in the south of France, living her yachting life. But we thought we'd impose on your kindness, Yolanda, and have you back so that we can pick up the conversation organically where we would have left it off. Like, what comes after that corporate hustle and bustle? Once life has derailed you, once you've made the decision to change course and change direction, what are the tools that one then requires in order to survive? How are you doing today, by the way?
Thank you, Bridget, and everyone listening to the show today. I'm really good. Thank you. It's very hot out here in the south of France, but we are doing what we can to cope and get on with it.
Listen,
Thank you.
Stop complaining in the south of France.
I know.
Let's talk about, before we even delve into the tools, right? Maybe let's talk about this work-life balance concept, because it almost seems like something quite elusive that I think a lot of people are starting to now question whether or not such a thing even exists.
Right, spot on. You know, that word work-life balance has been bandied about for as long as we can remember. But things have evolved, since this phrase came about. And so in my personal opinion, I say personal, but I don't believe that work-life balance is still relevant. I think it's outdated as a concept. The evolutions of this that have come about, and it's more about integrating work to life. So there's this phrase or the terminology around work-life harmony or work-life integration. And while work-life balance really speaks to almost like a tipping scale, a balancing scale, it either leans to one side or the other, whereas integration speaks more to finding a way to blend the different aspects of work and life coexisting together. And it's how we go about making space for both.
So interesting. And I think that is the crux of the matter for most professionals, right? Is how do you make space for both? Because in our last conversation, when we're just laying the ground for the work that you now do as a wellness therapist and an ontological coach, and of course the book Gentle, A Healing Journey in No Particular Order, a lot of this new course for you came because of your own personal journey, having then experienced chronic anxiety. Just rewinding back quickly for our listeners, having experienced chronic anxiety and burnout because you were going as a marketing executive until the world literally put a physical stop and slowed you down. A lot of folks go, well, besides it being possible, but is it even sustainable when you have to answer to the various roles, father, mother, executive, academic, this, that, and the other, and all very much demanding and being selfish of your time?
Right. Beautiful. And what I like to, especially in the coaching work, we always come back to who is at the center of all of these roles. All of those roles are part of the labels and the functions we take on. Partner, mother, husband, wife, daughter, child, colleague, leader, boss. Those are parts of our identity that we take on and in terms of functions that we fulfill. But it is not the core of who we are, yet we are in the center of all of that. And so it's bringing perspective to, in my role as an employed person what is my function here? How can I best deliver this? And how do I balance that with the rest of who I am? Mother that has to do school pickups, partner to, a husband or a wife, friend, daughter, mother, father, son. How do we bring perspective to fulfilling these other roles? And it comes down to, when I work with my clients, is what is required in this moment. We tend to give presence or priority to just our work because it's our source of income. We're reliant on it for our finances and for paying our bond and the car and the insurances. But behind all of that is still a person. And so we work with a human being behind all of these roles.
What is required in this moment? It makes me reflect on a intergenerational conversation one once had in the kitchen with aunts and mother. And the question was, well, can one have it all? And the simple takeaway, well, can one have it all at the same time? And the simple takeaway was, one can have it all, but it needs to take turns. You only have two hands. And so when you throw all these balls in the air, you can only catch two simultaneously.
Exactly. Right. And that's the beauty, that even that juggling of these roles. You're sitting in the office, you're there in your form as an employed contractor or a leader or a manager or someone delivering as an account manager. But in the moment, you might get a text message from the school saying your child's fallen ill or they need your attention, and in that moment, with two hands, what do you do? And, we become so afraid that I can't go ask for time off because, my boss is never it's the middle of the workday. I'm being paid to be here from 9 to 5. But in the moment, your role as mother came up. And so what we haven't really been taught is about going to have critical conversations, conversations that have impact. And so it's about going to your leader, no matter how, I know we speak often about toxic work environments and I've got a difficult leader. But all of these things start with conversations, and it starts with knowing yourself. In this moment, with my two hands, what is available to me? So a conversation is available. Getting up, going to your leader, stating what is happening, putting the parameters in place. Can I go to school just to get my child, see what's happening, settle them, or take them to the doctor and then to the nanny, and I can be back at work in 2 hours? Or if it's not today, I'll be back tomorrow, but in the meanwhile, those two things you needed from me today, I'll find time to do it tonight. But it's about having the conversations, because behind all of this, we are human first. And I think even in my particular case, this is what led me to explore coaching, is we forgot that we're human first. And, we prioritize these other identities. And it has to come back to knowing yourself really well first in order to represent yourself in the workplace in a cohesive and way that with integrity,
Absolutely. It's 20 past 2 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. We are in conversation with Yolanda Arendse, author of Gentle, A Healing Journey in No Particular Order, and wellness therapist and ontological coach, founder of The Gentle Life. We're going to hit a quick pause. We come back on the other side and we get into some sure signs that perhaps you are experiencing a sense of being overwhelmed and stressed by how you have to present and in the roles that you have to be present. That's coming up on the other side.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Clausen, Tandy Clausen's daughter. I am a township singer, songwriter, and dancer. Congratulations to SAfm on your 90th anniversary, representing our culture, letting us tell our stories, share our music, and informing all South Africans what SAfm stands for. May you continue contributing important public broadcasting. SAfm's future, I wish you nothing but the best. Congratulations. one more.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa. You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
We're in conversation with Yolanda Ahrens, a wellness therapist and ontological coach. And let's perhaps, Yolanda, what are some of the, just some of the sure signs that one is experiencing a sense of being overwhelmed? And whether you're overwhelmed and stressed by how you have to show up in your professional life, or even coupled all of that also with how you have to show up in all the various roles. Because the other thing is, we don't give, especially women, we don't give ourselves permission to actually even articulate that, listen, even showing up as a mom in this moment and as a partner or a husband is overwhelming me right now. And there's a lot on my plate.
That is such a profound statement or observation, because particularly as women, and I know there are obviously men listening to the show as well, but we hold this thing of not being able to ask for support, because, asking for support often looks like a sign of weakness. Meanwhile, it takes the greatest courage to ask for support, to say, I'm not coping here. I need some help. And it actually takes courage to be that strong to ask for help. So just to touch on that bit. But to some of the sure signs, I would say stress, and this is the part I didn't notice, it is not normal to be in a constant state of stress. So we can be in periodic or temporary states of stress when, there's a big project that's come up or a deadline that became urgent now. But when stress is ongoing for a protracted period of time, and I suppose it's subjective, but you know what a normal work day or week is like. And when that stress starts extending into weeks and to months of constantly being in a state of stress, then something is not right. So it's that mounting pressure that never lets up. There's no reprieve from it back to normal operations. And so that's one of the first sure signs. Stress that doesn't stop. It's constantly there. And how do we recognize stress? We recognize it in our bodies first. The body speaks. There are many books written about this, but one of it is the feeling of chronic exhaustion. No matter how much sleep you get, you wake up exhausted. But that means you're not getting sufficient sleep or deep sleep. And so, we've gotten accustomed to phrases like being available 24/7 or always on. They've almost become normalized as like selling points for being the best in your service industry. But it's not healthy, because the human body wasn't designed to be always on. We need to go into a state of rest. We need to have deep sleep. And in that state of sleep, the body recovers. I mean, the brain function reorganizes and puts things into perspective from the day in the state of deep sleep. It compartmentalizes long-term memory, short-term memory. It says, okay, this information is not necessary, so it releases it. But without deep sleep, where the cells regenerate, the brain reorganizes itself, the heart rate lowers and the organs readjust, none of that becomes available. And we wake up chronically exhausted. So that's another key sign. Chronic sleep fatigue and ongoing tiredness. All right. And then physical symptoms. I mentioned the body speaks.
Yeah.
But immediately when you're in a state of stress, I mean, it's different for different people, but heart palpitations, your heart rapidly beating, elevated heart rate is an indication that you are in stress. It's flight or fright mode. And then in addition, panic breathing, when you notice your breath is short or sharp, quick, short breaths. Something's not right. Notice the knot in your stomach or sweaty palms. So those are some of the immediate symptoms, but longer term symptoms of ongoing stress in your body is constant headaches that just never, no matter how many headache pills you take, 2 days later it's back. Constant flu. Your body just doesn't recover from that flu. And we're not talking just winter, when the symptoms are around. We're talking that thing that you just can't break the cycle on. Gut issues in particular. And there's something in particular called cortisol belly, where we start bloating and getting irritable bowel syndrome from the amount of cortisol that's sitting in our system, and our bodies can't function properly. So some of those are some of the early signs, but essentially your immune system is low and your normal physiology is not functioning properly. But I love looking at the emotional symptoms.
Absolutely.
If I can mention 3 very quickly.
Very quickly, because
erratic mood.
Yes.
We're always running out of time.
We are.
We're always running out of time. Very quickly. Being weepy all the time, constantly crying, being irritable and intolerant if you are normally not that, being snappy and on edge. Those are some of the emotional signs. And then poor performance at work. Suddenly you're getting, making mistakes. You're constantly getting warnings. You're dropping the ball, forgetfulness. Some of these are early indications that you're in constant stress.
Sure. And then in our last 2 minutes, just some tools, I guess, that we can move forward with, that folks can lean into.
Right. And this, I always say this is the important part. But the important thing is learning to self-regulate and self-manage. And how do we do that? It's getting to know yourself. Know thyself is where we start the work. Really understand who you are, what you can cope with, what you can't. Be willing to set boundaries, even at work. Learn what you will say yes and what you'll say no to. And as I said earlier on, go and have the conversation. You'll be surprised when you go and have a conversation with your leader, with your partner at home, and say, this is what I can and can't cope with, this is where I need support, that a new conversation becomes available. But the critical thing really is getting to know yourself and know how you need to ask for support. So some of these ways of doing it, I just want to get to some of the points. You said, tips for really knowing yourself is inside of us. There's an internal GPS. I like to call it our internal guidance system. It is always speaking. And we often tune out that voice, based on, but I was taught to do things this way, and my upbringing said this, and my leader expects that from me. But behind all of that is an internal voice. It's a stillness within. That is your guidance system. And if I can invite anyone listening today just to take time out to get really still, ask yourself, what should I do here? What's important in this moment? Guide me on this. So we call it God or the universe, whatever your belief system is, it doesn't matter. But take time to get really still and know yourself so that you can listen to that internal voice, because it always has your best interest at heart. But it's learning to understand yourself. It's really doing this work of knowing who you are. There's a quote I love by Rumi the poet. He says, there is a voice inside that doesn't use words. Listen. And if that is my big thing I want to share, if I knew that voice was the most powerful thing that I could tune into to really start understanding what's important in life. It is not that work isn't important, but we are more than the sum of our work identities. We are human beings made up of all these aspects that all need care. And it's how we go about balancing the mini scales in the day-to-day moments inside life that matters.
Absolutely. Yolanda Arendse, we appreciate the time. Author of Gentle, A Healing Journey in No Particular Order, and of course, founder of The Gentle Life. And you can find them on thegentlelife.org. It's gone 2:30. Jolani standing by with the news headlines.
Thanks, Bridget. Good afternoon. Making headlines. The South African Human Rights Commission has released a scathing report into failing wastewater infrastructure and the contamination of rivers, coastal waters in selected areas of Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela Bay and Gocha municipalities in the Western Cape. Motorists are in for a mixed bag of fuel price adjustments in August, while petrol users are set to see some relief, while diesel users can expect price hikes at the pumps from midnight on Wednesday. And finally, over 29 million voters are now registered on the voters' roll. The Electoral Commission has updated the media at its headquarters in Centurion. I will have details on these and other stories at 3 o'clock.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Monday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner on SAfm. Today we're talking about something many learners carry every day, our school bags. Is your school bag sometimes too heavy? How does it feel when you carry it? What do you usually carry in your school bag every day? Do you think carrying a very heavy school bag can be a problem for your back and shoulders? What can you do to make your school bag lighter and better organized? How should you wear your school bag to protect your bag? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maya and my surname is Makele. I am registered in the School of Brixton Primary. Yes, my school bag is always heavy. It feels like I have my whole future on my back. The things I actually carry in my bag is my books, pencil case, and my lunch, and my bottle. I think carrying a heavy bag can affect your shoulders and back in a form where you don't even want to do anything because your shoulders and back are so pain. I prefer to follow your timetable so that your bag has to be in organized and in the form you have to be. Books that are needed has to go to school and books that are unneeded has to stay. I really don't know how to prepare your bag because I read the regular way. So in my opinion, you could wear it you could wear it the regular day. Thank you for your time. Bye my lovelies. Have a good day.
Thanks, friends. My name is Michael Hannah Rushela. I'm in grade 6A. I got to Brixton Primary School and I'm 12 years old. Yes, my bag is sometimes too heavy. Sometimes when I carry it, I feel so frustrated and stressed too much that I have to carry so many books in my bag. I usually carry everything in my school bag every day. Because when it's very, things can hurt your back very badly. It's a cross between your shoulders and your back. It can be very painful when you're carrying your school bag, and it can be a problem for your back and shoulders. Okay, I think like this. I take the timetable, check whose period, put the book accordingly to which teacher will come and the subject. So I put it in my bag, keep the others in the cupboard, and then I can be organized with it every single time. Thank you. Thank you for your time, people.
Hello, my name is Demba Ramadi. I carry books within my school bag. I carry 7 books to school every day. I have a locker, so I put the books I don't need in the locker. I do use my timetable to carry my books to school. Yes, I know it's extremely bad for your back to carry an extremely heavy bag to school. If you carry a heavy bag, you can break your back. Some of the things that can happen to your body if you carry a heavy school bag is that you can lose your balance and fall easily.
Good afternoon. My name and surname is Pirgishan Bembe, and my bag is very heavy. It is, however, better than last year. Yes, I carry everything I need at school in one bag. I take everything with me every day because I worry that I would forget something important for that day, or a teacher will want something I do not have, and that scares me a lot. So I keep everything in my bag and take it to school every day. After my homework, I pack everything back in my bag at night before I go to bed. Carrying a heavy bag is not a good thing at all because the heavy bag can hurt your back and spine. That is why I have a caddy to pull around everywhere. Thank you.
Hey, Angel Nangavera. Yes, my school bag is sometimes too heavy when I carry it, and that leads to my shoulders feeling sore. My back gets tired, and walking to class also feels harder. So, what I usually carry in my school bag every day, I carry books, notebooks, textbooks, pencil case, a lunchbox, and I also have another bag that I use to carry my drawing board and other materials that I need for the subject. Why I do think carrying a very bag can be a problem for my back and shoulders is that this can be a problem because all that weight pulls on your spine. So if you do it every single day, it can cause back pain, bad posture, and sore muscles. To make it lighter, I only pack what I need for that day. I use folders instead of carrying many notebooks. I leave heavy textbooks at school if I can, and I also use small pouches so that things don't get lost and I don't carry extra stuff. I should always wear my school bag on both shoulders and not just one, so that the straps must be adjusted so that the bag sits high on my back close to my body, because it also helps to use a bag with padded straps. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Nisita and my name is Pepe. I am in grade 6B. I am 11 years old and I'm in Brixton Primary School. Yes, sometimes my school bag is too heavy, especially on days when I have a lot of books and a lot of homework. When I carry it, it feels heavy on my shoulders and back. Sometimes my shoulders hurt and I feel tired. What I usually carry on my school bag every day is my textbook, my notebooks, pencil case, then my lunchbox has its own lunch bag. I think carrying a very heavy school bag can be a problem for our backs and shoulders because it can hurt our back and shoulders. It can cause bad posture, back pain, and make it hard to walk properly. Our bones are still growing, so heavy bags can be bad for us. What I can do to make my school bag lighter and better organized is only pack the books I need for that day, use folders instead of carrying many big notebooks, clean out my bag and take out all papers and trash, use both shoulders straps to share the weight. I think the way we can wear our school bags to protect our bag is wear it on both shoulders, not just one. The straps should be tied so the bag sits close to my back, not hanging low. I can also use a bag with padded straps. Thank you everyone for listening. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Friends, our school bags are important because they carry the books, stationery, and supplies we need for learning every day. But sometimes our school bags can become too heavy. A school bag that is too heavy can make your shoulders feel sore, your back feel tired, or make it difficult to walk comfortably. Some learners carry many books, lunch boxes, water bottles, sports clothes, and items they don't need every day. While it is important to be prepared for school, carrying extra things can put unnecessary pressure on our bodies. A very heavy bag can affect our posture and put strain on our back, neck, and shoulders. Our bodies as children are still growing, so it's important to take care of our spines and muscles. A good rule is to only carry what you need for the day and avoid carrying unnecessary items. To make your bag lighter and organized, you can check your timetable every night and pack only the books and equipment you need. Remove old papers, old bottles, broken stationery, and anything you don't use regularly. Now here's something very important to note. Keep heavier books closer to your bag and lighter items in the front of the bag. Using compartments can also help keep your bag neat and balanced. The way you wear your school bag also matters. Always use both shoulder straps instead of carrying it on one shoulder. Adjust the straps so that the bag sits comfortably on your back and is not hanging too low. A bag that fits properly helps spread the weight evenly and protects your shoulders and back. If your bag feels too heavy, don't ignore the problem. Speak to your parents, guardians, or teacher and ask for help. Sometimes you may be carrying things that can be left at home or stored safely at school. Friends, you should remember that looking after our bodies is just as important as doing well in class. A lighter, well-organized bag helps us feel comfortable, move freely, and focus better on learning. So before you leave for school each morning, ask yourself, do I really need everything in my bag? A smart learner carries what they need, not everything they own. That's it for today, friends. See you next time!
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation. Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Thought we'd bring you a little bit of Ipupulga Biko there because they're actually bringing a multidisciplinary piece which revisits the Marikana massacre both in memory and mirror. It's titled Marikana Still Fontaine, and it's forming part of the Kaza Kamba, which is a Pan-African theatre festival, returning to the market from Thursday the 20th to Saturday the 22nd rather of August. We're going to be in conversation now with curator Bobby Rodwell. How are you doing this afternoon, Bobby?
I'm very well, thank you. And yourself?
I'm fantastic. Kazakamba. Let's talk about this Pan-African Theatre Festival, which you are doing in partnership. Give us some context and some history behind it.
Well, we do it in partnership with the Market Theatre, and this is the third iteration of the festival. I am a co-curator with poet Lesego Rampolokeng. And the market has been incredible and amazingly generous because they accommodate the festival and support the festival. So this is the third time we're doing it. We started in 2024, and our theme is memory against forgetting. And we shall be at the market from the 20th to the 23rd, in fact. From Thursday to the Sunday. And we have a whole lot of wonderful events.
Wonderful. Let's unpack also a little bit, because interesting theme, right? So perhaps unpacking the understanding around the theme or the inspiration behind the theme, memory against forgetting.
Well, I think, this year has been a very important year in terms of the fact that it's 50 years since the 1976 uprising. It's also 30 years since the 1996 TRC opened. It's also 70 years since the women marched on in Pretoria, since the Women's March in Pretoria. And we feel that it's so terribly important that we do not forget history. We do not forget the archive. And I think in South Africa we're inclined to move forward quite fast and often forget the archive and where we have come from. So we felt that this was a very important year to have the theme memory against forgetting.
Very important year, I think, for reflections, as you say, considering those historical milestones that we're observing this year indeed. And in terms of the lineup and how the productions speak to that, I mean, I just highlighted just one of the productions brought by Ipupolga Biko, which are going to be revisiting the Marikana massacre, both in memory and in mirror, titled Marikana Still Fontaine. Talk to us about some of the productions that are planned for the 3 days.
Yes, and on that, on the issue of Marikana Still Fontaine, that show is on Saturday at 1930, and tickets are on web tickets. So very important that we acknowledge in memory the Marikana massacre. I can speak also to the film festival, which we are having on the same day on Saturday, which is called Bioscope Beyond Borders. And we are showing the Battle of Algiers, which was made in 1966, around the battle against colonialism in Algeria. And we're showing Word Down the Line, which is a film where poet Lesego Rampolokeng goes down the line and speaks to poets about black consciousness, Pan-Africanism, and the future of South Africa. And another film we are showing is Rear View, which is a film about an Uber driver who escapes from a Kivu massacre into Johannesburg and what happens to him in a day. And the last film is Sudan Remember Us, as a way of the importance of not losing the history and the understanding of what is happening in our own neighborhood, with our own neighbors. So we through the Bioscope Beyond Borders, we draw a line through history and the importance of memory. And then our plays, we're having a theatre festival on the Sunday, And one of the plays is Skiervluk, which is by Philip de Kotler. And it's a play about the harshest conditions, the harsh conditions that South Africa is facing at the moment, and the importance of the liberation struggle, and 30 years later, looking at where we are at. One of the other plays is it's done by the Windybrow students. It's called A Season in Windybrow. A Season in Hillbrow, A Season in Hillbrow, where young students look at the environment that they're living in. And then every year we have a visiting play. We have a visiting company from SADC. The first year we had a visiting play from Zimbabwe. Last year our visiting play was from Mozambique. And this year the Kenyan International Theatre Festival is bringing a play called The Dying Need No Shoes. And that's really about memory in the home, the personal memory and the importance of memory and change. And then we've got a range of workshops. We've got 6 workshops. We've got a dance workshop, memory and movement. We've got a workshop looking at isiZulu chanting, traditional chanting with drumming. We've got a workshop on language and using indigenous language in theatre. We've got another workshop on playback theatre, which is very popular at the moment. And we've got a lovely youth. We've got a youth workshop that we have every year from 13 to 18-year-olds. So it's very important to say as well that we're all looking at memory against forgetting. You can bring the children, 13 to 18, a workshop, but we also cater for small children. So small children should also be coming. And then, very importantly, there's a book launch called Rising for Palestine, and it's got 10 African writers writing about the parallels between what's going on in Palestine and the intertwined histories that are prevalent on the African continent. So that's a book launch that will be taking place. And then, as an acknowledgement of the TRC, 30 years of the TRC, we have a play reading. The one play is called Marking Next Door, which is a story about the death of Mati Skosana on the East Rand in 1986. And the other is a play, that play is by Kujal Green and Vernon Ntembu. And then we've got another play by reading called Remember Sebokwe by Jonathan Maseng. And most interestingly, we have a piece of a music and poetry piece by Yonela Nana, Lesego Rampolo King, and Honse Magene. And that is looking at music and poetry and how it leads up to memory against forgetting.
Sure.
So there's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot, but and a lot in a beautiful way, because I think it literally lends itself to so much of the discourse that is happening within South Africa, a lot of the reflections that are happening, and conversation, and of course even just broadly from a Pan-African perspective, because we don't live in isolation as South Africans. By way of the festival, it's so Thursday the 20th all the way through to the 23rd of August. That's the Sunday. And for anybody, Bobby, that wants to come through and of course secure their tickets and their spots for some of the activities, where can they go in order to do that?
Okay. So I did forget one thing, and this is very important to people coming through. We're having a market in the Market Theatre Precinct. There will be tables that will be selling food, that will be selling bags, that will be selling cloth. And it's very important that we have the Kazakhamba Market Day. That's on the Friday, the Saturday, and the Sunday. And then in evenings, we've got the Kazakamba Cafe, where we will have music playing and debate and discussion. And as you say, as South Africans, we really need to be looking at identity at the moment, and that certainly is something that will be carried through the theatre festival, the debate. So in terms of wanting to come, I need to say that all the workshops, all the films are free of charge, but you need to book through web tickets.
Okay.
And then the plays, there is a charge, as well as the music shows, there's a charge, and that is through web tickets. So everybody should go through web tickets, even if they're free events. Get your tickets, web tickets, book, because it's already filling up. So happy to say.
It's a good problem to have when you already are filling up bums on seats. Bobby Rodwell, thank you so much for the time. Co-curator of Kazakamba. It's a Pan-African theatre festival, and as you heard, it crosses theatre, TV, film production into literature, into music, into spoken word. And a lot of it is for free. All you have to do is go on to web tickets and secure your free tickets for the workshops and the plays, and then the musical items and some of the other the plays rather. Then those are at charge, but you can get those tickets at web tickets. So whether it is the sold tickets or the reservation tickets, web tickets is where you go. That's where we leave it from our end today. Thank you so much for beginning the week with us, beginning a fresh new month with us. Hopefully August won't be as long as July was. July almost seemed unending. August seems like it's a pretty straightforward cookie. She's just giving us one extra day, but for the most part, she's just here for 4 weeks and that's it. So it probably won't feel as long as July did. Ashraf is standing by with the team. They're going to bring you the national pulse with the conversations that move the nation. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great afternoon. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
The people are no longer interested in having equal rights with the white people in South Africa. They want the tables to be turned so that the white man can get a taste of his own medicine and feel what it was like to be oppressed.
Seychelles gained independence in 1976. A small nation with a global tourism reputation, tourism and fishing drive the economy. One of Africa's highest income countries per capita. But challenges remain. Climate change, rising sea levels, and economic dependence on tourism.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Top stories: a scathing report into failing wastewater infrastructure in parts of the Eastern Cape, and 18 killed in attacks in northeastern Nigeria. Good afternoon, I'm Jolani Tulo Webe. The Human Rights Commission has released a scathing report into failing wastewater infrastructure in selected areas of Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela Bay and Gocha municipalities in the Eastern Cape. The contamination of rivers, estuaries and coastal waters are also included in the report. The HRC says sewage pollution poses a serious risk to public health, the environment and residents' constitutional rights. According to the report, the worst affected municipality is Buffalo City, as West Bank produced the most severe result. It recorded E. coli of 616,000 per 100 millilitres and near total oxygen depletion. Provincial HRC head is Aileen Carter.
We are of the view that municipalities cannot answer this through plans or infrastructure announcements anymore while these polluted water continues to reach our rivers and beaches. But we have also now been calling on the Department of Water and Sanitation, as well as Environmental Affairs, to perhaps consider enforcement directives and, where the evidence supports it, criminal prosecution.
Motorists are in for a mixed bag of fuel price adjustments in August, with petrol users set to see some relief, while diesel users can expect price hikes from Wednesday. Minerals and Petroleum Resources has announced that both grades of petrol will decrease by 52 cents per litre, while diesel will increase by between Rand 23 and R1.38 per litre. Illuminating paraffin will rise by 2.3 cents a litre, while the maximum retail price of LP gas will decrease. The department's Robert Maike.
The average Brent crude oil price decreased during the period under review. However, the prices of diesel and illuminating paraffin increased due to supply shortages caused by the escalation of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The rand weakened slightly against the US dollar during the same period.
Over 29 million voters are now registered on the voters' roll. The Electoral Commission has updated the media at its headquarters in Centurion on the outcomes of the last and final voter registration drive that took place this weekend. The IEC says approximately 1.7 million citizens interacted with the Commission by either visiting the registration stations or using the online voter registration portal. IEC Chief Electoral Officer Saima Mabolo says KwaZulu-Natal recorded the highest volume of registration transactions, followed by Gauteng and the Eastern Cape third.
Properly understood, 2.1 million new voters have been added to the voters' roll since the last general elections in 2024. This is despite the fact that we regrettably lost 884,000 voters, owing mainly to mortality, because on average per month we lose 34,000 people.
The Supreme Court of Appeal has dismissed an application by Limpopo-based businessman Ramesh Patel to appeal his sentence. The SCA cited that there were no reasonable prospects of success and that there is no compelling reason why an appeal should be heard. Patel was sentenced to life imprisonment in December last year after he was found guilty of murdering his wife Fatima Patel. Abapfani Munyai reports.
A Limpopo businessman, Patel, had sought the intervention of the Supreme Court of Appeal to overturn his life sentence. Patel is also serving lesser sentence, 8 years for the illegal possession of firearm and ammunition. Patel was found guilty of murdering his wife. The trial that lasted nearly a decade was concluded last year. Abapfani Munyai, SABC News, Polokwane.
At least 18 people, including 4 soldiers, are reported to have been killed in attacks by gunmen in northwestern Nigeria. Residents in Zamfara say the attackers abducted more than 100 villagers. Women were later released, but around 52 men are reportedly still being held. The BBC's Chris Sawoko has the story.
In Zamfara State, residents say the attackers overran a military outpost in Kaswandaji before abducting more than 100 villagers and fleeing into the bush. However, the gunmen later freed women they'd seized. In neighboring Sokoto State, gunmen are said to have spent hours moving from house to house, killing civilians, stealing livestock, and setting a house on fire. Among those killed were reportedly a father and his 2 sons, while hiding inside. Witnesses say 2 other women were also abducted. The authorities have yet to give the account of the incidents.
Recapping the top story, the SAWA, the Human Rights Commission, has released a scathing report into failing wastewater infrastructure in selected areas of Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela Bay and Gocha municipalities in the Eastern Cape. The contamination of rivers, estuaries and coastal waters are also included in the report. For SAfm News, I'm Jolani Tulo Mwepe.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So interesting listening to Bridget's conversation about stress, I thought, because, I wrote a piece in the Destiny magazine once about good stress, how stress can be good for you. And the point I was making was that, you get good stress and bad stress. Bad stress is what they were talking about, but good stress is very linked to opportunity. So, for example, if you've been asked to deliver a speech at the Oxford Union, for example, or in Parliament in South Africa, it must be incredibly stressful. But you know what's worse than that? Is not being asked to deliver a speech in Parliament. That means you don't have the influence that you would like maybe to raise a certain issue. So it causes stress, but it's an opportunity-based stress. And I thought it just sort of jogged my memory once again. Have you been in that position where you are stressed, but the benefit of the occasion that may be stressful far outweighs the negative? If that's the case, I'd love to know from you, and you can call in and tell me that. A human story around it, 086 000 2032. More than that, there's so much more to talk about. We'll chat about the goings-on in that place called Quetta, an enclave of Spain that is on the African continent, and this whole debate about Spain, Morocco, and Quetta. We'll talk about that later. But first things first, we're going to chat about the DA, AfriForum, and the Institute of Race Relations challenging the Expropriation Act. It's an ongoing narrative in our country that comes up in a moment.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years.
Dr. Stanley Maposa, the Executive Director of Gun Free South Africa. Happy 90th anniversary to SAfm, the news and information leader.
This is Dr. Oscar van Meerden, Senior Research Fellow at the Center for African Diplomacy and Leadership at the University of Johannesburg. And I've had absolutely fantastic interactions with SAfm over the years. The first radio station to broadcast nationally in South Africa. And I want to say congratulations, happy birthday.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Coming up in your sports this hour, PSL release MTN 8 quarterfinal fixtures, a new chapter for the ultimate human race, and Proteas finish 5th, showing progress. More details at 3:30.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
And it's been something, isn't it? SAfm at 90, and then of course and of course we're in the midst of Women's Month, and listening to Kathy this morning, chatting to Tim Odise. What an absolute legend! Of course, I've had the privilege of working with Tim for many years on SAfm, and the privilege of engaging him off air on other occasions too. So there's no question, an absolute legend. It's been so nostalgic listening to him, even if it is for only one day, because I know some people are saying, is he going to be on every day for the entire month? No, just for the day, as far as I can understand, okay? We'll have, in fact, this show will also have a presenter who hosted a show on SAfm, and that'll come up this coming Thursday. I'll tell you more about that later. Okay, let's get to the drama of the moment. The DA, alongside AfriForum and the Institute of Race Relations Legal, is challenging the Expropriation Act in the Western Cape High Court, seeking to have the legislation declared unconstitutional and invalid. The Association for Rural Advancement is opposing this on behalf of the rights of dozens of rural land dwellers. So let's understand the tug of war, I take it, between the different positions. Sia Sitoli with me, the Association for Rural Advancement Strategy Manager. Sia, appreciate you connecting you on the National Pulse.
Oh, thank you so much, Ashraf, for the opportunity, and greetings to you, your team, and all the listeners at home.
Thank you. First, let's get to your part. You're opposing the challenge, but let's talk about the challenge. What do you understand about the challenge from the three groupings that I've mentioned, one of them being a political party opposing the Expropriation Act?
Yeah, Ashraf, as we know that in April of 2024, President Ramaphosa signed the Expropriation Act into law. After that, the Democratic Alliance challenged the constitutionality and the validity for two reasons. The first is that they say that, according to the DA, they say that the mandate from the National Council of Provinces was not attained, and therefore the public consultation process was flawed, and it must therefore be declared invalid for that reason. The second is the challenge to two sections, Section 19(3) and 4 of the Act, where particularly Section 12(3) and 4 of the same Act, the Expropriation Act, where that section talks to how you arrive at zero compensation or nil compensation in an expropriation. So those are the two reasons that the DA have challenged this mandate. There's also in Section 19, Section 19(2), 3, and 4, there is an error there that was made by the drafters, where there is a circular error where it says you need to submit an intention to expropriate, but you cannot do that without a court having issued support for that expropriation. So there was an error. I think that even the president has submitted on record that there was an error and he conceded to it. So there's no need to talk about invalidity or inconsistency with the Constitution on that basis. It can easily be corrected.
Okay, where then do you come in terms of the organization that you represent, the Association for Rural Advancement?
Sure. Ashraf, we represent thousands upon thousands of people living on farms, particularly commercial farms across the country. There is the Land Reform Labour Tenants Act of 1996 talks to a grouping of citizens in this country, labor tenants, who are on the land, who have been on the land for generations, supplying labor to commercial, in the main white commercial farmers during apartheid, and it spilled over to the democratic era. Those groupings were afforded by Chapter 3 of the Labour Tenants Act to lodge claims for the land that they had been using throughout that relationship with landowners as labor tenants. Now, what we have done for years during the debate on expropriation without compensation, we've made representations to the African National Congress. In many platforms, we've made the argument that these groupings, labor tenants and farm dwellers, who continue to occupy the land they have for generations, but live on property owned by another, we have argued that that is a situation that is ripe for expropriation, meaning that land, if the landowner is unwilling to sell that land under the willing buyer, willing seller arrangement, that is ripe for expropriation because, and then extending to that, there are even cases where expropriation without compensation is ripe in those scenarios. But we do admit that it must be on a case-by-case basis where you can arrive at expropriation without compensation. But the bottom line is that since this land has been occupied, used by these families on farms over generations, we argue that commercial farmers and owners of land derived and continue to derive no economic benefit from this land, and therefore this land should be transferred. And in cases where there are disputes and owners are not willing to sell to the state, then they must be expropriated and transferred to these farm dwellers and labor tenants.
And when you say they're not willing to sell, I mean, there could be many different reasons for that. And as you said, you have to look at it on a case-by-case basis. So when would their unwillingness to sell still be seen as just, versus an injustice?
Yes, Ashraf, I hope that we are all aware that land reform is considered public interest, and the Constitution talks about expropriation in the public interest for land reform purposes, and therefore it is exactly those situations where there is an unwilling seller, therefore blocking the intentions of the Constitution of redress, of ensuring that those that lost land due to apartheid legislation policies and are able to get that land back through current statutes and policy. So in situations where there is a landowner who's unwilling, therefore blocking the intentions of the Constitution to advance land reform, it would be in that case that we would encourage the state to then expropriate to ensure that those communities, families, individuals who are blocked from receiving land through land reform are able to benefit. Expropriation, Ashraf, is not a new thing. Expropriation happens regularly. It's just that we have not seen it used by the Land Reform and Rural Development Department. But Department of Transport expropriates quite frequently. When something is for public interest, when they are building a road of national interest, they are able to, where they are unwilling sellers of properties, where that route is planned, they are able to expropriate those properties. In lay terms, they force those unwilling buyers to sell the property to the state and pay them just an equitable compensation.
How? So therefore, and you're quite right about saying it's an ongoing debate. So right now, I mean, you are defending a position, challenging what the DA, AfriForum and Institute of Race Relations position is, right? Where do you think this will all end? Because I look at it now, it's a conversation and debate we've been having for years, and there appears to be no genuine end in sight for such an important issue.
Ashraf, we are very confident that the Western Cape High Court will reject the submissions by AfriForum, the Democratic Alliance, and the Institution for Race Relations. We are confident that they will support our submissions and render the provisions of the relevant provisions of the Expropriation Act to be constitutional. Where there must be corrections made, like issues of public consultation, we've seen in cases like Lamosa, where the Constitutional Court was able to give Parliament 2 years to correct that public participation process. So even if the court finds there was an issue with the NCOP, that can be corrected. But it does not mean the Act itself in its entirety must be rendered unconstitutional. We are confident, but even in the unlikely situation where we are unsuccessful, obviously we would then appeal. And if we are successful, we also expect the Democratic Alliance and AfriForum to appeal to a higher court, which would then be the Supreme Court of Appeal and eventually the Constitutional Court. But that we would welcome, because finally what we do want is the apex court, which is the Constitutional Court, to make a determination so that there can be no further appeal. And as I say, that there is absolutely nothing wrong with Section 12 and 3.4 that AfriForum is complaining about. And why, Ashraf, I am so confident is because the provisions that they complain about in this statute are already there in Section 25.3 of the Constitution.
Okay.
So we can't argue with the Constitution, but we can argue on this statute. But they are arguing on something that already exists.
And the argument is, you may think, why are they still arguing the point? But anyway, I leave it open to the public to join in as part of the Pulse community. C.R. Sitole, the Association for Rural Advancement Strategy Manager. Thanks for your time and thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse. So to confirm, that's the association I've just read out, they're opposing this challenge made by the DA, AfriForum and the Institute of Race Relations regarding the Expropriation Act. Where do you sit in on this one here? Welcome to the National Pulse.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
EFC is live this Thursday, fresh off a championship win.
He was willing to give everything for this title tonight.
Cape Town's Adrian Sanchez put his interim belt on the line against the man determined to fulfill his family's legacy, Durban's Bradley Swanepoel. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Being in construction has taught me that buying machinery doesn't come cheap. Loaders, excavators, graders, they're the heartbeat of the job site. Now, thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. This saving helps keep my machines working and projects moving.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your yellow metal machinery. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Well, I certainly expect you to react, to respond to the conversation I've just had. By the way, later on, We'll be chatting about another issue regarding Outer, who are seeking an urgent interdict to stop the rollout of the new auto system, in which car owners with unpaid traffic infringements will face blocked licenses or even car sales or transfers. So we'll talk about that later on. In Botswana, in the meantime, let's get to your thoughts on the DA case. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, right? What's your point?
Yeah, you see, this is a double standard of DA and AfriForum. They know very well that this land they want to defend on, they took it. How did they took it out from the black people? And to make a matter worse, City of Cape Town returned 900 million back to Treasury, the money that was supposed to be for the housing. People in Danun, in Kailisha, in Nyanga, Langa, they're living like, I can't mention it here in this radio. And when they're living under the electrical power, and the city of DA is busy returning the money and taking the same government of majority to court. This is very, very, very bad.
Okay, so you are not happy with that, but is it a lot deeper than that? I mean, I welcome further thoughts on that. Perhaps it is a good question on the whole issue about expropriation as an act. Why has it not been fundamentally resolved since day one? I think it's a question worth asking, isn't it? Okay, let's move on to other issues in the meantime. Princess Itumeleng Moerane, who's a member of the Bapo Ba Mogale royal family, apologized to President Ramaphosa after a dramatic confrontation of the weekend. Well, what happened? The ANC campaigners, in this case, visited the royal house in Bapong, outside Brits, and Princess Moerane then spoke to Elvis Preslin on the First Take show this morning about the royal family's long-running succession dispute.
I think the problem started with the Advocate Sesi Baloyi's commission, because in our submission, we went far beyond our claim of the chieftaincy. We demanded accountability for the theft and looting of hundreds of millions of rands of the community's D account, of which the Northwest Provincial Government is a custodian. We then made separate submissions to inquiries established by both the Maape Maloyi administration and the Mokhosi administration, of which, despite several assurances from both to put this matter to bed, there have been no responses since and no release of any report. The impact that this has had on the community is a total collapse of service delivery, and this leadership vacuum has created an opening for the illegal mining that you have seen that is thriving in the area.
Now, over the weekend, you accused the government of failing to intervene for years in the Bapo Ba Mogale chieftaincy dispute. What commitments, if any, did the President and the Deputy Minister make to resolve the dispute, and have you seen any follow-through from the Presidency or the Northwest Premier's office in this respect?
After that scuffle, we had a meeting with the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, in Sauli. She made a commitment to urgently convene a meeting with ourselves and the Premier and the NEC of Traditional Affairs. It's been an eventful weekend with local government election campaigns and the voter registration drive. So I think it would not be fair to expect some follow-through as yet. But later today, we will be reaching out and finalizing that matter. And the issues that we will be discussing is the reality that Bapong does not have legitimate leadership right now since the death of Bob Mogale. And we'll also be highlighting all the steps we've taken to have this remedied. And fortunately for us, the Presidency does have an extensive paper trail of our efforts.
What is the basis of the Morowani family's claim to the Baphoba Mogale throne, and how do you respond to the opposing claims within the royal house from a customary law perspective?
We have a solid claim. We detailed our lineage from the first Bapo king, Khosi Lotani, all the way to Khosi Moerani and his grandson, Mogale Mogale, who, by the way, is a Moerani commission. We then also demonstrated how our lineage was distorted through colonial interference and later by the Putatswana government. And now our opposition, on the other hand, just manufactured by politicians and officials who need a pliable chief to facilitate access to the community's coffers. And if the Northwest provincial government is so confident that Ndru Mogale is the legitimate chief, then they need to tell us why has his recognition been such a hot potato that has passed from Job Mokgoro to then Bushi Maape the late, then to Nono Maloyi, and now Lazarus Mokhosi, unverified. And today, there's still no traditional council under him. So I think that should tell you everything you need to know.
Okay, so that's the one thing. There's more comment. In fact, there's another. We'll get some of your questions. Hi, Ashraf. The question, do those Labour tenants want those farms? And how are those farms that were given to blacks or so-called emerging farmers from Mapale? I'm not too sure if I get what you're trying to say, but maybe somebody else understands it better. There's another, Ashraf, when you look at the conditions of the once great Zebedele citrus farm today. Heaven help our country when land is taken over by those who have no idea how to farm from those who do. Lynn in Kimberley, I expect we'll get a reaction from that too. In Bowana, in Mahikeng, go for it. Okay. No, in fact, we'll pick out some other WhatsApp comments as well, and you can give me your thoughts on that too. But just by the way, for you, any of the bigger issues that have emerged for you over the weekend, specifically if you want to add your thoughts regarding the chat I had with Sia Satole and their position, the Association for Rural Advancement, their thoughts regarding the DA, AfriForum, and the Institute for Race Relations challenging the Expropriation Act today in the Western Cape High Court. You may want to just add your thoughts on that, but any other issue that for you moves the national pulse. We'll chat about the goings-on in, Morocco, Spain, and that comes up shortly as well. We'll chat to Zenit Adam about that too. There's more. Ashraf, people must remember that currently the majority of black people are not interested in land as a means of business, but many want to build shacks for the illegal immigrants. I'm not too sure if I can get what you're trying to say. You see, those are like sweeping statements, TG. Look, the current issue can't be resolved by the current law, and what the populists in the ANC must do is just admit that after 1994, through its promises for better life, many people left their land to the City of Gold and the Western Cape. Now large hectares of land are staying fallow back in their former parents' homesteads. And we must remember the shenanigans in Zimbabwe where people took the land from white farmers, but today they are scattered around the world despite having the land, and people must be careful, TG. You know, I must say, TG, I'm battling to understand what you're really trying to say, because I get a sense you're trying to say 3-4 things in one sentence. It's a bit confusing. I think I know, but I'm not absolutely clear. All right, 3:30, here's the news headlines with Jwalani Tulo Nwepe.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines. Cape Town Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis has formally declared an intergovernmental dispute with Acting Police Minister Firoz Khan linked to the devolution of policing powers. The Human Rights Commission has released a scathing report into failing wastewater infrastructure in selected areas of Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela Bay and Koga municipalities in the Eastern Cape. And finally, the IEC has urged citizens who were unable to visit their registration stations this past voter registration weekend to make use of their online platform before the proclamation is published on Friday. I will have details on these and other stories at 4 o'clock.
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Kapele.
Right, Stewie, so we had the PSL season kicking off for the weekend. It's now back already to the MTN8 draw.
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, the Premier Soccer League has confirmed the fixtures for this weekend's MTN8 quarterfinals. Defending champions Orlando Pirates will kick off the action on Saturday when they host Durban City in Soweto, and that will be at 3 p.m. Pirates are chasing a record 5th straight MTN8 title. Also on Saturday, Mamelodi Sundowns welcome Polokwane City in their first competitive match of the new season, with that one at 6 p.m. On Sunday, AmaZulu face Skukuni United to complete the quarterfinal lineup, and that one is at 3 p.m. But also just later, actually, Kaizer Chiefs taking on Golden Arrows after a winning start to their league campaign at 6 p.m. and that one completes the quarterfinal lineup. Meanwhile, Richards Bay FC have confirmed that the PSL has suspended matches at the Umhlathuze Stadium for 4 weeks after a PSL inspection conducted at the venue last week. The suspension will begin on the 13th of August. And Richards Bay will now have to find another stadium for the home matches, while fellow tenant Milford FC could also be forced to play their home game at a different venue. Elsewhere, the English Football Association has decided to withdraw its support for FIFA President Gianni Infantino. They're actually planning to send him a letter to withdraw their support. The decision follows criticism of a failed plan to sell stakes in FIFA competitions to private investors. UEFA is also threatening legal action, while the Football Association of Wales has also pulled its support. Infantino is actually expected to seek a 4th and final term as FIFA president in March next year, but he will need the backing of at least 106 of FIFA's 211 member associations to be re-elected. In terms of athletics, Comrades Marathon Association says that its decision to operate independently from Athletics South Africa and KwaZulu-Natal Athletics will not affect the race's standards or runners. The CMA will no longer rely on athletics bodies to sanction the event. Members voted in favor of the move after years of disagreements over the management of the race at the weekend. And CMA chairperson Mark Leathers says that the association will no longer rely on athletic bodies to sanction this event. KZN Athletics has historically received a 10% levy from Comrades entry fees, which amounted to around 3.1 million rand for the 2026 race. Meanwhile, Athletics SA has also controlled the broadcast rights to the race, with Leather saying that they were worth more than 5 million rand a year. And he says that members want more of the race's income, including broadcast revenue, to be used for social development. In terms of cricket, Zimbabwe cricket legend Hamilton Masakaza says that the 2027 ICC Cricket World Cup will help enhance the tourism in the country, especially in the Victoria Falls, which will have a brand new stadium in the competition. Zimbabwe will provide 3 of the 12 venues for the tournament, including the established ones in Bulawayo and Harare. And Masakaze, who boasts over 5,000 runs in 209 ODI matches for his country, believes that tourists will be treated to a wonderful experience.
Oh yeah, obviously Bulawayo and Harare, they're very established. We also what they bring in terms of the fans and in terms of the atmosphere. It's really something to watch a game in Zimbabwe and it's a full house and the crowd is pumping. It's really one of the most exciting experiences that I've witnessed, both as a player and as an administrator. And obviously Victoria Falls, very exciting in its own right. It's going to be a new venue, but what it brings to the region in terms of sports tourism. I mean, Victoria Falls is one of the most iconic and best places to visit, and then now to add the sport aspect to it as well, to that tourism that we have there, is going to be really exciting for the country.
In netball, South Africa's Spar Proteas ended their Commonwealth Games campaign in Glasgow with a 62-54 win over Uganda to secure fifth place overall. It marks an improvement on their sixth place finish at Birmingham in 2022, though the team fell short of their podium ambitions after defeats to Australia and England in the group stage. And coach Jenny van Dijk has praised her side's resilience, saying that the squad showed braveness and a fearless approach despite a grueling schedule. Well, that's it from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour. Ashraf, you must have definitely enjoyed your weekend with paddle.
Can we talk about that in the next hour? Because I want to give my thoughts on that. All right?
Alrighty.
Will do.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
EFC is live this Thursday, fresh off a championship win.
He was willing to give everything for this title tonight.
Cape Town's Adrian Sanchez puts his interim belt on the line against the man determined to fulfill his family's legacy, Durban's Bradley Swanepoel. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Looking to save money on your business insurance? Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Niku from the Gas Mart.
I was my previous insurer for 9 years before switching to Outsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with my premiums at the moment. I wish we switched sooner to Outsurance Business Insurance.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
It's 5 o'clock on Wednesday, the 1st of March, and this is SAfm 104 to 107.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael. A very, very happy 100th birthday to you. This is Radio Today, Fred. You tell us about yourself a little bit. When you came to South Africa and what you did.
Well, I arrived in South Africa in the early days.
And the time just coming up to 7 minutes to 6 South African time, which is 3 hours 53 Greenwich Mean Time.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right. So, we chatted about it on Friday. I just mentioned it. That story about, what seemed like hundreds, then maybe thousands, then some talk about 10, 20,000 people who are Moroccans. And the first story is these are migrants trying to get to Europe, and then they're getting to Spain in particular. Then you find out, in fact, no, it's an enclave of Spain called Ceuta, and that enclave is actually on African land. It's on the continent, but a small little piece that has been governed by Spain, and that's just another example of the anomalies we have in our world. So that's the one part of it. And then we don't really know. The other one is like, why were they all going in their hundreds or thousands? Some of them swimming. About 67 people died. And then others were saying they've been set up. One is because there was a call out to say that Spain is going to be very lenient if you get to Ceuta, and therefore then can get to mainland Spain. The other is the greatest story, which was that being set up because the plan is to undermine the Spaniards because of their position regarding Israel and the ICJ and Trump's pronouncements about them. If you are confused, well, understandably, I'd be confused as well. Well, let's try and get some clarity with Zinat Adam, who, as you know, is a former diplomat and an independent international relations strategist. Zinat, as always, appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Sure, and good afternoon to your listeners. If you think you're confused and I'm going to clarify things, I'm not so sure I'm here to do that. But let's have a chat about it. Of course.
Well, there just seems to be things are very, very muddy. So what do we know besides the obvious thing of, what seemed like maybe 1,000, but some are even saying 20,000, essentially Moroccans, not exclusively so, going to this place called Quetta. What do we know beyond that?
So Ceuta, or as the local Moroccans would call it, is Ceuta, has been an enclave, as you've said, of Spain, where they haven't left. It's still on the African continent. And there are two areas, Melilla and Ceuta, that are considered part of Spanish territory. And these are disputed by Morocco. It's not unusual to find alongside this border African migrants who are trying to cross over. And we've seen that multiple times in the past. They actually camp out near the fencing area, but not in the numbers that we've seen in the last few days. Previously, in 2021 to 2022, Morocco seemed to also utilize this as a pressure valve. They wanted to put some pressure onto Spain for a dispute that they were having over the status of Western Sahara, and they allowed 10,000 people to cross over. But this particular crossing that happened over this weekend was up to 60,000 that crossed by trucks and by sea. So it seemed extremely coordinated. It's not, as you would normally see, just a few hundred people trying to cross over. This was in the tens of thousands. And the idea of crossing by sea was very interesting because very recently Spain amended its laws that says it would be much more difficult to deport any migrants who arrive by sea. Now, Ceuta is governed slightly differently from mainland Spain, but some of those laws that they have amended would still apply here. The question is who was putting these men into trucks and bringing them in, and they're young boys and young men as economic migrants. So it was quite an interesting movement, and what we've heard from some of them in the reports that I've seen is that they were sent messages to say the border has been opened and that people are able to cross over, and didn't think that they were coming across illegally.
Okay, and in doing so, I mean, if they get to, as you call it, Ceuta, which let's call it now part of Spain, that would then give them entree into the bigger prize, which is Spain, as in mainland Europe, right? But you think, therefore, somebody has been involved in mischief making here?
It does appear that there is a hand behind this, especially to coordinate the numbers of people that have come in. Because if it was just a few hundred, we would have accepted it that this is a normal economic migrants wanting to go across. But 60,000, it's unbelievable. And there has to have been something that took place. In addition to that, Ashraf, what we've also found is that Morocco hasn't been very happy with a deal that was struck not too long ago between Algeria and Spain. Now, you know, they have a rivalry with their neighbors, Algeria. Algeria and Spain have just cut a deal on energy, and that's really not favorable to the Moroccans. So there's a question mark around that, whether this is also a means to destabilize this issue. But apart from that, I've been looking at some of the reporting, and something that's come up very interestingly is the role of the United States and the role of Israel behind all of this. Now, not too long ago, I think it was in April, that Marco Rubio had begun talking about the status of Ceuta and Melilla and actually campaigning for recognition of this to be given over to Morocco. And besides him, there was a think tank from Washington that issued a report earlier this year also raising the question of these two territories. Now we wonder why it's suddenly that these territories are out in the news and within the spotlight of Washington. And it seems that this arose out of discussions related to the Abraham Accords. And we know that Morocco has signed the Abraham Accords. They are in full recognition of Israel, and they've actually entered into an arms trade agreement between Israel and Morocco. And part of that is that they have also requested the recognition of their settlement over Western Sahara, and they wanted recognition of Melilla and Ceuta as their territories as well. So it seems that this has been in the play. Now, we've heard from Israeli news, and they have also cottoned into this, is that there's been significant and advanced influence by Tel Aviv over this region, and that there is an adversarial position that was expressed by Netanyahu about Spain's policy in recognition of the Palestinian state and in support of the Palestinians during the genocide. So there is a question mark as to whether Israel has a hand in this.
So, I mean, so let's just recap. Yes, I mean, I saw the visuals and they were massive. Typically, migrants would, have, coming with their luggage, so to speak, whatever it is. I mean, many of them just came in their bathing costumes. I saw that, which means it's not the typical migrant. Okay, now you're saying somebody aided them. The sheer numbers and seeing the Moroccan police allowing them through suggested that the Moroccans may have aided them. The second point that you made about Israel and maybe Donald Trump trying to upstage Spain, I mean, is that likely to happen? I mean, it sounds far-fetched. Everything sounds very disconnected, like a puzzle we're trying to just fit into pieces here, right? What do you think is likely to happen if we follow the two scenarios that Morocco, USA, as well as Israel are all in cahoots to try and upstage the Spaniards for whatever different reasons they may have on the one hand, versus the other one, which is just simply migrants trying to get out of Morocco proper because they are economic migrants and impoverished and just trying to hang on to whatever they can do?
I don't know, Ashraf. Lately anybody who calls another person a conspiracy theorist is then proven wrong. So we have to have an open mind about these theories and about these allegations that come up and consider whether there may actually be some truth to it and, the kind of third force there would be. One of the other things that I think we need to be watchful of, and when it comes to the issue of migrants, is that the European states immediately, especially fueled by their right-wing movements, have been vociferously campaigning against migration. And now they're calling for the suspension of Spain from the Schengen system in the last 24 hours. So there's an emergency meeting that's being called, and they're already isolating Spain from that. And these raise many, many questions about whether any country that seems to go against the grain in their political ideology and in their foreign policy, do they become a target when it comes to, or are they then brought into a light where the countries that want to have things a certain way and want to have a world order in a certain direction are dissatisfied with it, and they will try and isolate them. So those raise a number of questions. On the issue of the migrants from Morocco, I saw a number of them saying we will voluntarily go back home because it isn't worth us losing our lives. And we know that at least 80 have been killed already.
And I understand many have gone back home or voluntarily or been sent back home. Do you know the difference?
From what I saw, it was voluntary repatriation, and they were choosing to go back home. One of them, I remember being interviewed on one of the independent media and actually said, I'm not willing to put my life at risk for the potential of being able to go across to Europe and not having a guarantee of work.
And just lastly, yes, in this maze, right, what's the one thing you'll be looking for next?
I think that, we're having a world movement against migration and immigration. We're seeing that here in South Africa as well. And the idea of the nation state and the borders being re-entrenched is becoming a very difficult issue. And I think we have to look at it from a human perspective as well. Whether that kind of sticking into the colonial borders is really going to be helpful for us in the long run. Again, here we're looking at North Africa, we're looking at colonial borders. How do we address these issues, but in a humane way and in a way that people's rights are guaranteed and they're not treated in a way where they are, being harmed in the process? So I think these are questions that don't only affect Morocco, Spain at this stage, but it's a question that is going across the entire world. South Africa is not immune to it, and neither is Europe. These questions are arising, but do we allow the right wing to lead on that?
And some may have a separate question about who is the right wing. Anyway, another conversation for another time. Zinat Adam, former diplomat and independent international relations strategist. Much appreciate your insights here on today's show here at the National Pulse. In terms of what's happened next around, Spain, Morocco, this enclave, this Spanish enclave of Ceuta, I wonder, it is the most dramatic. Have you seen the images, and what do you make of that? And are there any lessons we can draw on from our experiences that we're currently having here in South Africa? This is the National Pulse.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs whip up something sweet for the soul as they head to Bertus Basson's latest restaurant, Ongetem, in the heart of the Mother City to celebrate winter desserts. It might be cold outside, but things are heating up in the kitchen. Catch all the drama on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30. Only on SABC2.
Before there was the SAfm you know today, there was the English service. There was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of
I
apartheid
have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm.
So I suppose 2 questions coming out of that, isn't it? What does it mean to be an SAfm woman? What is an SAfm woman? And then what does SAfm mean? Meaning when we say SAfm, why is it called SAfm? Why is it not called something else? Why SAfm? Give me your thoughts on that too. Think about it. You wouldn't pay business class prices for an economy seat, right? So why overpay to insure your older car? Outsurance Essential Car Insurance covers older cars for much less. 51-year-old Evelina pays only $474 in a month for a 2013 Hyundai i30, and there's no upfront excess payable. There's no unexpected out-of-pocket payments. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today. For unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 rands. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP T's and C's and information online.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Yeah, we'll connect with Outer just now about them. They're wanting the High Court to put the brakes on the new traffic fine system. They believe it denies you the right to even sell your car if you haven't paid your traffic fine. Something along that line. That should irk you, won't it? In the meantime, what about this? South African households are now under growing financial pressure, with many working people relying on debt just to cover everyday essentials like food, electricity, and existing loans. Now, that's not new, isn't it? This issue of the cycle of debt that many people live in right now. The big questions then is how does that impact on us and what do we do next around it? Professor Conrad Beyers is the head of the Department of Actuarial Science at the University of Pretoria. Prof. Beyers, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. So, I mean, you have some thoughts on what we talk about a household debt trap. But I'm going to suggest that it's not like it's becoming even increasingly worse off. I'm saying this perpetual debt trap has been going on for years and years and years. There's nothing new here.
Yeah, well, what we are saying, the new report that came out, is that it is getting worse. And what we also start to see is, for a very long time, I would say this so-called debt trap, where people cannot get out of debt. They are, let's say, perpetually, forever in a state of debt, where I would say healthy banking has an end date to your indebtedness so that you can be financially healthy. But it seems that the debt trap situation is creeping not beyond only the poor communities, where it's, of course, the worst, but also we are seeing in middle class and even higher up the chain, people are getting into significant distress. And that is a bit of a new situation where there might be a significant risk that if we continue in this situation, not far from now, there might be a breaking point where a large part of the population is in, let's say, devastatingly financial distress. And what the argument I'm making is here, banks, of course, they cannot solve the whole economy and all the problems that we have, but they should think very carefully, because to say it simply, if us as customers go down financially, they also go down. So I think they need to think a little bit more about the long term.
But interesting, I mean, your piece, it talks about we are sliding into a household debt crisis. Now, let me ask you this. I mean, are we sliding into a household debt crisis, or are we already in a household debt crisis?
So currently there is a combination of things. Of course, there's inflation and slow growth and everything. So yes, we are sliding. Our salaries are growing slower than inflation, and prices are growing. So yes, we are getting in trouble over time. So we need to, yes, so the word sliding is, yes, it is gradual, but at some point there could be a critical point where things go bad. And the banking sector, of course, together with the government, but I'm saying that we should not wait for government, should think about this and think about how are we going to address these points.
Okay, and I mean, in terms of the reference point, which is your All Mutual Savings and Investment Monitor of 2026, I mean, what do the numbers say? What does the data tell us in terms of when you talk about sliding into debt or poverty? Share those numbers with us.
Yeah, so some numbers say that roughly 40% of South Africans currently have trouble paying their debt. As you mentioned in the beginning, really a terrible situation is when I need to take out debt to cover my monthly expenses, and even worse is when I need to take out a loan or a credit card or a new extra card or whatever they advertise to me to cover my existing debt. And that is a very unhealthy situation. So that is something that is not sustainable. And as I mentioned, the banking sector should think about how do we get out of this cycle. We should think about ways for customers, some ways out of the debt situation. And there are, of course, examples internationally and so on where people also thought about similar situations and which we can consider together with the banking sector.
So how do we get out of it? I mean, you have any thoughts on that?
Well, initial thoughts is, of course, banks have a lot of information. They can see you and I. When we get in trouble, there's a missed salary payment or a wage payment. There's here and there an emerging debit order that doesn't go through. And there are signs of distress that banks have access to. They can identify distress quite early, start to talk to the household, talk to them as humans, not just as a failed loan. Make plans to get out of it, maybe give a bit of leeway for a temporary leeway until things get easier. So I'm just saying one thing that we can do is let's create some way out for distressed families, because none of us, the banking sector, of course, and us as well, cannot afford to just let it go on like this. No. And then something else that banking sector should do is think a little bit more in the long term. Healthy banking is a part of that. Of course, we provide people with credit like they do now, but a very important part of banking is to help grow, create wealth, and don't let the so-called short-termism be the dominant way in how we view debt. We should view customers, the normal customers, as opportunities to be financially healthy, but currently we are targeting them in a difficult economic situation for more debt.
And that's where we shall leave it. Professor Conrad Beyers, the head of the Department of Actuarial Science at the University of Pretoria, has put together a piece about this, the debt cycle we're in, and how do we get out of that cycle? I mean, does anybody truly know? How do you work our country out of, and the people, out of a debt cycle? Let's get the news now. It's 4 o'clock. Here's Jwalani Tulo in Web here.
Top stories. Asawa Cape Town Mayor declares a dispute with the acting police minister and a scathing report into failing wastewater infrastructure in parts of the Eastern Cape. Good afternoon. Cape Town Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis has formally declared an intergovernmental dispute with Acting Police Minister Firoz Kachalia linked to the devolution of policing powers. The announcement was made in Bishop Levy's on the Cape Flats today. Shamila Fisher reports.
Hill-Lewis has continuously pushed for policing devolution to allow Metro Police to investigate crimes. This is in a bid to combat high rates of violent crime in the city. He says despite continuous engagements with various police ministers, the status quo remains. He says the recently tabled SAP's amendment bill contains no changes to the section that would have given Metros meaningful investigative powers, and therefore they've decided to declare the dispute today. Shamila Fisher, SABC News, Cape Town.
The Human Rights Commission, HRC, has released a scathing report into failing wastewater infrastructure in selected areas of Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela Bay and Kocha municipalities in the Eastern Cape. The contamination of rivers, estuaries and coastal waters are also being included in the report. The HRC says sewage pollution poses a serious risk to public health, the environment and residents' constitutional rights. According to the report, the worst affected municipality is Buffalo City, as West Bank produced the most severe result. It recorded E. coli of 616,000 per 100 millilitres and near total oxygen depletion. Provincial HRC head is Dr. Aileen Carter.
We are of the view that municipalities cannot answer this through plans or infrastructure announcements anymore while these polluted water continues to reach our rivers and beaches. But we have also now been calling on the Department of Water and Sanitation as well as Environmental Affairs to perhaps consider enforcement directives and, where the evidence supports it, criminal prosecution.
The IEC has urged citizens who were unable to visit their registration stations this past voter registration weekend to make use of the online platform before the proclamation is published on Friday. The Cooperative Governance Department will publish the proclamation of the local government elections in the Government Gazette this Friday. This will allow the IEC to set the opening and closing dates for parties to submit their candidate lists. Briefing the media in Centurion, Chief Electoral Officer Simon Mabolo says over 1.7 million people interacted with the IEC this past weekend.
The Commission advises eligible voters who are unable to visit a registration station during this weekend to make use of the online voter registration portal before proclamation on Friday, 7th August 2026. To maximize the remaining registration period, the Commission is expanding the online registration modality to make it even more accessible and convenient.
The fire that broke out yesterday afternoon on Table Mountain has been contained. Firefighters worked throughout the night to bring the blaze under control. The cause of the fire is undetermined at this stage and is being investigated. No injuries or damage to property have been reported and no evacuations were required. Park management for Table Mountain National Park, Megan Taplin, says a small team of firefighters are still on the scene to monitor for flare-ups.
We will keep our firefighters on the line.
making sure that they're attending to all these hotspots and any possible flare-ups. Our mop-up operations usually happen over 2 or 3 days after the active fire. And of course, our hiking trails are still closed at the moment, so people should just keep that in mind. All the hiking trails from Kloof Corner to Clutterklip Gorge, both above the contour path and below the contour path, are closed.
US President Donald Trump says he will hold off a military strike against Iran if a deal is reached quickly to curb Tehran's nuclear program and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran says it's not negotiating with Washington. Yesterday, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said negotiations between Iran and Oman over the management of the Strait of Hormuz are nearing completion. But Khalid Pele reports.
Trump says his administration has agreed to suspend military action after Iran and other Middle East countries requested time to finalize a deal. He says the agreement must include the full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and an end to Iran's nuclear program. But Tehran says there are no talks with Washington. Iran says negotiations are only taking place with Oman on measures to ensure safe shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, adding that broader security issues still need to be resolved before the vital waterway can fully reopen. I'm Batali Pile, SABC News.
Recapping the top story, the Sawa Cape Town Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis has formally declared an intergovernmental dispute with Acting Police Minister Firoz Kachalia linked to the devolution of policing powers. The announcement was made in Bishop Levy's on the Cape Flats today. For SAfm News, I'm Jolani Tulo-Wepe.
In sports, the Sawa Buckwoman A squad set for Brazil tour and Mabaza signs for Maghreb Fez. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Some heavy traffic getting out of Joburg, heading up towards Midrand today. There are some roadworks around about Buccleuch interchange. The Mike 1 North is really under pressure from Melrose all the way up through Santon and in towards that sort of Woodmead exit, if you like. That's where the worst of it is. A couple of breakdowns on the M1 South as well. That is jam-packed today from Allendale coming south along the highway in towards the Buccleuch interchange. And there is a crash scene. It's on the R24 out before you split to the airport. So N12 before you split to the airport onto the R24, if you like. So getting up and getting through Galuli's interchange out towards the split is starting to backlog as well. Durban, the M7 heading into Pinetown, slow moving traffic on towards the N3. So from Hunts Detman outbound towards the N3, that is a little bit slower than you'd like. Breakdown N2 South just after Umgeta Road, so traffic starting to just slow down as you run through from Inunda Road into that one. And Cape Town today, we had a closure of the N2 inbound a while ago at Baden-Powell Drive. It's still with us. There's a truck crash. A truck is overturned just after Baden-Powell on the N2 inbound, so the highway is closed at that Baden-Powell exit. It's quite a backlog of traffic if you're driving in from Somerset West. Big queues through Macassar in towards that one. And heading out of town after a day at work, the N2 Nelson Mandela Boulevard queued out to Hospital Bend and beyond that right through to about Bunga Avenue in the Langa area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAfm is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So, what about comments on some of the issues I've raised? One, the issue about stress that Bridget raised earlier, and I asked you, have you been in a position of good stress, where the stress is very linked to opportunity? For example, you're giving a talk in Parliament, you're giving a lecture, you get to address the Parliament. That's stressful. Imagine if you wanted to address Parliament with a big issue and they don't allow you to. That's a bigger stress, isn't it? That sort of thing, where stress is a very opportunity linked. I'd like to get your personal story on that one. Then the other issues we've raised, that story of Princess Itumeleng Morani apologising, effectively, regarding apologising to the president after that confrontation over the weekend, right? You may want to pick up on that. We've also had that chat with Zenat Adam regarding the drama that's going on between Spain and Morocco and this enclave, the Spanish enclave called Ceuta, spelled with a C-C-E-U-T-A, and the migrants to Morocco, 60,000 or odd, effectively going there for a couple of days, and the majority have headed back home. But there's so much political upheaval around that story. Then the debt trap conversation with Professor Conrad Bays, you want to pick up on how, because I think it's an obvious thing. The question is how? How do we get ourselves out of a debt trap? Feel free to add your thoughts on that too. Next, however, let's talk to Outer about their issue regarding the RTO system. It sounds very similar, Outer and RTO, but it means very different things. And what their thoughts are and why. We'll talk about that next.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. "90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans.
90 years of broadcasting. Wow. SAfm, this is an incredible milestone. Congratulations and thank you for being a voice that has continued to entertain, inform, and connect South Africans through the power of radio. And also thank you so much for being a platform that has allowed us upcoming broadcasters.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, I'll tell you what, some things you may think is like very highbrow and it doesn't concern you and it's high level. Other things directly impact you. This is one of them. Listen to the story. Outer are seeking an urgent interdict to stop the rollout of the new RTO system. So what we do know is that RTO, AARTO, there's a new system rollout from their side, and that system includes car owners with unpaid traffic infringements facing blocked licenses, sales or transfers. Essentially what it means is if you have a license, if this thing goes through, then you can't sell your car without sorting out your license. You can't renew, I would think. You can't sell the car and you can't transfer. And there could be a lot more around that. So why is that such a big deal besides the inconvenience part that we're talking about? What are the legalities around that? Advocate Stefanie Fick is with me, was out as Executive Director for Accountability. Advocate Fick. Stefanie, good to chat with you once again on the National Pulse.
Ashraf, only a pleasure. Only my pleasure.
Much appreciated. Right. Help us understand, firstly, when you say that Outer is seeking an urgent interdict, where are we regarding the new RTO system right now?
So the new RTO system has been rolled out in 62 municipalities, and I think it follows on what happened in the past. I mean, I don't know how many listeners know, but RTO is actually very old. It's a piece of legislation that was signed in 1998 and then was rolled out the first time in Tshwane and in Joburg in 2008. So it's been a while coming, and they struggled a bit with, even though it was only a pilot phase, struggled a bit, and then they made some tweaks to the legislation, and now it's that piece of legislation that was rolled out in 62 municipalities. I think the next phase means that it will be rolled out to all the municipalities nationwide. And it is an administrative process, and what they are saying is hopefully it will contribute to road safety. Now, that is debatable, and that's a topic that we can discuss, but they are hoping that this, by taking this whole process, traffic fines and all of that out of the criminal justice system, it's only an administrative process, and with the demerit points, that will have some impact on driver behavior. Now, what was our concern initially was that the appeals tribunal is part of the process. So you get a traffic fine, you're not happy with the fine, you make representations to the agency, you're not happy with the feedback from the agency, then you are allowed, instead of going to court, you can then approach this appeals tribunal. And we were very worried that the appeals tribunal wasn't appointed yet. In the meantime, we did, due to the untransparency of government, we found out that, yes, the appeals tribunal was apparently appointed in 2025 already, last year. So we are not proceeding with our urgent application anymore, although we will probably still look at reviewing some of the decisions that were taken, for example, with the regulations. But for now, it appears that the appeals tribunal is in place.
Okay, so in fact, to confirm, my initial point is then incorrect. You're not pursuing an urgent interdict, or what?
No, it's really not worth it. Our main concern was that this appeals tribunal wasn't enacted. In other words, that is in contravention of our constitution, your right to approach a court or a tribunal. But seeing that the tribunal is in fact it is in existence, the fact that no one knows about it, that's a totally different issue. But there is a tribunal.
And when was this tribunal going to convene?
Well, according to the papers, according to RTIA, which is the agency's answering affidavits, they were appointed last year already, towards the end of the year. I think they were appointed, I don't know if you can remember, in December after would have been rolled out. And they pulled that back because the municipalities weren't ready. And I think just before that, they apparently, the members of the appeals tribunal were appointed.
All right. What are your thoughts, just regarding the broader issue, where ARTO then, right, has got issues with us as drivers, many of us, right, not paying our fines and other offences, and then saying, hold it, you cannot actually sell or transfer your car out without paying those fines, in the same way that, a house can't be sold without paying its rates and taxes, that if they have any. Where's the difference?
I think that it is about if you are driving for money. In other words, like for only example I can think of now is, for example, a taxi that is used for public transport, is that your vehicle can incur demerit points, and you as the driver can incur demerit points. And you know what? Whether one agrees with R2 or not, and the problem we have with R2 is not necessarily the fact whether it's a good idea or not. It's whether government is able to do this. This administrative process, making sure that everything is in place. It is about trying to change driver behavior. In other words, it's not just about the owner of the vehicle, it is also about the vehicle. So you run the risk of having, double points, and then you won't be able to sell your car. So, I think they are trying to say that if you have a car as sort of an income, that you need to make sure that your car also abides by traffic laws.
Yeah. All right, let's see how that plays out. Advocate Stefanie Frick, Outer's Executive Director for Accountability. Appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse. And let me welcome reaction from you. As always, reaction is important. You can call in live. You can WhatsApp us, text or voice note, 30 seconds, please, if you are voice noting us. And then you have the third option, which is social media. On the X platform, use the hashtag The National Pulse when you post, when you tweet, but just tag SAfm Radio and do tag me as well, Ashraf Garda, so we can pick it up. And many people do that, which is really great. Okay, this is interesting. Why raising alcohol taxes protects South Africa's health and wealth. Are you confused?
South Africa out of this world. They are champions for the first time. Machia's brace.
Africa's finest are ready to battle for continental glory at the Women's Africa Cup of Nations from 26 July to 16 August.
Linda Mutsalo, Israel is celebrating.
Don't miss the passion, the skill, and the unforgettable moments as Africa's best teams compete for the WAFCON 2026 title. Back Banyana Banyana. Watch WAFCON live on SABC.
That is it. That is the final whistle.
Catch all the action live on SABC SABC 2, SABC 3, SABC radio stations, and SABC Plus. African Queens, live and loud on SABC.
One needed to win.
SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of WAFCON 2026. For the love of the game.
Pedestrians, winter days are shorter. That means more walking in the dark. If drivers can't see you, your life is at risk. Wear bright or reflective clothing, add reflective strips to your school bag, and use a flashlight when walking at night. Walk in groups where possible. Being visible is not just a choice, it's your protection. Be bright, save your life this winter. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, let's get on to this issue as well. The National Treasury wants to increase alcohol excise taxes and introduce a minimum unit price. But the proposal has sparked a fierce debate between public health advocates and the alcohol industry. So one view argues in this case that South Africa cannot continue to frame economic growth and public health as opposing goals, saying heavy drinking is costing the country far more than the industry contributes. There are different ways of looking at all of this. Let's find out more about it with David Harrison, the CEO of the DG Murray Trust. David, as always, thanks for engaging us on the National Pulse.
Always a pleasure. Thanks, Ashraf.
Thank you. Help us understand this. I mean, the broad headline point here is alcohol taxes. That means, what they call it, sin taxes, I would think. In fact, protect South Africa's health and wealth. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so let's start by understanding excise taxes. So excise taxes are levied to try and ensure that an industry that causes harm pays for the harm that it causes. And it's a tax on the manufacturer, which then gets passed on to onto the consumer in higher prices. But the thing is, because people are having to face higher prices, they tend to drink less of it. So that's how taxes work, to try and reduce heavy alcohol consumption. Now, the challenge we have in South Africa is that low to moderate consumption, and I'm talking about 1 to 2 drinks a day, is good for the economy. But when it gets above that, you actually start to see the harms of alcohol starting to exceed the benefits. So the costs exceed the taxes. Labor productivity losses exceed jobs. People are, tourists are deterred by crime. So the point is that not to say we don't want an alcohol industry, but we have to ensure that it is priced in a way that the economic benefit accrues to the country, to the nation, and not just to the industry itself.
So in this current scenario, how do you make it? I mean, we have an alcohol industry. It's huge, right? They pay taxes, they pay VAT, they employ people. You would think they're very profitable, but at the same time, and then the many stores that buy from them I would consider very profitable as well. The downside of that is the public social disconnect that we experience. There's just too many issues of, drunkenness on the one hand, out of hand, cars smashed up, people laying in hospital, besides the other social ills as a result of that. So when you weigh up one against the other, which one is more beneficial, which one is more harmful?
Well, I think the point you're making is absolutely right, that alcohol does contribute to the economy, but studies have shown that when the average consumption is more than 2 drinks per day, the harm you've spoken about, and that's its contribution to murders, to sexual violence, to traffic accidents, to injuries, the harm exceeds the benefit. Now, if you have a look at the excise taxes that are paid by industry at the moment, and it depends on whether you are listening to alcohol industry-aligned researchers or to public health economists, but basically the industry is underpaying for the harm that it's causing by between 15 and 30%. So it's not even paying for the direct harm, the healthcare costs, the policing costs, and the rest. And I'm not even talking about the indirect costs that it causes. So the first principle is that you and I, taxpayers, should not be subsidizing the liquor industry. They must at least be offsetting the harm that they're causing.
Okay, and you're clear that, in fact, we are subsidizing the liquor industry.
Yeah, by 15 to 30%. And that's the direct costs. And I'm not even talking about the indirect costs, which is, which is where there can be room for debate, because industry estimates those costs much lower than health economists do. But in terms of direct costs, and those are fairly easy to quantify, the industry is still underpaying for the direct harm it causes.
Okay, how then do you propose navigating this? If what we say, if we take what you're saying is correct, then clearly you want to change that. What then would you change in the context of the National Treasury wanting to increase alcohol excise taxes?
Well, protect that part of the industry that is contributing to the economy, and tax that part of the industry that's not. So the first thing is that tax should really be proportional to the liquor strength in any product. At the moment we have a situation where wine is taxed very low, beer is taxed in the middle, and spirits are taxed higher. There needs to be a logic, and that logic surely is that you tax according to the alcohol concentration. So that's the first thing. Second is, as I said, make sure that in terms of harm, the industry is compensating for the harm it causes. But third, we also want to make sure that pricing actually incentivizes good behavior. So our proposal actually is to scrap the excise taxes below 2.5% alcohol content. So any product that's less than 2.5% ABV pays nothing. Incentivize by having a lower a tax for 2.5 to 3.5%, and then have a higher tax. And we've seen in countries like the UK that what that does is it results in reformulation of the beers. You see a reduction in the alcohol content of the beers, and people still buy the beers. And then to protect small producers, and here I'm talking about craft beer, I'm talking about wineries in South Africa, small wineries. Let's have 100% tax rebate for the first 100,000 litres that they produce a year, to ensure that we're protecting jobs, to ensure that we are looking after the economy. But that sort of approach would achieve a 15% reduction in pure alcohol consumption, which is what's causing harm in our country, and that will save several tens of thousands of life events that are severe or fatal every single year.
Okay, that's where we're going to leave it. Appreciate your time. Need I say food for thought, or should I say something else for thought? David Harrison is the CEO of the DG Murray Trust. What do you make of this conversation around, whatever it is that the alcohol industry contributes to the South African fiscus? In fact, what they take out of it in terms of direct, let's call it punishment, in terms of the costs of so many other social ills, they're not paying anywhere near them. According to David Harrison, he talks about 10-15%, maybe even more, that in fact they even need to be taxed even further to compensate for the other damage. And it could be hospitalization, car smashes, social ills that all come in with regard to the alcohol industry. You may want to give me your own thoughts on that. Right, in the meantime, there's some comments from you.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, there's a couple of, in fact, there's a quick reaction that I'll pick up on. No, it's actually just going away. I was just going to see there's a lot. Yeah, there's this comment on what's happened in Morocco. Here it is.
Hi, good afternoon. Ashraf Mafuta. Ashraf, I saw the issue about the Moroccans crossing into Spain. For me, Ashraf, it simply underscores the need for countries to iron out their differences before those with foreign interests intervene. That's very important, Ashraf. The other issue, Ashraf, in fact, there are said to be 57 people who lost their life, which is very, very unfortunate. But the intervention by the so-called American, which is a conspiracy in any way, is very unfortunate too, because it won't help anybody, Ashraf, in this situation.
Well, it certainly doesn't help anybody, and you wonder what it is. But it's not just about, countries, but it also shows you the level of desperation, and it's something very topical in South Africa, the lens that people are willing to go to try and, what's that phrase? Find a better life for all. 4:30, here's the news headlines.
Good afternoon. Making headlines, the Gauteng Department of Education has condemned the fatal shooting of an educator at the Michael Zulu Primary School in Tsakani on the East Rand. Cape Town Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis has formally declared an intergovernmental dispute with Acting Police Minister Firoz Kachalia linked to the devolution of policing powers. The announcement was made in Bishop Levy's on the Cape Flats today, and the IEC has urged citizens who are unable to visit their registration stations this past voter registration weekend to make use of their online platform before the proclamation is published on Friday. I will have details on these and other stories at 5 o'clock.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good afternoon. We started mid-Rand with some quite reasonably busy conditions on the M1 South today. It's a couple of breakdowns between Allendale and Buccleuch, and traffic on the way into Joburg quite badly backed up. If you want to avoid that by taking the R101, just keep in mind there are roadworks between Allendale and Maxwell, and that's quite slow going as well. Traffic lights out while we're staying north, Main and Luckland between Lone Hill and Kyalami. Pressure on there on that run today. And some roadworks on the Waikwan north at Woodmead. Really heavy getting up from Houghton through Melrose, Santon on your way out of Joburg towards mid-Rand this afternoon. Across into Durban we go with a breakdown. It's on the N2 South in the usual place just after Umgena Road. So traffic coming through from Inanda Road just after Queen Nandi Drive, actually down through Umgena Road. All gets a bit busy. That M7Q heading into Pinetown up towards the N3 is a crash. So there is a delay from Hans Detman Highway as you line up in towards that one. Key Ridge on your way down to Durban, well, Cliffdale actually, between Nchanga and Cliffdale. Looks like something's probably broken down there ahead of Key Ridge, so it's very slow. And Cape Town, a major delay if you're coming into town. The N2 closed at Baden-Powell Drive for truck crash recovery. The queue is enormous. It's heavy all the way back through towards Macassar. Come off at Macassar, go up to the R102 and use that as the alternative route through Croydon just to beat sitting on the highway. N2 inbound towards the closure at Baden-Powell Drive. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Kapele.
Right, Jimmy. There's lots to consider, excepting, I'll talk about paddle just now. Springbok women, tell me about them.
Yeah, 9 capped Springbok women among 30 players in camp at Somerset West as preparations intensify for the SA Women's 8 Teams 2-match tour to Brazil later this month. The group includes Lachelle Hanekom returning from injury and Mary Zulu, while several junior Springbok women have also been called up. The squad will face the Bulls Daisies in a warm-up before departing for Brazil on the 20th of August. Matches against the hosts are set for the 24th and 29th of August in Brasilia and Sao Paulo, and the academy program is designed to sharpen depth and also to keep players connected to the wider national setup. In terms of football, Tshegofatso Mabaso has signed a 3-year contract with Moroccan champions Maghreb Fez, becoming the club's first player from South Africa. Mabaso leaves Orlando Pirates having scored 74 goals in 249 appearances after a loan spell at Stellenbosch FC. Meanwhile, Kaizer Chiefs coach Fernando de Cruz says that he believes that his players are starting to understand and like his game model after 2 consecutive wins, including last week's Toyota Cup and also their opening game of the Betway Premiership. Chiefs brushed aside newly promoted Kruger United, beating them 3-1 at the Mbombela Stadium on Saturday night. Goals from Flavio Silva and Wandile Duba Brace were enough to ensure that Amakosi had a perfect start this past week.
Du travail, j'apporte du travail, on travaille beaucoup, on a beaucoup travaillé pendant la pré-saison.
He says he implement works for sure and a game model also. For the moment the player like this game model and likes also working hard every day with us. So he hopes that it will continue, but he knows also that it's only 2 games and we have the season will be long and we have a lot of work again.
Then the Premier Soccer League has confirmed the MTN 8 quarter-final fixtures with defending champions Orlando Pirates opening against Durban City in Soweto on Saturday at 3 p.m. Later that evening, Mamelodi Sundowns host Polokwane City at Lucas Moripe Stadium in their first competitive outing of the season. On Sunday, Kaizer Chiefs begin their hunt for a first MTN 8 crown since 2014 when they face Golden Arrows at FNB Stadium, while Amazulu welcomes Kukuni United at Chatsworth. Remember that Pirates are chasing a record fifth successive title in the top 8 competition. In cricket, West Indies reached 239 for 5 at stumps in a rain-hit opening day of the second test against Pakistan in Trinidad. Justin Greaves is unbeaten on 64 alongside Roston Chase on 36, with the pair adding 66 for his 6th wicket. Opener Brandon King struck 46 and says that the side is well paced to post a big first innings total, urging Greaves and Chase to push on to hundreds. Pakistan handed a debut to 20-year-old Bait Shah, who took 1 wicket but proved expensive, while former captain Shan Masood missed out after injury his finger in the first test. That's it from my side for now. Ashraf, though, before I go, let's talk about paddle this past weekend. One, how was the attendance, and how was the quality of the players? Obviously, you guys were watching international players towards the final of this weekend's competition.
Yeah, so I mean, to break it down into 3 parts, the attendance, it's a whole week, right? So the attendance for the early days, predictably, I was not there, predictably not very high, completely expected. Then comes quarterfinal, semi-final, final, which is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think quarterfinal probably went to like 1,000 people at this indoor arena, 4,500 on the Saturday, and then Sunday the final 6,500 people, which I think is actually phenomenal. Think about it. The sport's only 3 years in this country. 3 years plus, that's it, right? So tremendous crowd actually, and huge interest. And what is very interesting is the younger people watching. They know these players. The way you talk about, I don't know, Ronaldo and Pelé, for example. Yeah. I mean, these kids, they know who's Galan, they know who's Chingoto, and they would talk about them as like that's their heroes, right? So that's tremendous, right? Now, already touched on the huge divide between South Africa and the rest of the world, mainly Spain and Argentina. So we know there's a big gap. I don't think that's the issue. The issue here is that in just over 3 years, South Africa has been able to host the Premier Paddle P1, which is one of the big events on the world circuit, and host it successfully, and certainly had tremendous crowds over the weekend, right? And what it suggests is sufficient interest, both from a spectator point, from a player point, but also from business sponsorship, to invest further in the industry of paddle in our country. Because if we ever thought it's a fleeting moment, it's not.
Well, we're looking forward to the next tournament.
Absolutely. And just a last point, you did ask about the players. I mean, the standard was just incredible. It finally went, both the men's and the women's finals went to a tiebreaker. And in terms of the men's ones, I mean, finally went to Ale Galan and Federico Chingoko. And just to tell you, Galan is like the legend, the aristocrat, right? Chingoko is the younger guy coming in, 6 foot tall. He just came across to me as an unstoppable force. So it was, you look in absolute awe. What a privilege to have them in our country and to just be inspired. And I think the big final takeout is this to me. Forget about you and I. Somebody, a 10-year-old lighty listening in or watching them will say, I want to be them. And actually they may end up being them in 10 years' time. That's what you want.
Absolutely.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs whip up something sweet for the soul as they head to Bertus Basson's latest restaurant, Ongetem, in the heart of the mother city, to celebrate winter desserts. It might be cold outside, but things are heating up in the kitchen. Catch all the drama on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: The Conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
Yes, morning to me. Well, it took 8 attempts, but the Big Easy finally did it. South Africa's Ernie Els finally recorded his first win.
And it's just a month and a half until the start of the World Summit in Johannesburg. Now, most people are aware of the summit's goals.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that she has really paid a very big price for taking up music. Because what happened is that she left her daughter, one and only daughter.
You're listening to SAfm 104 to 107, and it's time for our music documentary series, The Music Makers. What is it all about?
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm. The conversation continues.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
With all those facts and figures, here's Makwe Masilela. It's a Monday. Makwe, you want to start with Telkom's results?
Yes, that is the Q1 update. Ashraf data revenue up 8.8%, contributing 60% of total revenue, and that was driven by the 11.4% rise in mobile data revenue, 4% growth in fiber-related data revenue, but BCX IT services revenue was stable at 0.3% in a constrained IT sector, with cybersecurity growing nicely 36% and global services up almost 12%, and mobile subscribers up 6%, that is for the quarter, to 25.3 million, driven by prepaid customers, which with almost nearly a quarter funded by the airtime credit, and the group revenue was up 2.6%. And Ashraf, mixed messages from US and Iran continued as Trump said the talks with Iran are set to begin today, and it includes the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, raising hopes of some de-escalation in the conflict. But Iran officials are saying nothing in regard to the Strait of Hormuz has changed, and further said Trump is playing psychological games. Market participants had another reason to be cautious but ignored it. That's after 3 Fed officials who wanted to raise rates at their last meeting reiterated on Friday that inflation remains too high and argued an immediate interest rate increase was needed. And locally, our July manufacturing sentiment fell to the lowest level in 7 months, that is to 46.8%, because of concerns that escalating hostilities in the Middle East could impact demand. Yellow metal is up. Was up as oil prices retreated following a fresh de-escalation in the Middle East tension and US dollar weakening. That's before profit taking kicking in, and we see now gold is down 0.3% at 4,090. Platinum is down 1.7% at 1,629. Oil prices falling to their lowest level in 3 weeks as Trump said talks with Iran will resume later today. He called off a planned attack on them, and we see Brent crude is down 5% at $83 a barrel. Peace hopes boost global stocks as falling oil prices Ashraf eases pressure on yields, with the JSE up 0.8%, rand firm to 0.1% against the dollar 16.52, 22.20 against the pound, and 19.01 against the euro.
Right, thanks for that, Marquin. Of course, we will connect with you again tomorrow. We have an hour of the markets coming up 6 to 7, followed by an hour of sport and so much more all through the night here on SAfm.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
We have this weekly feature every Monday about Grow My Business. How do you grow your business? We'll talk to Sarah Rice about just that. How do you grow your business? And she's a business coach, so we're looking forward to that conversation. Comments from you. In the meantime, we go to the Western Cape. Peter. Hi, Peter. Peter, hi.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good indeed.
How are you doing, Ashraf?
I'm very good, thank you. What's your point?
My point was on the debt spiral.
Yeah.
Just 2-3 points to make. The first point is our starting point is actually very, very wrong. People are actively encouraged in this country to take debt. In fact, if you do not have any credit history, you will not get debt. So people are almost encouraged at the earliest level to get into debt so that they can prepare themselves when they take debt. 2, the more worrying point, maybe let me just start off with a quiz on you. Ashraf, you're on your so-called unsecured lending. If somebody were to go and borrow 10,000 rand, how much do you think ends up in their bank account that the bank has loaned them?
Yeah, okay, but let's move on. I mean, what's your point? We know it's a lot more. Yeah, yeah.
The starting point is generally when people borrow money on a so-called unsecured debt, more than 70% of that goes to pay off an existing debt. So people borrow to pay debt, and all the banks know about it. And all that does, it tells you that that person was no longer able to service his debt, so he's giving it a new lease of life and taking more debt. So that's actually part of the problem. That's why we're in this debt spiral. My last point is, where is the national credit regulator in all of this?
And I think the point I've heard earlier is you said they're encouraging you to sell, to actually take credit, because maybe that's the way the system is. I'm not saying it's right, and that is why so many people are really switched on about rethinking the economics of the world. So, Peter, your point on the agenda, very important. Thank you for that, right? But others can answer that question. What does the credit regulator say about all of these things? Perhaps a conversation with them sometime soon should be in the offing. Bobby in Virginia. Hi, Bobby.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can I talk about the issue of the raised alcohol levies?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, it's going to be same happen like with this further raising prices of cigarettes. That's why this British American tobacco pull out from the country, and more the so-called illegal cigarettes is on the market, and now if they pick up the prices of the alcohol, then people are going to make their own moonshine. During the lockdown, when you couldn't buy the alcohol, the people were making their own. I know them. Look, I don't drink, so it doesn't bother me, but I just give my answer what is going to happen.
All right, I hear you. You're making the correlation between the two, and I think you would not be wrong in just saying that. Thank you for that call, right? Let's get to some of the other big issues that we've touched on earlier on. Here's one from much earlier, yeah.
Greetings, Ashraf. The comment about the Zebediela farm, we must not confuse the two issues in terms of farming and management. Now, that farm, it went down, or it's not producing as much as it can produce because of management. But it's not because of people are not farming, because that farm is being farmed by locals around Zebediela. It employs locals around Zebediela. So your listener must not confuse the two between farming and management.
Okay, and you've made that point. Then talk of confusion, TG clarifying himself, saying, Ashraf, my points are that people currently are unable to work the land, and the issue regarding expropriation is misguided, and we can't take the land without a clear plan, as Zimbabweans did in the early 2000s, and now that country is struggling, and my concerns are about populists in the country. Thanks from TG. Well, maybe there's both. There's the justice of expropriation, and there's the education about once you own the land, what happens next. But the education, even if it comes or not, still the issues of the right to ownership must be separated from the education, although ultimately they would need to come together.
Hi, Ashraf in the SAfm listener. You see those securities, security companies in the township, now they turning into the Nkabis, and now they transiting like some illicit things, so that, with illegal guns, because they know like they have registered, then the security, the police won't even, think of those kind of a thing. They need to be like those people be investigated. Most of them, they doing some, like illegal thing because they've registered to doing something good, but they doing the bad thing.
Right, got that. And there's more interesting point you bring up. Here's another. Let me just see. There's right. The issue of migration.
Hi, Ashraf. This is Mabena in Mpumalanga. Can I tell you that actually migration issue, it's a long-planned, well-orchestrated, move by the globalists. This one world government pushes to destabilize nations using migration as part of their, weapons. So yeah, it's not by chance, and we saw it even during the Biden administration how that they were being encouraged, the migrants, to move. They were being fetched. We saw the clips. I remember Elon Musk one time with some of the mayors of a certain area around Texas, taking videos of migrants and trains, government, providing means to bring them in. So it's not by chance. We know that the one world government pushes want to destabilize nations using migration as one of their weapons.
Okay, it's all worked out according to you. Let's just get to... No, in fact, I'll do some of the others just now. There's lots of others wanting to talk, and I will take your calls. Let's, however, attempt and succeed in growing our businesses.
This is Grow My Business on the National Pulse.
Right, once a week we pick up this issue about how to grow your own business with different angles. So here's one interesting. Many young South Africans obviously dream of owning a business. In fact, I would think older people do it as well. We all do it. We just don't stop, right? The question is, how do you turn an idea into something that's sustainable? And there are some practical issues, especially young people. So if you're listening and maybe you're older, you need to pass the message on. Or, of course, you can listen to it as a podcast later on, right? But if you're that person, great. So there are various tools. Sarah Rice with me. Sarah is a business coach at an organization called Grow, Grow. Sarah, appreciate your time on the National Pulse.
Yes, thanks so much for having me, Ashraf.
Thank you so much. Right, so tell us, what is it that Grow does?
So Grow is it's a Grow business coaching, and we work with businesses that are looking to scale, and we help them get really clear on strategies and then build the strategic thinking muscle within their organizations.
Okay, let's then pick it up to our point here, but how do we help people, in this case here, grow their own business? What advice can you give us?
So I think the first thing is to get really practical. So what I see often is people have these big, grand ideas. We're going to build a platform. We're going to connect job seekers with people who are looking to fill positions. And they go really, really big and lofty, and they're solving these massive problems. And what we find is they get too big. And for me, when you're starting a business, is to break it into what is the smallest experiment you can do to test whether you have a market, whether you have customers who are willing to part with their hard-earned money in order to get the service that you provide. And I think people jump to the really cool stuff, which is my big grand idea, and they forget to connect with customers and figure out if anyone actually wants what you're selling.
So
that's the first step.
Often people like, okay, we're going to start a business, and we spend time looking at a name and a company structure. When I say company, it could be one person or two people, and that sort of thing. And do we need to have a website or an Instagram account? Are you saying your first thing is actually to test the market, whether there's a demand for your service that you offer?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, I mean, it's much more fun to think about my logo and my brand and my tone of voice and my TikTok. But the real question is, like, will someone give you money? Because only once someone has handed over their first, like, Earth Rand, that's when you know you've got the beginnings of a business. And so what is the smallest thing you can do to test it? And what I see so often is people don't actually speak to their customers. We're so in love with our idea, we don't want to risk it being shattered. So a lot of people go through a huge amount of effort, produce something, and then realize no one's buying.
So how do they, talk to their customer? I mean, give me an example of an absolute startup as opposed to an established business.
One of my favorite stories is of a restaurant, a sandwich shop in the Boerkaap. And I heard this at a networking event I went to about a year ago. And this woman started by selling sandwiches she went from office block to office block in the foreshore and sold sandwiches. And she got an understanding what sandwiches were selling, what weren't selling, what was the good time, who were her repeat customers. And then built that slowly, and over time eventually opened a restaurant in the Boerkaap, which Prince Harry and Markle, I forgot her first name, went to when they came to visit South Africa. And that for me that's super practical. Like, get out there, meet your customers. How much will they pay for a chicken sandwich? Do they like sourdough or brown? And then start to build your product in partnership with them. And knowing who your customer is and finding them is the first step.
knowing your customer and finding them. And then what happens next? I mean, the issue is you've got a few customers, and that the classic conundrum of, maybe there's a runway for 6 months or a year, and then you decide, I need to pay people to help me because I can't cope, but I really can't afford to pay the people to help me.
So then you've got a big question, which is how big is your total, it's called a TAM, your total addressable market. So how big is the market actually? Have you maxed out? Have you got the market? Is there potential to really grow? And then how big can it get? And does that make it worth going into some sort of debt, whether that's debt because you've got you've got a bank loan or you've borrowed from friends or family, or in some cases you've gone for funding. But is it worth going into that level of debt or funding in order to get to that bigger market? Or do you have a lifestyle business? So this is for me when we really got to watch our egos, because we all want the big, beautiful thing. Like we all want to be the next Elon Musk or whoever. And but we need to be very practical and pragmatic about the business that we are building. What is our capacity? And what we will be trading off if we take other people's money. So,
but, your point about the ego is interesting. And then you mentioned Elon Musk, who I think has got a pretty large ego. But the point I want to make is this, that isn't the ego and the big dream such an essential part to starting a business?
Yeah, it is, because it is terrifying. I've started 2 businesses in my time. And then now I guess coaching is my own sort of small business. And it does take persistence, and it does take a dream, and it does take a lot of belief, and it takes a sense of purpose. So I think if you can, rather than do it for yourself, do it for the dream. I don't think dreaming is ego-fueled. I think dreaming is wanting to see something bigger and better than you come alive in the world. And the best businesses I know have founders who are trying to build something for the world. It's not for their own ego. They actually have a belief that they're trying to make real. And I think if you can access that, it also gives you energy even when things are really dark.
But wouldn't that apply to the really big dreamers? For the majority, they get into business right now because they actually can't get a job. So it is a way of earning an income, whether you're selling, just some artwork. I mean, essentially, it's like, well, listen, I need to hustle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the hustle is real. One of my side hustles is working with a group of interns at an NGO, and most of those interns have a side hustle, but there's still some love in it. So one of them does nails, the other one does hair, someone does sneaker wash, but there's still an element of love and of service orientation, on a sense of giving back. So it's not purely transactional. I don't think purely transactional businesses, I don't think that's how they can really grow in the beginning, because you need to have energy for it.
So maybe just as we conclude then, and yes, I mean, the idea is people need to find out more. Maybe they can connect with you and grow anyway, right? But right now, someone listening in, having to make the call between working for someone and they can't get a job because the numbers mitigate against that, or starting something, even if they have no grand global scheme, just to survive, right? What's the number one thing they must do now to get onto that runway, and they must do it right?
Give me just a breath to think about that clearly. I think the first thing is to be able to articulate very simply what it is. We are going to do X for Y so that they can Z. And if you can focus on that and get it very, very succinct, then you know what you're doing. So I'm going to do beautiful acrylic nails for women in my res so that they can feel beautiful. Then you've got the beginnings of a very tight business that then you can start to test. You know exactly what you're testing, but try to get it super, super succinct and know like exactly where you're trying to take yourself.
Okay, good advice. And now they know what they need to be doing. Sarah Rice is a business coach at Grow, GROW. You can check Grow out as well in as a vehicle to grow your own business. And we'll do another feature of that next week sometime. Right, we'll chat, by the way, to Glynis Breitenbach from the DA about their calls for the disbandment of IDEC. I mean, who's not calling for that, by the way? That comes up just now. Right now, it's the news at 5.
Top stories are Sawa. The Gauteng Education Department condemns the fatal shooting of an educator and mixed messages from Trump and Iran. Good afternoon. I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe. The Gauteng Department of Education has condemned the fatal shooting of an educator at the Michael Zulu Primary School in Tsakani on the East Rand. The 29-year-old teacher was gunned down while walking to school with a group of learners shortly before classes started earlier today. Police are investigating the motive for the killing and have appealed for information that could lead to the arrest of those responsible. The department spokesperson Onwabile Lubelwana.
The Gauteng Department of Education has deployed psychosocial support teams to provide trauma counseling to affected learners and staff, while arrangements are also being made to support the educator's family. The MEC has called on law enforcement agencies to ensure that those responsible are swiftly brought to justice and has assured the school community of the department's full support during this difficult time.
Cape Town Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis has formally declared an intergovernmental dispute with Acting Police Minister Firoz Kachalia linked to the devolution of policing powers. The announcement was made in Bishop Levy's on the Cape Flats today. Shamala Fisher reports.
Hill-Lewis has continuously pushed for policing devolution to allow Metro Police to investigate crimes. This is in a bid to combat high rates of violent crime in the city. He says despite continuous engagements with various police ministers, the status quo remains. He says the recently tabled SAP's amendment bill contains no changes to the section that would have given Metros meaningful investigative powers, and therefore they've decided to declare the dispute today. Shamila Fisher, SABC News, Cape Town.
The Electoral Commission has introduced voter registration on the WhatsApp platform. The Commission made the announcement earlier this afternoon at its headquarters in Centurion. The IEC says it is maximising the remaining registration period to make the online registration more accessible and convenient for South Africans. Voter registration will come to an end on Friday at midnight after COGTA Minister Velenkosini Hlabisa proclaims the election date. Thereafter, no new voter registrations or changes to the registration will be permitted. IEC CEO Simon Mabolo explains.
While WhatsApp registration forms part of a broader voter registration offering, accurate address validation remains critical to a successful registration process. To support this, some voters may be redirected to the interactive map on the online voter registration platform to locate and confirm the rooftop location of their residences.
A new state witness in the trial of Vusumuzi Katmatlala and 4 others has testified that police had followed all necessary protocols when arresting accused number 1, Musa Kekana. This was for the 2024 murder of Vereniging engineer Armand Swart. Lieutenant Colonel Dumelo Tsodetsi is testifying at the High Court in Johannesburg in a trial within a trial, detailing the sequence of events that occurred the day Kekana was arrested following Swart's assassination. Speaking through an interpreter, Tsodetsi testified that Kekana did agree to being searched upon his arrest.
The suspect granted permission to be searched, and then
after ukuthi sebekhonjiwe uCaptain Sikhobela wabese uyabatshela ukuthi bayaboshwa ngokusola ukuthi babandakanyeka ecaleni lokubulala elenzeke eVereniging.
After they were pointed out, Captain Sikhobela then informed them that he was arresting them for being involved in a murder charge that happened in Vereniging.
Iran's foreign ministry has cast doubt on U.S. President Donald Trump's assertion that the U.S. and Iran will begin new talks today. Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghei says there are currently no negotiations underway between the two countries. He says Iran is instead focusing on talks with Oman on managing traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Trump hasn't given details on who would be involved in any talks with Iran, nor where they might take place. The BBC's Persian's Parham Gobadi has the details.
Strategically, Iranians, what they're looking for is to exert their control over the Strait of Hormuz. What they say on the surface is that it's because of their national security, because they've been attacked. They want to make sure that no weapons are going to be transferred here, so later it's going to be used against them. However, beneath that, there's also a symbolic gesture as well. They want to say that they have managed to control this, they have managed to win the war, and go back to their people, say that this is our victory in the war, and if any country attacks Iran, they have a price to pay.
Recapping the top story this hour, the Gauteng Department of Education has condemned the fatal shooting of an educator at the Michael Zulu Primary School in Tsakani on the East Rand. For SAfm News, I'm Jolani Tulo-Wepe.
In sports this hour, PSL release MTN 8 quarter-final fixtures and a new chapter for the ultimate human race. More details at 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Joburg's Mike 1 North stays heavy today from Houghton up through Melrose all the way to about Marlborough Drive up through that Sandton area. Crash on the N1 between Ravonia and Winnie Mandela heading south. Queues forming back to Buccleuch. And the N1 south through Midrand stays under pressure with a couple of breakdowns between Allendale and Buccleuch. If you're on your way through Midrand to Joburg, that's heavy. Vehicle burning on the N14, the Ben Scuban Highway in Pretoria, just north of the Brockfontein interchange. Southbound traffic heavy coming down from Jean Avenue northbound, getting up from Brockfontein towards Jean Avenue. Busy, having a look at that. Plenty of traffic on the N1 today as well, from Buerta Avenue right through to a breakdown around Atterbury roadside. Now, across in Durban, we've had a broken down vehicle causing a bit of chaos today on the N2 southbound around the Clare Road Bridge area. So if you're on that run down from Mount Edgecombe, you've left the airport, that traffic is still slow as you come to the south of Queen Lundy Drive is where you'll pick that up. M19, looks like the roadworks at Reservoir Hills have been lifted, but there is a queue a little bit further out around Dunkeld Road on your way up towards New Germany and Claremont. The Higginson Highway going into Chatsworth, slow go from the N2 in towards Havenside Drive this afternoon. And Cape Town, the N2 inbound at Baden-Powell Drive has been reopened. The highway was closed for a few hours this afternoon, but it's still very heavy backlogs from Macassar going through to that Baden-Powell exit, and that's due to truck crash recovery that's unfolding there. And the main road coming in from the South Peninsula, a bit of traffic at Glen Cann, some more at Cork Bay, and some more at Muizenberg. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAfm is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, later on we'll chat about the SRC at the University of Zululand, concerned about backlog of academic work. We tend to hear these stories so often, and in this case you're caused by water outages at the institution. So we'll get that coming up just now. I welcome your reaction as always on some of the biggest issues, and more so now as we effectively celebrate SAfm at 90. So can you believe it? Yes, it's had massive changes, like how you change countries' names, right? But in fact, the version, the democratic version, is the one we're in right now. So it was called different things before, but that's where it all started. So we'll reflect on that throughout this month, but then stay true to where we are right now in terms of what is it that truly reflects the pulse of the nation. And I have no doubt that SAfm as a radio station does reflect the pulse of the nation. It's also Women's Month, so we'll touch on that too all throughout this month as we highlight the issues of women, right? So we'll talk about the SRC in Zululand just now, but before that we'll chat to the DA MP Glynis Breitenbach and get her take on IDAC right after this.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
90 years of conversations, recaptured, relived, and projected. SAfm.
Hello South Africa, my name is Sirifatso Chweni from Mahikeng in the Northwest Province. Congratulations to SAfm on an incredible 90 years. Thank you for being a station that has informed, educated and inspired generations of listeners. Your commitment to an incredible journalism and meaningful conversations continues to make a difference in our country. Wishing the entire SAfm family many more years of excellence.
From the voices that shaped our past to the conversations defining our future, SAfm celebrates 90 years. Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
So much, certainly, I mean, if the Madlanga Commission has been a major theme of South Africa in the last year, then the IDEC specifically, I think in the last few weeks, has totally dominated the headlines, parallel to the other issue, the issue of migration, of, and repatriation of undocumented foreign nationals, right? So let's stay with the IDEC story. We all know what has happened in the last few weeks, including then the resignation of Andrea Johnson as the head of IDEC, I would think under increased pressure once they appeared, or once she appeared in this case, before the Madlanga Commission. So it's less about her, but more about the institution of IDEC. Now, the DA MP, Glenys Breitenbach, is with me, and their party, the DA, they want IDEC to be disbanded. Let's find out why. Glenys Breitenbach is a DA MP. Appreciate your time, and thanks for engaging us here on the National Pulse.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, bye.
Okay, so let's be very clear. What are your thoughts about IDEC as it stands right now?
Well, the Democratic Alliance has never really been a fan of IDEC. We've said from its inception that it doesn't meet the constitutional prerequisites for an anti-corruption body as set out by the Constitutional Court in the Glenister judgment, because it's housed within the National Prosecuting Authority and therefore is vulnerable and susceptible to political pressure, and now we're seeing exactly that thing happening. IDEC is, in my view, fatally tainted. The rot runs deep. The rot that was in the NPA has been transferred to IDEC, and I don't believe that it can be excised in any way. IDEC needs to be closed down, and we need to set up a truly independent, outside of the National Prosecuting Authority, a Chapter 9 institution, an anti-corruption commission, an anti-corruption body, you can call it whatever you like, that is not susceptible to political pressure, because it can't be closed down with a 50% plus one vote in Parliament. It will need the heightened majority of Parliament to close it down, being a Chapter 9 institution, and no political party will ever be able to get that much power again ever in this country. So they will have security of tenure. They will negotiate their own budget from Treasury. They will be financially independent. They will be independent of and not vulnerable to political pressure. They will answer to the courts, to the Constitution, and to Parliament, and to no one else. So people will be able to do their jobs without fear, favour, or prejudice in the truest sense, without any fear of consequences for doing their jobs.
I see,
and that is the only way that we're going to beat corruption in this country.
All right, and I see you've been quoted as saying there is no band-aid big enough to fix it. It must be disbanded. I mean, seriously, we know there's a problem. I don't even think that needs to be debated, right? But are we saying that, as you suggesting, beyond band-aid, it cannot be fixed internally? Sometimes, isn't it simply the institution's fine, it just needs the role players to change?
Well, where are you going to find these untainted role players to populate IDEC with? The people who now populate IDEC came from the police, from the Hawks, from the specialized units, and from the specialized units of the National Prosecuting Authority. And the systemic endemic problems that beset the National Prosecuting Authority have just been transferred to IDEC, and there they've been allowed to fester in a much smaller environment, so the results are much more visible. I don't believe it can be fixed.
Okay. Tell me more about the replacement. I mean, you did touch on it, but just more detail in terms of, how would it come about in the first place? Because there's a wish list and there's a practical.
The Democratic Alliance has placed a private member's bill before Parliament to set up an anti-corruption body outside of the National Prosecuting Authority. We've started as a Chapter 9 institution to give it the independence that it requires, to allow it to negotiate its own budget, so not be beholden to the Department of Justice, because that's a big problem. The government talks about fighting corruption and being anti-corruption and zero tolerance to corruption, and then those bodies that must fight corruption are starved of a budget. So, they give with the one hand and take with the other. So nothing gets done. You need a body that is entirely independent, that negotiates its own budget with Treasury, that answers to the courts, to the Constitution, and to Parliament, and can operate truly without fear, favour, or prejudice.
Okay.
Then you will not see these kind of shenanigans, these kind of political machinations.
So
because
currently,
there'll be no room for it.
all right, I hear you. Currently, it's a wish list, certainly from your side, from the DA side, right? How do you do two things? Convert the wish list into a practical position where, in fact, it is abolished or disbanded, number one, and then how, in terms of instituting a replacement, what would be the steps that needs to be taken? So maybe just talk us through the steps in both ways. I understand it's a wish list right now.
Well, to abolish the IDAC, we have to repeal the Enabling Act. So it was an amendment to the National Prosecuting Authority Act. The IDAC Act will have to be repealed. It will have to be closed down. And the Anti-Corruption Commission private members' bill is already before the Justice Portfolio Committee. What it needs is support. What it's lacked up to now is support. So hopefully this little scenario will have convinced those who don't support it to in fact support it. It is the only way, in my view, forward in order to combat corruption. Otherwise, we're going to lose the battle.
Well, for you to win that battle, you need support, you need allies. Who's your allies on this?
Well, our allies are the people who aren't afraid of going to jail because they haven't been corrupt. And those who don't support us are those, of course, who are afraid they'll become the targets of such a piece of legislation.
Okay, let's leave it at that, and let's see if that finally does happen. Glynis Breitenbach, the GA MP, they calling at this point in time for IDAC to be disbanded, and to quote, there's no band-aid big enough to fix it. It must be disbanded. And the key is, it must be disbanded. Do you agree with that? Listening in, wherever you are, you're part of the National Pulse community, right? So do you agree that IDAC, which is the investigating directorate against corruption, needs to be disbanded in the light of all the conversations we've been having about it and its inability to get things right over the last few weeks, as we've heard, right, at the Madlanga Commission? Or in fact, is there another way that, as someone said the other day, when Eskom is a mess, you don't disband Eskom, you actually kick the people who are causing the mess out and you replace them with someone better? Is IDAC at its core, is that, as an institution, is it an unworkable institution, or are the people, the leadership, that have made it unworkable and need to say ungovernable, and therefore we simply need to change one for the other? Or would you replace it? And if you replace it, replace it with what? What would be the nature of it? The name is, by the way, but what would be the nature of the replacement? As you've heard Glynis Breitenbach give her thoughts about it. So I'd certainly welcome your opinions on this issue. As always, thanks for listening in. This is the National Pulse.
Before there was the SAfm you know today, there was the English service. There was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid,
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. SAfm has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. 90 years of questions, 90 years of answers. 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa.
Anyway, today I'm joined in the studio by the spokesperson of the SABC, Mr. Kaiser Kganyago. Mr. Kganyago, welcome to the African Connection.
Good afternoon, Richard, and the listeners.
Sure. And the reason why I invited Mr. Kganyago is because, as you might know, that Busim Mhlongo is battling cancer, and a concert has been organized to make sure that you can raise funds. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Definitely, Richard. The concert has been organized for tomorrow, the 28th, at the old Park Station, whereby we as the SABC felt it was really good for us to get involved in a venture like that under the banner of what we at the SABC call the Green Revolution.
Okay.
Whereby we really want to deal with the ills of the society, and one of the issues is this month is Cancer Month, and we felt that we should support one of our own, a legend, in the name of Busim Mhlongo, to make sure that part of the money that we raise goes to really helping her with the bills that she is paying at hospital with her battle for breast cancer. But over and above that, look at other things relating to cancer, whereby we really want to support in the awareness of cancer, be it breast cancer or any other cancer, in this month, because we really support the fact that we have got this breast cancer month.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's get further thoughts from you. As always, reaction is welcome. IDEC, disbandment, as per the DA, would you say yay or nay? Should it be disbanded, out, finish and clar? And if so, replaced by what? And if it's a no to disbandment, then it does need reform, isn't it? It needs a change of players. So how would you change that? Tando in the Eastern Cape, welcome to the show. What's your point?
Yeah, here's the thing, Ashraf. You know, about the land issue, it is, of course, one of the major, the land when you look at Zimbabwe, what the ZANU-PF did with the land, it's no different what would happen here, in a sense that the land will only be for show, not for... I agree with Mwele Mbeki when he says, no, let the land be with the people who are actually using it, especially for food security. Because to juxtapose that is to be what property in terms of housing and thingy that has been outpriced because our people cannot, afford land in Bantry Bay, in Krems Bay, thingy. So it's this dichotomy of inequality that is perpetuated, which is so disturbing. But for me, I would be for food security. Don't tamper with because guess what? Our farmers, Boers, they are in demand in the whole of Africa to come and thingy. Meaning, these people, they value, they add value, they do things, And then guess what? Us, I have a farm. Let's go and have a party and thingy. It's all for show. It's not for, it is perplexing. It is totally disturbing in a sense that we want to own without, making things happen. Because at the end of the day, people gotta eat, people gotta live, So for me, the land issue, it needs to be debated for one thing. But
well, it is being debated.
It has to be led to the people who actually secure food production, not people who are for show. Sorry, I'm talking Xhosa also. I'm Xhosa anyway. We just for show, but hey, I've got a farm. That's how we roll. That's how these thieves and ANC people roll.
Okay.
They overprice.
Right. I think you made your point, and yeah, you made it well enough for those who are listening to have their own opinions on that. Thanks for that, Tando, and you're about to get reaction to Puleng in Bloemfontein. Go for it, Puleng.
Hey, Ashraf, I hope you're doing well.
I certainly am, thank you.
This is Puleng Puli from Bloemfontein, Ashraf.
Yeah, welcome.
Ashraf, the reason for my call was triggered by a guy who phoned in regarding people being lured into taking debt at a very tender age and unwillingly so to go into debt just to create a credit record, to say, So it reminded me of the challenge that we're experiencing out here with the NCR, because that guy also mentioned that the NCR should regulate this system. When we try to get hold of the NCR, we struggle so much. We have a couple of people that have been complaining, just on a general station, to say that they cannot get hold of the NCR. And when we try to phone the NCR, we hold for more than an hour, for more than 40 minutes, only to be sent back to being caller number 40. And then again, the system rolls the same way backwards. So now we're just wondering, what is the actual problem with the NCR? Because people, there's no NCR in this country. When you send them emails, you get an automated email that indicates a link that you go into, where you get a media release from them indicating that they have been hacked since December 2025. So the only saving grace, like I indicated previously, it is the NFO, the National Financial Ombudsman. And some of these organizations that register under the NCR are only with the NCR and not with the NFO. So it becomes so much of a challenge. We would really appreciate if the NCR can come forward as warm bodies there with the SAfm.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Puleng. Just leave your number with the keys, right? And let's see if we can follow that up, because one of the issues that we want to push up is try and solve your problems, right? Not just you venting on air, as we all would do, but to actually see if we can get resolution. So let's see if we can get your thoughts and then get the NCR to respond as well. So if you can just hold on and just pass your details on to Keys, we'll follow up. Okay, I think it's important. Dan in Pretoria. Hi, Dan.
Ashraf, good evening.
Good evening, indeed.
Yes, on your question of ADEC. I don't believe that IDEC should be somehow be changed, but the characters within the IDEC, yes, somehow, somewhere, are questionable. However, in the question of the head, Advocate Johnson, and senior investigator, Parayachi, they just didn't explain themselves very well. What I can tell you is that they do have a case in relation to Dino Mukwele at the crime intelligence. They just didn't explain themselves well before Matanga. But also, I partially, the commissioners and the evidence leader at Matanga, somehow they conducted themselves unprofessionally when they were questioning Advocate Johnson.
At Madlanga were unprofessional. What were they unprofessional about? Quickly?
No, let's say the evidence leader will ask Advocate Johnson something. Well, Advocate Johnson was still on the floor answering. Then the commissioner wanted to be clarified about something before she can finish the question of the evidence leader.
All right, I need to push you very quickly because we're on to news, right? Do you want to make a final point in just one sentence?
Yes, okay. And, lastly, you know that the Madlanga Commission is left behind because they don't know that the Neo Mukole is no longer at crime intelligence. It's at TMS, another division within SAPS.
Okay, so you think it's left behind. Okay, Dan, I need to move on. I mean, there's just not enough time to engage, unfortunately. It's very tight on a drive time show, right? Okay, 5:30, just go on 5:30. In fact, here's the news headlines.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines, the National Prosecuting Authority says it will fully cooperate with the Magistrates Commission's inquiry into the conduct of Chief Magistrate Tuletu Tonjani in the matter involving businessman Joe Sibanyoni. The Gauteng Department of Education has condemned the fatal shooting of an educator at the Michael Zulu Primary School in Tsakani on the East Rand. And finally, the Johannesburg Metro Police Department says it is intensifying the enforcement of municipal bylaws prohibiting urinating in any public space, including public roads, sidewalks, alleys and open parks. The JMPD says it is committed to maintaining a clean and dignified city. I will have details on these and other stories at 6.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We start on the run to Pretoria with a crash in on the M1 North just before Rigel Avenue. Traffic parking all the way back through Boerta Avenue and back down towards John Foster Drive. Joburg, the N1 South, that crash between Ravonia and Winnie Mandela still there, pretty heavy from Buccleuch. And there's also now been a crash on the N1 South. There's a couple of breakdowns as well between Allendale and Buccleuch. That run through Midrand coming to Joburg stays heavy. The Mike 1 from Parktown, Houghton up to Sandton, very bad. Back to the N1, a crash at 14th Avenue running south just after Bayers Nordia. You'll hit a queue and a half on the way towards Soweto. In fact, just after Malabongwe, before you get to Bayers Nordia is where you'll pick up that queue. Durban side today, the M19, you've been sitting in roadwork delays at Reservoir Hills for a couple of weeks. No sign of that today. There is a little bit of a slowdown a little bit further out at around Dunkeld Road. N3 from Sherwood into Spaghetti Junction, heading out of town is busy, and there's some roadworks going on Komashu Highway between Dust Road and the N2, and there's a bit of a backlogging there on that section of the Komashu Highway. Cape Town, the N2 inbound, a truck trying to escape the traffic queues towards Baden-Powell Drive has come off the roadway and ended up in the Central Reservation. That's causing a bit of delay as you come in from Macassar. The earlier recovery of a truck further up by Baden-Powell, that's seen as being cleared. Baden-Powell at the N2 bridge, though, stays heavy to and from Khayelitsha. And plenty of traffic still coming out of the city centre. N1 to Kubo, get a change. Salt River, Maitland, the sort of Albert Road, Voortrekker Road slow, and traffic still piling up on Nelson Mandela Boulevard and Philip Kosala to Hospital Bend. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Thanks for that, Robin. Let me just remind you as we reflect on at the end of the traffic that this is important too. Deciding to ignore your alarm may cost you your flight, right? But deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. With Outsurance, 43-year-old Ilana saves an unbelievable 349 Rand a month on her 2022 Suzuki Jimny. Switch to Outsurance today. You too could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's and information online.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Kapele.
Right, Jimmy, what's top of your agenda? Still, well, MTN 8, of course, isn't it?
Yes, the Premier Soccer League has confirmed that the MTN 8 quarterfinal fixtures with defending champions Orlando Pirates opening against Durban City in Soweto on Saturday at 3 p.m. Later that evening, Mamelodi Sundowns host Polokwane City at Lucas Muripe Stadium in their first competitive outing of the season. And then on Sunday, Kaizer Chiefs begin their hunt for a first MTN 8 crown since 2014 when they face Golden Arrows at FNB Stadium, while Amazulu welcomes Kukune United to Chatsworth. Pirates are chasing a record fifth successive title in the top 8 competition. Meanwhile, Orlando Pirates coach Abdeslam Mwadu has praised former Bafana Bafana head coach Hugo Broos for believing in African talent. Mwadu, who grew up in France, reveals that Broos doesn't come far from where he's from and they were very close during their time in South Africa. Going to the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations and 2026 FIFA World Cup, the dominance of Pirates players in the squad also spoke to improved relations between the two camps, and Wadu has more on what distinguished Bruce from the rest when coaching on the continent.
About Hugo Bros, he's living not far from where I live in France. I think it's 250 kilometers, and all in this area in the East France, west part of Belgium. It is people who believe in the hard work. It's people coming from that area have a lot of humility, and they are straight people as well. He is somebody that he brought a lot in football, African football, and what I like in him, it's somebody who come to our continent with a lot of humility.
Elsewhere, the English Football Association has decided to withdraw its support for FIFA President Gianni Infantino. The decision follows criticism of his failed plan to sell stakes in FIFA competitions to private investors. UEFA is also threatening legal action, while the Football Association of Wales has also pulled its support. Infantino is expected to seek a fourth and final term as FIFA president in March next year, but he will need the backing of at least 106 of FIFA's 211 member associations to be re-elected. In athletics, Comrades Marathon Association says that its decision to operate independently from Athletics South Africa and KwaZulu-Natal Athletics will not affect the race's standards or runners. The CMA will no longer rely on the athletics bodies to sanction the event. Members voted in favor of the move after years of disagreement over the management of the race. KZN Athletics has historically received a 10% levy from Comrades entry fees, which amounted around 3.1 million rand for the 2026 race, while ASA has also controlled the broadcast rights to the race, with the CMA chairperson Mark Leather saying that they were worth more than 5 million rand a year. He says that, well, now members want more of the race's income, including broadcast revenue, to be used for social development. Finally, in cricket, Zimbabwe cricket legend Hamilton Mazakata says that the 2027 ICC Cricket World Cup will help enhance the tourism in the country, especially in Victoria Falls, which will have a brand new stadium in the competition. Zimbabwe will provide 3 of the 12 venues for the tournament, including the established ones in Bulawayo and Harare. Masakaza, who boasts over 5,000 runs in 209 ODI matches for his country, believes tourists will be treated to a wonderful experience. With that said, it is a wrap from my side. Ke nna Tumi Kgapele. Modimo ke yo.
And I tell you what, that issue about the FIFA president and some people calling in here to say, well, there's nothing wrong if you privatize it, it's a business. And I made the point that no, there's the business of football or soccer, but FIFA itself is not a private company. And there's been forces at play attempting to turn it into a private company, and I'm personally so thrilled it was shut down completely. The disturbing part is, as we've heard Patrice Motsepe say, Africa at this point in time, very supportive of their good friend Infantino. He's been a good friend of Africa. So if it ever came to a vote, they would be supporting him. So I hear, based upon what I'd heard before. It never came to that because it's been shot down very, very quickly. But imagine if it did.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday,
the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is not improving.
Good morning and welcome to the Sunday edition of the JSB House. I'm Michelle Constant.
If a union treasurer is popular, then there must be something wrong with the finances. You are extremely popular this morning, Minister Manuel. Is there something wrong with our finances?
It's a very good evening, or rather afternoon, to you, Mzansi. Welcome to Otherwise on SAfm, South Africa's news and information leader. My name is Charlotte Pala.
So, you know how important social grants are, right? And it turns out that there's a big study that's been done. The University of Johannesburg's been looking at it.
to the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Jimmy, you've been away and the rand has not improved, and I don't think it's worsened either, which means that you have no impact. Having said that, what do you want to talk about?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to our listeners. It's good to be back. I'd like to think that I don't have enough of an impact to sway the South African rand. I think the rand is much bigger than any one individual. But I am happy to see that since I have been away, the oil price has come down. So I'll take that as a win. We're back at $80 a barrel. We were closer to $100 a barrel when just before I left for the week. It's good to see us back in good stead. It's good to see us back on positive territory, and we're going to have that conversation as part of our positive conversations. South Africa's trade data coming out on Friday. We're going to speak to economist Laura Hodies from Investec and get her thoughts around that trade surplus that was reported for the month of June. It is a reversal of the trade deficit we saw in the month of May. We don't have too many months of deficit that we've reported this year, so it's nice to see that we're maintaining the momentum from a trade surplus perspective. We're also going to have a conversation with DHL Sub-Saharan Africa around their Go Trade initiative. They signed a memorandum of understanding with ABSA to deepen that Go Trade initiative and its impact on small businesses in South Africa in particular, and women-led businesses. We're going to speak to DHL around that, get a sense of that Go Trade initiative and how it all comes together. Then we have a conversation taking a look at the latest deep intelligence Indaba that's taking place in Nigeria, kicking off this week. The focus is on artificial intelligence on the African continent, its use cases, and how it is that we advance AI on the African continent. We're going to get a sense of what's happening at this particular gathering. It's the 9th iteration of this annual gathering, and we're going to see if we can make sense of what's on the agenda this time around. Then we have a conversation with the Financial Sector Conduct Authority reviewing their regulatory enforcement report that they put out last week. This report, of course, speaks to the work that they have done over the financial year. I believe it's 1 April to 31 March 2026. So 1 April 2025, of course, to 31 March 2026, there was around 2.8 billion rands worth of penalties and enforcement actions across 76 individuals and entities after 670 odd investigations that were conducted by the FSCA. We're going to speak to them about that. We're going to take a look at where they were focused on and what still concerns them about the financial sector that they regulate. And then, because it is Monday, we've got a personal finance conversation. We're going to look into life insurance and funeral cover and some of the critical types of coverage that are out there for individuals. We're going to speak to the team at Capitec Life for this particular conversation and get a sense of why we still have an insurance gap in South Africa where it relates to some of these essential insurance products. Before those conversations, though, a sense of what's been happening on the markets front. It's been a better day all round, especially on the equities front. If we look at all equity markets locally and internationally, they were quite pleased to hear that there would not be a re-escalation for now of tensions between the US and Iran. The oil price has come down quite a bit, back at $83.50 a barrel or so. We were north of $90 at some stage in the last couple of days, so the market really responding to that and needing to hear that positive sentiment around the de-escalation of those tensions. As I said, from an equities perspective, that's filtered into great equity movements. European markets that would have been trading while this announcement came out are up about more than 1%. The only one that's in the red is the FTSE in London. It's down about a third. The Nasdaq in the US is up 1.8%. The S&P in the US is also up 1.2%. Asian markets, which had very little of this to benefit from, were a bit of a mixed bunch. The Hang Seng was up, the ASX in Sydney was up, but the Nikkei in Tokyo was down almost a full percent. There is quite an interesting story developing around Japan. We're going to be looking at that with our markets watcher, Gary Boyson of Rand Swiss. There's been an announcement by the US that they're looking to intervene to prop up the valuation of the Japanese yen. We're going to take a look at that because it's quite interesting that the Japanese yen has been struggling throughout the year. So that's what I'm going to be focusing on when we look at markets a little later on, is that particular currency pair, where it sits at the moment and what needs to happen to restore some confidence into the Japanese yen. From the other side of things, from the rest of the local markets that have been moving, resource stocks up 2%, industrials up almost 0.87%, financials up 0.75%, the all share up 1%, the top 40 up 1.2%, the rand 16.53 against the US dollar, 19 rand 1 cent against the euro, and 22 rand 19 against the British pound. Not a happy level there. The price of a Bitcoin, $63,695 odd dollars a coin. In rand terms, with that slightly firmer rand, 1,053,000 rands for a single Bitcoin. We'll be back just after the 6 p.m. news with these and other updates. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
All right, perfect. And of course, your power, the power on oil is not, you said, the power of oil, which, made to solve the whole crisis in the world, no matter what happens in the Straits of Hormuz. So now we know it. Glad to have you back anyway. And of course, your show comes up 6 to 7 with the Jimmy Moyaha, the SAfm Market Update.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, so as you know, we've been talking about SAfm at 90. 9 decades, SAfm has been part of South Africa's broadcasting industry. Not the same name over 9 decades, different names, reflecting the country's changing political, social and cultural landscape. So for the duration of this month, we will flight, a 4-part documentary that traces the fight in this case would be right, the evolution of South Africa's English language public radio service from 1936 to today, and look ahead then to the next 90 years and beyond. Let's start with part 1 of this documentary on the National Pulse, the voices before the transformation, 1936 to 1994.
It's 5 o'clock on Wednesday, the 1st of March, and this is SAfm 104 to 107.
On the 1st of August, 1936, the Broadcasting Act 22 was enacted, leading to the establishment of the South African Broadcasting Corporation, SABC. This pivotal moment saw the SABC take over I.W. Schlesinger's African Broadcasting Company, launching the very first radio station with the English service, known as the A service. A year later, in 1937, the Afrikaans B service followed, marking an early effort to cater to South Africa's diverse linguistic landscape. By 1940, the first broadcast in an African language emerged, setting a precedent for inclusion in the nation's media landscape. For decades, the English service would cultivate a unique voice, shaped by the country's evolving social-political realities, especially as apartheid increasingly defined South African life.
Here with the first news of the new day and the new station is Carol Musgrave.
Good morning. President Nelson Mandela says peace and security in Southern Africa depend ultimately on political stability and prosperity in the region.
Throughout the following decades, radio was not just a passive observer of South Africa's tumultuous history. It played an active role in the evolving story. As apartheid entrenched itself, the SABC became a cornerstone of the National Party government strategy, managing to project a veneer of legitimacy. The English service, while sometimes appearing more liberal compared to its Afrikaans counterpart, still functioned as an instrument of state policy, enforcing racial segregation and muffling dissent. The critical events of the Sharpeville massacre in 1960 and the ensuing state of emergency illustrated the tightening grip of the apartheid regime, exemplified by the introduction of oppressive laws aimed at silencing political opposition.
During my lifetime, I have dedicated my life to this struggle of the African people. I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination.
This is your final warning! Work together!
Many people feel that it is useless and futile for us to continue talking peace and non-violence against a government whose reply is only savage attacks on an unarmed and defenseless people.
The Soweto uprising on June 16, 1976, when students protested against the mandated use of Afrikaans in schools, marked a pivotal turning point in the struggle against apartheid. The following year, the tragic death of Stephen Bantu Biko, leader of the Black Consciousness Movement, while in police custody, ignited an international outcry. The government's intensified repression, which included banning numerous black organizations and media outlets, could not quell the growing outcry for justice. While dissenting voices were silenced, the spirit of resistance strengthened in the shadows, reflecting a determined push against oppression.
Came advancing towards us. The first white policeman threw a tear gas. It was the first time we saw a tear gas can. We didn't know even what it was. So when we saw it emitting smoke, we dispersed.
Baragwanath Hospital was threatened by the rioters, but the police managed to contain the riot without any damage to the hospital at all.
By the mid-1980s, South Africa was teetering on the brink of chaos. A state of emergency was declared across 36 districts in July 1985. followed by a nationwide declaration in June 1986. Over 26,000 people faced detention without trial during this volatile period. The atmosphere grew increasingly hostile, with government-imposed curfews, restrictions on political funerals, and bans on broadcast media covering protests. Amidst the turmoil, the government's relentless campaign to eliminate perceived threats only served to fuel resistance, as the day-to-day realities of political repression became all too tangible. In the years after the Second World War, South Africa entered a new and increasingly contested political era. The National Party came to power in 1948. Apartheid became the organizing principle of the state, and broadcasting, like every major institution in the country, operated within the political realities of its time.
In the mid to late 80s, amid the relentless oppression, cracks began to appear in the foundations of the apartheid regime. South Africa's ungovernability became evident, and the impact of international sanctions intensified. Beneath the surface, clandestine dialogues between progressive local elements and the ANC in exile began, signaling a potential shift in the political landscape. Recognizing the untenable nature of the status quo, various factions within the country took hesitant but hopeful steps towards change. For decades, the English service had been part of the soundscape of South Africa. It informed, it entertained, it reported the news. It carried voices from across the country and the world, except those of the majority.
Here with the first news of the new day and the new station is Carol Musgrave.
Good morning. President Nelson Mandela says peace and security in Southern Africa depend ultimately on political stability and prosperity in the region.
The 80s marked the most tumultuous period in South Africa's history as the nation grappled with internal conflict, following a series of protests ignited in the Vaal Triangle in September 1984. The situation escalates into widespread unrest. On July 21st, 1985, the government enforces a state of emergency across 36 magisterial districts, a measure that escalates to a nationwide declaration in June 1986. This state of emergency will be extended annually until 1989, with its full repeal only occurring in February 1990. During just 1 year, from June 1986 to June 1987, an estimated 26,000 individuals are detained without a trial.
Goeienaand. Daar kom tye in die geskiedenis van nasies dat 'n keuse gemaak moet word tussen onaangename alternatiewe. Die keuse tussen oorlog en 'n oneerbare vreesagtige vrede is so 'n voorbeeld. Die besluit om 'n noodtoestand af te kondig, soos wat ek vandag gedoen het, verteenwoordig ook so 'n keuse.
On August 15, 1985, State President P.W. Botha delivers what is dubbed to be the Rubicon speech at the Natal National Party Congress. Many who had hoped for significant reform find themselves deeply disappointed. Botha speaks of change, yet his rhetoric is still steeped in the language of control.
That most leaders in their own right in South Africa and reasonable South Africans will not accept the principle of one man, one vote in a unitary system.
Dubbed Rubicon, this speech is perceived by many as a regressive step rather than a progressive leap. Analysts later note that the SABC, the state broadcaster, is feeling financial pressures exacerbated by the implications of Botha's speech. The political and economic ramifications of the government's stance are becoming increasingly unavoidable. Concurrently, the government tightens its grasp on the media landscape, establishing the Bureau for Information to manipulate the flow of news and control representations of political violence. Restrictive media measures are imposed, particularly targeting television, as the administration defines its struggle as the total onslaught, requiring a corresponding total strategy.